And a couple of the times that would happen, you would have like a Bane and Enchantress, and then suddenly Zoo. Running at you with a bunch of units, running at you with a big carry that wants to take your buildings you can't deal with. And I feel like that's what Nigma's draft is trying to do here. You got this Helm Invoker, you're going to have an Alchemist that's scaling up. This could be scary.
You know what I love?
What's that?
Oh, Panto. Yeah, well, we'll see if he loves that. If it does come a little bit too fast, perhaps. We got to see a little bit of an Invoker from no one who played a ton of Invoker yesterday.
Yeah.
But he was consistently going the Colossus room, the agent, of the Corvix, I believe it was, right? But we have Galaron here. We have the Exort-based Invoker here for Sumail, so that'll be a little bit different for us. Now, that being said, we actually barely ever even saw the Ice Wall used. The games we cast from no one, so... The general strategy of just like having the Helm and taking multiple points in Exorts early was still really important for the laning stage, even with the different facet.
Well, I'm sure he's going to be trying to max that out as quickly as possible to get to the multiple, Forge Spirits as well. As we have another quick pause here. But yeah, it was funny. Like, no one, he took this, the whatever it is, Corvex Quas-oriented facet, and which just, you get your Aghanim Scepter, it upgrades your Ice Wall. He did 800 damage with Ice Wall.
It's true, yeah. I think he cast it like twice. They were stomping the game so hard. It was so much more about this Helm and just occupying and taking over that early game space, like Fly was talking about on the panel.
Well, and then on the side of Aurora, they do switch things up here at the end. Run a Nightfall Doom. What do you think it is that they saw as Panto is kind of getting bullied here a little bit, fully blocked in? You don't often see this, and in fact, he's going to be forced all the way back, so Doom is going to be alone up here. At least for a few.
And yet the Ench survives. Classic Ench.
Yeah.
No, in regards to what I think they saw with the Doom is the idea of just like, rather than try and match the Alchemist with some other carry and see these timings, they thought instead, what if we just remove Alchemist from the equation? And that's going to be the goal with the Doom.
That does make sense. I mean, you just drop that Doom down and he is not going to be able to regen at all. Will he be able to do the damage that they need via the rest of the heroes is still something to be determined, and we'll have to see. As Toronto Tokyo get fairly low. Its first blood, though, going as GH falls. Ghost does get the kill on the court.
Well, Mira getting out of the Bane, that always feels pretty good. Saw some early boots, perhaps, on the Bane.
Mira, also somebody that had an amazing performance yesterday. I saw some really clutch Shadow Demon saves, rather, particularly when they were playing against Spirit later on in the day. And man, it looks good.
Yeah, Mira's got a really good hero pool for this event. I mean, historically, he has an incredible Snapfire. That's one of his best heroes back in his heyday with Team Spirit. And of course, the Shadow Demon as well. He's extremely good at making those saves. So if I'm playing Elimination versus him, I am not letting him be a Shadow Demon.
Absolutely. Well, and as much as we have talked about, some of the woes of the Snapfire, more often than not, it's been feeling bad when it's been in that core role, I feel like.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm still a fan, even though the numbers aren't fully there on the Snap.
I like this game because you have the rotations into a stunning lane, right?
Yeah.
That was the old classic that we see from Beast Coast all the time, like the mid-snap. They'd always have stuns on the side lanes. You TP at 6, get your kill with the ulti. You can do a similar thing here where you can just rotate to Shaker, you can rotate to the Alchemist, and have a really good way to secure the damage from the kisses.
Honestly, yeah, I would love to see some movement over to kill Kiyotaka too. That seems like Shadow Fiend, if you're not killing him early, will just sort of take off and run wild with the game. But very fragile hero in the early goings. So far, things looking pretty good across the board for Nigma. Take a look at this. The Doom is doing one of the best there out of the laning stage, but Invoker's gotten some nice denies. Really, it's Alchemist that's taken a substantial lead on Ghost. Probably partly because of that kill.
Yeah, but, I'm not sure what the fans are really looking for, because I feel like they've got to the point now where when Nigma gets a lead, they actually grow more concerned. I think they prefer even or maybe even slightly behind. It makes them feel a little bit more comfortable.
That's right. Yeah, you're just in a safer space.
The leads have not been going well.
You're not wrong. Yeah, you've got to make some sort of Herculean effort. It's like they need the adrenaline shot to the body, so that way they can sort of fully power up.
That's right.
That makes sense. Let's see if they can maybe drop a little bit of a lead here. Set themselves up for success.
Sounds like a plan to me. So far, none of that potential early aggression that was talked about. Very static right now, you know. Ench just making sure Nightfall is an okay time. But Noob, I would say, doing pretty well considering. We know Shaker Core has been probably one of the best heroes in this entire tournament. But the fact that you can run this in the offlane against some relatively annoying and tanky heroes like Ench and Doom and still just stay in the wave, keep getting your CS with Totem, while still just going 1-1-1 build, feels pretty nice.
I feel like some of that is the good start that they got off to with sort of harassing Panto up top. They're going for it. Get the kill. That was a change combo fissure with a Sunstrike.
That happened so fast. They didn't even need the Sunstrike.
Yeah.
That's how fast that, like, that was just you're harassing his Ench, feeling invincible, and into a turnaround cookie, I'm dead.
Speaks to some of the issues they might have in this, and this is why this Snapfire can look so cool, right? This 2 points up in Little Shredder really eats away at the HP, and now a full creep wave coming in while he's already ahead of the Doom on CS.
Yeah, it's very interesting when you have the full bore facet, yet you're level 3 and not even using your big snipe yet.
Yeah.
And still gets back for the stack, but will it be a block by Panto in time? Oh, barely.
They're stacking up that too, that's nice. They're getting some good ones. Panto takes that creep away and is going to start heading towards mid. Sumail has one component of that Helm of the Dominator working towards the next soon. Noob also going over there. The top lane is empty except for the Doom.
And Panto has D-Ward in here as well. He's going to hold
Kiyotaka in some trouble. Sunstrike gone. Shaker rotation mid.
What is the start of that Guns N' Roses song, you know? What we have here is a breakdown of communication, because that's what that was. I mean, there's no one up top. Panto standing in their triangle, and then your Shadow Fiend just dies to the Shaker? I feel like there's some questions there.
You're not wrong. Has the cookie at the ready. Omar could save if he needed to, but was looking to see if there was a turnaround potential. Yeah, that, I mean, that looked like vintage, you know? We're talking about Enigma Galaxy going to the late stages, the Shadow Fiend rotations mid with the Shaker, but now Sumail, a miss on one raise, Kiyotaka only hitting 2 of them, and Sumail is fine.
Omar was also trying to TP somewhere up there, but got whacked by Nightfall, so that got canceled.
Having to play a little bit safe now and staying back. Noob steps forward, Nightfall tries to lay into Omar. Are there any rotations possible here? It doesn't really look like it, honestly. So Noob is going to be bullied all the way back off the tower, and if they get that tower done early, Kiyotaka, Mira, they're right on top of GH, Tornado off the mark.
There's just so much pressure.
Yeah.
Mid and top. Like, the catapult is just swinging. It is taking this entire tower down, and then it falls with time to contest the Wisdom Shrine. They're going in.
I mean, this is crazy. Well, the fissure. Is it enough time? Oh, it's close. Yep, he's going to get there.
What a hero.
That is so nice. This is why you pick our Shaker, everybody.
That's it right there. Well, very well played there, but a bit of a Pyrrhic victory after immediately losing your tower, so just be a bit careful here. Sumail also standing on top of a ward mid, so you can imagine now that top tower is down, you're going to see that pressure from the Ench start to run into the mid lane with his vision on the Invoker.
Now, this is all to the benefit of Ghost in a way, who's starting to build up the net worth. But if you can shut down his jungle on the side of Aurora and remove the places that he can eventually farm to, as you can see some cans being locked out already, that's where you can find some success.
Yeah, they don't have the best heroes for, like, stealing stacks outside of Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend's pretty good, obviously, but he's going to be kind of busy. He doesn't really want to be that involved, maybe. So I think the idea of just trying to, like, stop the stacks in the first place might be a little bit better.
Spamming Enchantress creeps into the mid wave. In the meantime, they'll bring numbers and secure the 8-minute rune, which is going to be a haste for Kiyotaka down bottom. Mira now hunting in the jungle as they will get some keywords here. Noob trying to build into what he needs to. Ghost stun out. Going to be controlled. Nope, can throw it onto the Doom. Does have level 6, so this should be a kill for sure.
Yeah, nah, it was a close number. Did not even try it, and they managed to back off on the damage, so now GH
finds another.
Nightfall thinks about the Doom. He's like, that seems excessive. I think I'll just take him down.
Tornado in towards mid, trying to kill Panto. Will it be enough? A few more punches, and they get him. So that is the Helm Crate movement, but Kiyotaka double raise onto Omar, but now cold snap, the turn, Kiyotaka, where's the TPs? They don't have help, but he misses on the meatball. Cookie off to the side, Omar. Not able to land that one, and the creep will not kill the Shadow Fiend.
That was a good play by Kiyotaka. He saw the cookie coming, made sure he
TP back in bottom. Their movement? Oh, they were waiting on the Alchemist TP. He cancels.
I mean, I think G did.
Yeah. No way out of that one. Although, I think Noob is going to try and keep this tower alive now because of that. Dude, what a breakneck pace we got.
Yeah, this is much faster than some of the other games have been. Especially, this is Elimination Day here. So, starting in Game 1. Flying out here with both teams. Not playing super passive or anything, because now they're back on the Noob here in that bottom lane. Talking about saving that tower. I don't know.
They're
might need to save him.
All surrounded. He does still have Echo. And with Ghost moving in, they're actually going to try and turn this. Echo used. Toronto Tokyo low, and Toronto Tokyo dead. Just an absolute slugger of a match going on here, and will end up stunning himself on the Alchemist. Mira is just everywhere on this Bane.
All right, nice save. So a lot of gold into the pocket of that Earthshaker, who of course is at one of the weaker points in his game right now. Sitting on just phase, null, bracer, working your way towards that blink dagger. You need a little bit of help to get there from your teammates.
So the way that I'm thinking about this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's like this early pressure coming from the Enchantress, but eventually when you get that blink dagger on Earthshaker, that's when Nigma are going to be trying to play a little bit more aggressively, or are they just going to be trying to dodge away, considering how it started?
Oh no, I think certainly they'll be getting aggressive. They'll start trying to pressure towers themselves with this Invoker. Like as he stacks up the levels, he's got his Helm Creep. They're going to try and get like stuns into kisses, and while they're doing that, Shaker's just going to be lurking. And if you ever try and make the big turnaround play, you bring the defense, that's when you want to go into Shaker,
Okay.
But there's also the idea of like, we just need to make space for Alex. They don't have to go too crazy.
Okay. Well, a Nightmare pulls him back in, the cookie out, more kisses landing, Mira dead. And threatening any movement in the Galaxy, going to match the aggression coming from Aurora as they take the mid tower now.
Man, the Invoker really complements these two supports very nicely. Like, he's providing these bodies as they pressure the towers. Pugna's got this ability to just blast the tower down with Nether Blast, and then you have your Snapfire who's just threatening the whole time of, like, I have stuns from these creeps from the Invoker that I can cookie them onto you. She's doing consistently. And if I ever hit it, you're getting hit by the kisses too.
That will happen.
So this is the response instead by Aurora, is that we're going to try and pressure these side lane towers. This is hoping to maybe, like, slow down some of the pace of the Alchemist, threaten him so that he's not as comfortable going down to those Ancients again. But it's still going to require an actual like positioning and staying power from Aurora down here, which might be hard to dedicate.
Smoke up with 4. Sumail, the only hero in the direction that they're going. Blink Dagger also not done for Toronto Tokyo, interestingly enough. And they will go for the arena hit and kill onto Omar. But we're probably hoping for a bigger target there.
Yeah, I think Sumail will be very happy with that considering his current positioning.
Kiyotaka. Noob. And a little bit of, I mean, he knows about the Invis Rune though, or at least he should. Oh, all right, yeah. He's just gonna walk away as the fissure is out. He's slowed. Oh, everything else.
Yeah, I thought he could keep going a little bit further, but
nice deny. GH.
Trying to get his level 6. Still just stuck at 5 right now.
Shadow Fiend is still over here. And doesn't have TP for 15. I mean, they scanned him. Did they know he's down here still? There's no way. Okay, so Shadow Fiend will get away with one there. But a Radiant stun, 13 minutes. Also a very quick Blink Dagger done on Mars.
It's also ready for Noob here too. So yeah, we got a pretty strong timing right now. They're gonna let Alec farm it up for a little bit, and they're gonna try and start moving up towards Sumail and his Croaker here. So we're gonna try a little bit of Cold Snap, Tornado, Tendrils, all try to bait TPs in so that Noob can crush some fools.
Not at full HP right now on Noob as they spot Nightfall. They thought he was going over to the creep camp, but he's actually right by the tower. do have the setup for it if they want. Waiting, back behind. There it is. Echo out with the Croaker. It is more than enough, but Mira over to the side will find one. Omar passes over the Nightmare, and now trying to back away, but the grip is there, immediately broken. This is falling apart for Aurora. Toronto Tokyo also doesn't have Arena.
Yeah,
Oh, he does. He does go back up again. He's just deciding he doesn't want to use it. Okay.
I was worried for Enigma there, I gotta say. Like, without the Alk and then diving that deep, but the cancel on the grip was huge. So, I kind of thought they were going to try and get that kill, at least start it without having to use the kisses. Once they commit the kisses, though, it's kind of scary in terms of potential turnaround. Now they return. Look at this, though. The Fisher off the high ground from Noob hits 2. That is not Radiant Ward.
Yeah, I guess they just thought that there weren't up there and he was grabbing a creep wave or something, but Sumail is dead now because of it.
Whoops. Noob's just like, wow, really glad I didn't go up there, huh? Not the place to be. Well, that guy, you're probably thinking, wow, didn't he just buy a Radiance on that hero? How did he do a Blink already? Well, that's Alchemist. He hit some giant stacks. Now, though...
Cookie? Oh, Tokyo's still living. Oh, they had a Sunstrike. Yeah, Alk is starting to become a bit of an issue. That is a scary situation here.
Let's see, the Sunstrike's at 475 now. What do you think?
So Nightfall, after finishing off his Midas, is going to be going back for a Radiance of his own. The question is, are we going to wait for Ghost to finish BKB before he shows up to a fight? It's a possibility.
I'm gonna go with the... if it's the river, you can come.
Okay.
Any further than the river, I'd prefer if you had your life jacket BKB, please.
All right. That's good. I like that. Yeah, to get across the river, you need a life jacket.
Yeah. Try telling me that's all the carry players, maybe.
Well, 8-6. 16 minutes in. Showing on mid lane. The Earthshaker. With Radiant stun, are Aurora going to try and amp up the tempo now? Looks like there's something brewing down bottom.
Oh, this is a good find on Nightfall.
And they get him. Nightfall, immediately found and killed. And keep in mind, this is a carry Doom, as they do also find Noob over in the river. He is going to be brought down.
You know, Lyrical's never going to be able to remind people who the carry hero is. It's a bad sign for your game plan. I'm going to throw it out there.
Yeah, it's looking a little sketch right now for Aurora. Nigma having all the answers in the world. Toronto Tokyo just zips right by as a Ghost Alchemist passes over the top of him.
Now, this is the part where we have to, we try to bring it back down to earth, right? Where we're like, well, it's only a 3K lead with an Alchemist. Classic.
That's
classic caster line. I don't really know how true that is anymore. It doesn't feel like that anymore, you know?
I mean, it is a 3K gold lead with an Alchemist, but I don't know how much.
It doesn't feel as fraudulent as it used to, though.
Whoa. Doom down. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's...
Ghost, Mira, can you talk? We're partying on the Radiant side of the map over here.
Oh, yeah, that will do it.
Oh, yeah.
That will do it. And this does not feel as good as that did. And in fact, it may not even get the kill. All right, Mira's breaking ankles. Get the hell out of here. Oh, Mario, way to break it. There's nothing left. You disgusting man.
Oh, better luck next time.
Mira.
Doesn't fit much better than that, does it?
They had a family. Oh, jeez.
I gotta say, the sleepwalk into the Requiem is pretty nasty. Like,
That's
the way
so
that it
sick.
crosses right over there. That was 1,780 damage from a Requiem.
Because that's the most that you, like,
That's gross.
They can't be on top of each other any more than they were right there.
Like you don't see that very often.
Oh, jeez. All right, just when we thought that things... I mean, now it's not a 3K gold lead anymore.
No,
blows
no,
up
it's not.
once.
And I guess that's another point to make, is that we talk about how it is a carry Doom, but really it is a carry Shadow Fiend, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
He is playing that the more one style out of the mid. As, well, this is not a replay, folks. They're on Ghost again in the triangle. There is no Requiem this time, but he's still dead.
How many units away was that from where he died before?
Now, but one sleepwalk's worth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Look how much vision there is up top there as well for Aurora. You know what I mean? Like they are controlling that space, recognizing that hey, this is ours. They don't seem to be contesting this. In fact, they just got ob sentries everywhere over there.
Wow. Okay, well that really changes the dynamic of this game with 2 deaths on Ghost. 19 minutes and all of the wind out of the sails of Nigma right now. Sumail underneath the ward. Not sure if this is going to end up translating into any kills. Mira is here though, and if he steps on up, there's a decent chance that you could move on over here.
This feels really bad because Sumail went for this BKB right away as well.
Yeah.
Like now you just lost your carry twice, so you're trying to like force fights, but you also don't really want to, so he's still just waiting on this BKB from
Oh, they find Noob.
Alchemist as well.
Yeah, I mean, this Bane, dude, this Bane is doing it. Honestly, he's got grip still if he needs it, but I think that they could just get away with this one.
Sumail thinking about poking his head in there, but thinks better. Well, Sumail trying to game a little bit here.
Anto, low but not dead yet. Sunstrike! He knew.
All right, now he's after him though. Kiyotaka, he's not done yet.
Chasing, he's moving pretty quick and forces the BKB TP.
Okay, space. Making space. 550 golds until Ghost's BKB, and they can actually try and get a little bit more aggressive with this Alchemist. Of course, that's if he doesn't die again here. Because the vision, they're going to take the easy one instead.
Yeah, spear back onto that tree. Couple raises done. They're just getting pulled apart. Like the vision game and the way that they've been setting up these kills, Bane has been a menace. And now Toronto Tokyo finds GH. There's the spear back. Another death.
What is that? That's that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kills, I think, in a row? For Aurora or something?
Yeah.
Around there? It's out of hand here, folks.
Yeah, this, like, what is that? 7-8 minute window that we've thought that they were going to be able to get something going, it's all completely gone the way of Aurora.
Yeah, you went helm into BKB and then your team lost 7 heroes. That feels terrible, isn't it?
Well, they do still manage to get a BKB on Ghost finally, and, you know, there's something to be said for an Alacrity Alchemist with BKB punching people, but now Aurora also have some answers for that. It's a BKB done on Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
And 21 minutes.
There's also still a 9-seconder on the Mars, and Doom is just the recipe away, and already obviously very tanky, so this is probably the least important.
10 to 13, a 4,000 gold lead for Aurora.
And meanwhile, we just have Mira like walking the edges of the map.
Yeah.
You know, all confident in his Bane. If I die, whatever. But if you're alone, my teammates are going to come to obliterate you all. He's going to walk into a very dangerous wave right now.
Guys, are you there? I think he knows. Maybe he doesn't though, you know?
You can't see anything.
Voice, go. Alright, this is...
Be very quiet. Enigma. Don't say, oh my god.
They got him.
Alright. This is what they were trying to do like 6 minutes ago.
Yes.
We got a little off the rails. They're back.
They're ready to push. Really well played by Aurora just to completely halt that timing in its tracks. And Aurora potentially looking for a fight. They are all converging down to the bottom lane. Toronto Tokyo first person, and actually Zalalo
is just playing really greedy up here. He is committing to that.
Yeah, he's hoping that they're going to go to kill him. And he actually TP's out. Ghost in
TP.
trouble. BKB needs to run away. The stun will be there, but does he have friends? BKB reaction from Toronto Tokyo. They're going to let him die. They couldn't have stopped it if they wanted it to.
Not another one. Not another one.
Felt the wind from the spear.
It was coming.
Kiyotaka. Oh no. Oh no! You can see it all on the face right there of Noob. Everywhere you walk, Aurora are set up and prepared and killing you.
They need to stop going up that set of stairs. And it's knock on ball flip.
You're right. It's that set of stairs. It's the triangle.
So they just need to stay away.
I mean, look at this. Look at Kiyotaka. He knows where he's going to go. Look at that TP on the mini-map to run down where Noob is going to be.
Yeah. Recognize, oh, they're going to go through this wicket. I'm just going to head up there. Well, this was supposed to be Nigma's Roche, I would say. But that is obviously not going to be happening anymore.
Oh, looking so good. Just one step ahead consistently.
And this is a 6K lead versus an Alchemist. Yeah, that's the line again.
Very nice, very
We've been doing that for like a decade or something, I think.
It has been a decade, yeah. I think they left Roche's banner in the pit. But that's fine. Oh, it's a fairy fire. Excuse me.
We're good, don't worry.
So bots for the Invoker. And at this point, I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is. You know, things have gone poorly for Enigma.
You know, famously, you know, a lower bracket,
Oh, yeah.
early game maybe is the other one of that phrase. Maybe the early game's just not for that. Maybe they're a late game team.
They're definitely going to try and push the late game. Because at this point, trying to win fights at this stage is very difficult. They do force out an arena here. And with the Aegis in hand, could try and make a concerted effort to shut down all the rest of these tier 2 towers here.
Is he going to see that Fisher? Oh, noob.
Kitaka.
Noob.
Why is it everywhere I go, I see you?
Yeah.
Why is it everywhere I go, they see him? Oh, accepting his fate.
Alright. GH trying to find something for his team, pushing that bottom wave as they're losing it tier 2, but even he's going to retreat now as he sees the Bane on his way. Fearing Mira. Mira, though, getting close to Sumail. Is there detection? There is. How sensy are his fighter sensies?
That was really good.
How tingly
Nicely
are
done.
they, perhaps?
Don't ask that about the players.
Hey,
Not a
he's
good
a
answer.
hard fish to find,
That's
alright?
right, it's a good
that
point.
Invoker.
So, 11 to 17, and having to dodge away from every move. Yeah, 8-1 and 6. Shadow Fiend is just a monster. Kitaka, though, maybe a chance. Jump in, stun. It's Aegis on Doom, not on this guy. Kitaka gets the BKB off, though, and manages to escape. Mira, Brain Sap, healing back up again, but managed to get caught. Tornado, dead. Signs of life here from Nigma.
A good 4-step save from Europe, but that's cost him his life in the end. Goes jumping forward, wants somebody, but despite greeting for the Mad Stone, his Midas, he still escapes there on Nightfall. They got a very sneaky ward inside their base as well, pretty early for the high ground ward planted by Mira. So that's going to be spotting a lot of courier movements. It's going to let them catch them. It's going to let them find where they're moving on the map so they can stand at the top of a set of stairs and hit him with another Requiem. And now he's got an Aghanim's to boot.
They are hitting hard right now on the Aurora gaming lineup.
This feels like a mid-Shadow Beam. Like the way he's been swagging out this game, this is vintage SF. This is not these position 1 SFs of the modern day.
Well, right, and of course it always starts with like an Earthshaker rotating and killing you, and then you just like completely ball out of control after the laning stage.
As is tradition.
There's a couple raises here and there, but nobody's looking.
Getting a closeout gem here, trying to make sure that the map is all under their control here for Panto. Very good, solid gameplay here. As you can see, 3-0 on Kitaka's Shadow Fiend. That's actually including this game. We've already decided that he has won.
I see. Sense. I mean, they're still getting some items, you know, AC on Alchemist. You've got some elements here that can start to feel pretty good. I think the big moment and the thing to watch for is, you know, Noob, who has just been bullied this game, as we're seeing again.
That couldn't have come at a better time.
I think that he's going to need to have to make a big play. And it's going to be tough when you're dead.
You know, he has a lot of health, and then he just doesn't.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
You kill him off, man. Aghanim Scepter, soon to be online for Sumail. I think the thing that's so tough about it is that there isn't a hero right now on Nigma that can force Aurora to group up. There's nothing that's going to push them into a ball together.
Yes, the only thing that can really do it is high ground itself.
Right.
Toronto Joe grabs another kill here without using an arena. So they're basically counting on Aurora making a mistake and getting a little bit too aggressive with their lead. Now, this is a very small lead by this TI standards.
Oh, yeah.
We've had plenty of comebacks, so things are not set in stone at all right now. It's very much a potential to return to form here for Enigma in this game. They just need that poor positioning to come up from Aurora. That's really what it comes down to.
Right.
And Aurora very likely to just try and clean up these tier 2s, wait for the next Aegis, and maybe even a pick off or two before going high ground.
Yeah. Something they could look towards.
Because I don't want to get echoed into Giant Sunstrike, Cataclysm, no thanks.
I mean, it is a nice little window here coming up, right? The Aghanims, the Yashikaya, AC completed now too. There's a lot happening, although they just finished one for Doom too. So, mitigating that problem. Really, to me, it's I feel like team fighting has been good from Aurora, but not significantly better than Nigma. It's more the map movements that have been the issue. Aurora have been able to predict where Nigma are going, find pickoffs then because of good vision. If it just gets down to a team fight, I could see some potential for Nigma to play it better.
Yeah, they're already predicting the movement that Nigma are currently drawing on the map.
Yeah.
They said, hey, they're going to try and wrap around behind us. Let's go ahead with these 3 heroes.
And they're going to. Mira breaks it. Ghost. They're going to try and find him now. Has to back away. Toronto Tokyo Arena's nothing. Oh. Thought he was going to be able to find Sumail there, but was not the case. Arena down. Maybe an opportunity here for Enigma.
Was that just because of how his smoke off, I'm guessing?
Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on the other part of the fight there, but... Alright. Finally a miss here for Aurora.
Maybe he probably thought GH glimmered the Alk when he got stunned.
Yeah, it said the... Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, unfortunately for them, though, it still just gives them torment. You know,
right.
it drives Enigma back. There's no chance they contest. Probably didn't want to anyway. Oh, they scanned the Twin Gate.
Look,
they know they're coming through. This could be a big moment here for Enigma.
But look, Aurora's already prepared for it, it feels like. Is Kiyotaka going to show? Sumail sends out a creep. And I think they realize now what's going on. Although they don't have Bane or Doom, they can't go for it. No, they're waiting for the perfect fight, it feels like, and I'm just not sure if that's going to come that easily. Yeah, TP away.
Commander Croker and his Force Spirits will just keep pushing the wave in.
And as has happened a lot at this TI, you push towards the later game. Anything is possible. 3 minutes until Roche is capable of respawning a Shadow Blade.
I love that.
On Nightfall.
A little bit of lurking.
Oh, very cool. Noob, is he going to get found again? Oh, he backs away. Nightfall's still on the hunt.
Yeah, he just walked through a sentry, though. And I
Okay.
think within creep vision. Looked like the ping was out there from Noob. They do have that gem on Sumail, so he's perhaps going to do a little bit of hunting of his own. He's a slow Ghost Walker, though.
Doesn't have as much up in Wex yet.
Not too zippy.
And an Aeon Disc is the pick for the Mars.
Got about a minute until the Roche spawn here.
We have seen a pretty big increase in the number of Aeons picked.
Oh yeah, 100%. Been a big item this tournament. It's kind of the, we didn't throw by a single death item, I guess. Especially for supports, you just want to get one round of your spells out.
Yeah.
Ideally. But, I mean, certainly a growth of them on cores, that is definitely true. Way more on cores than usual.
Well, they're pressuring. This would be the first tier 2 tower that would be taken. Kiyotaka down bottom. And looks like they are trying to commit fully for this. And taking it out, so Tier 2 tower taken. No ward up on this high ground. Toronto Tokyo in towards mid. Sees the acid spray down. Not seeing anything else yet.
Okay, we have 8-second BKBs on the Alchemy Invoker still. We have a Basher, so he's going to roll the dice until he gets his Abyssal up. That could be a big change for them potentially in these engagements. We have a Refresher now done for the Shadow Fiend as he starts poking at the Roche. How far are they going to go here on Digma? Are they just going to start? Okay, they were considering attacking the top tower.
With Toronto Tokyo, blink away. Gets some separation. Ghost jumps forward, finds him. Doom onto Noob right at the start of this fight. This one feels very tough to make work. Ghost is still punching Nightfall, realizes that's not going to work. Now, they do end up losing Noob. He has buyback if they want to use it, but I think this fight is just over.
Yeah.
Man, Doom has been such a clutch pick for them.
Yeah, Nightfall's been doing extremely well in this. He knows his job, you know?
Yeah.
Did really well in this lane. He's consistently getting the good Dooms. He's scouting out with the Shadow Blade, and he has ruined Noob's game.
Yes.
Like, from the lane to the middle game, and now heading into the later parts of it, he's just not getting to play some Dota. The banner, as he finishes it into a Silver Edge, because why not?
Cataclysm, they dodge away. And Roche going into the direction of Aurora. They give it to Nightfall again.
Yeah, curious if he goes Refresher maybe next, because the Dooms have just been so easy. Can they find an answer to these Dooms at all? Like, there's a Lincoln's being eyed by Sumail. There's a Lotus on the mind of GH as well, but, you know, it'll be a while.
Yeah, and I think because of these supports that they have, so much of the fight has been like indexed on the idea of Earthshaker getting control spells out. And, you know, even when we were thinking about this game, we were thinking, okay, they're going to doom the Alchemist. And they just instead have been dooming Noob. And that's unfortunate.
It's just like,
oh, no.
So unbelievably dead.
Not again. Noob. They're going to jump on Amira, though, and it's enough to bring him down. And Ghost pops the BKB to run.
There's no Doom for 10 seconds.
Oh, Nightfall's hunting, though. He wants him. Noob manages to get a kill, but will be punished afterwards.
Mid lane as well. Smells checking some spells. Aki Ataka here.
He is fine.
Just letting him know.
Yeah.
He's taking a little test here. Like, how much can I do to this guy if we actually start to stun him?
All right, Lincoln's done. Abyssal Blade done. Ghost is back to the most farmed hero in the game and can hit very hard.
Even though he's an alchemist, I'm still kind of impressed.
Yeah.
Considering how this game has been going.
It is kind of nuts. The thing is, like, if the fights keep going like this, I just don't see a way that they can engage into him. Aurora have been so clean.
Listen, if there's anything I've learned from reading about ancient history or
Doom on Lincoln's.
Nailed it. Or watching funny videos about ancient history is that no matter what the numbers are in any battle, all you had to do was tactically retreat and then pincer around them, and nothing seemed to matter, and it worked every single time. That's why they were from Hannibal. Yes, that's all he did. He just did it constantly. And they would just be like, they're retreating! And they charge it, and then they get clapped on, and they all die. So obviously,
dude, these generals are a fraud.
They were major frauds. But you know who's not a fraud is Kuro.
Yeah, because he's not playing Trent.
That's right. He's read history. No, but he trains them.
Okay.
He trains them, okay? He teaches them this. And he says, remember, you know, when you're down 11K, and it seems like Kiyotaka is the king of the world, just let them come in.
Yeah.
And a pincer all at once.
I see.
The pincer will come.
We're waiting for the pincer. Toronto Tokyo jumps in, Arena down, catches onto two, but there's a BKB out. Kiyotaka deletes Omar. Sumail going to ghost walk away. The tactical retreat. I'm waiting for the pincer.
They're retreating.
Sumail, he's found. Arena gets caught. Oh, he's speared to the side, but he's actually living for now. Cataclysm combination. It's not enough. The BKB second salvo. Ghost now trying to hit. Manages to find a bash though. Oh, Kiyotaka, they're on the hunt, wanting this kill desperately, and they do manage to get it. He's hitting the Aegis target now, though, so that's not great, but they do manage to kill him off still. Ethereal dodges away, Ghost in trouble. They have infinite BKBs, apparently.
Omar trying to get back into the base.
This is a dieback for him. Noob could still chase if he wants, but there's nothing left in the tank. Okay.
Signs of life.
It's still into the favor of Aurora, but they bleed.
They do indeed. Not by much though. By
No.
300 gold does put a a big dieback on the snap. That's not great. But some XP over to the Radiant. Maybe some next round of items here. Aegis is now gone, so the high ground push probably not going to happen from Aurora. Overall, pretty good.
Dude, can I just tell you, if Noob ever hits a huge Echo Slam in this game, it's good, like the endorphin levels for him.
Like his keyboard's not going to survive.
It's unbelievable how frustrating of a game it is. Have you ever been doomed 5 times in 25 minutes? Like, it's insane.
I feel like GH, every time it happens, GH just reaches over, touches him on the shoulder, and he, oh, it's okay.
It's gonna be okay.
It's gonna be okay.
Don't worry. Yeah, he's buying a Lincoln's next. Do not doubt, or do not hate that at all.
Yeah, he doesn't currently have any. I mean, he's got the harpoon, I suppose, now, so got something to do.
Also, a Hex soon completed. It's flying out for the Mars.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say the Shadow Fiend.
Oh. No.
Oh, my thing was. Sorry, my bad. Oh, he has it queued up, but now it's going boss. Okay.
I mean, the bots too, if he finishes those off, means that the game is that much harder playing with Miro, right? Like.
Oh yeah, 100%. And also the buyback threat.
Yes.
Very real. And he is finishing them, so now he has no buyback. Interestingly enough.
Yeah, they're missing buyback on everybody except for Bane.
Well, they are feeling like they are ready to end this game, really.
Sold Grant's cast speed too. The talent for the Shadow Fiend, and has the bots 2 done. Is this going to be a Tormentor for Enigma, it looks like? Or are they trying to
It's an interesting one.
get out on the map and
No,
find a kill?
it will be theirs, yeah. Maybe they're hoping to catch someone coming to prep for it, but yeah, I mean, it spawns up. They're all here.
Maybe they're hoping that that's where Aurora was going to go for it, like you said.
Yeah. Maybe.
Actually,
Yeah,
they are
coming through
over
the twin
here.
gate. Are they coming through? Pando? No? No.
Oh, Night falls over this way.
Well, they know.
Okay. Yeah, they get the Tormentor, so Sumail picks that one up for himself.
That's the Force Spear, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that one's kind of cool, actually.
Cataclysm.
The amount of Forge Spirits that spawn if you get a Cataclysm on everybody is pretty nuts. They just need Noob to hold everybody still for them.
Perfect. Just simply do that.
They fall on the hunt again, not able to find anybody easily. And as has been the case in this tournament so far, we're at 40 minutes and looking to go later.
And nobody knows what's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's, still feels like it can go either way for sure. Aurora with a solid lead, but you heard KJ being interviewed saying, we don't throw.
Yeah.
That's how they won 8 games in a row. They get these leads, they don't throw. Sumail doing his best not to throw. He's going to throw.
Jumps in, gets the Abyssal Blade, there's the Doom down, got him caught already. No escape for Ghost. And that is a rough hero to lose. Jumps in, second arena! Finds the connection on the GH, but now Sumail turns, he can't right-click through it. Oh, 2 dead. Big arena use.
Yeah, not even close for a buyback here. Tier 2s are all gone. Like this can easily sweep for 2 racks.
Jumps in, Echo, Cataclysm, big damage, isn't enough, no! Kiyotaka, he lives, they pass over a Lotus to boot, and now Sumail is in further trouble. He's gonna get arena to the side, they pull him back in with a harpoon, Sumail cookie right into Kiyotaka's death. Oh, it's way too much. They're gonna buy back en masse and try and stop the pain.
Oh, another force out.
But there is no stop to this train. It just keeps on rolling through them.
Force out your buddy out, Sproink back on Panto. Very nicely done.
was looking like it could have maybe been a hold there. I mean, at the very least, they do hold high ground. They've not lost buildings yet, but they're losing so much net worth.
Tokyo, he's hungry.
Find him here. Tornado lift up, Nightfall Doom, got him!
Ooh, grab him!
Another salvo, another one. The Lotus coming just a bit too late. And Nightfall moves on in to make sure that the job is finished. As they glimmer, it is not gonna matter. Oh man, 24,000 gold leave, and Aurora trying to close this one out here.
I mean, Kiyotaka's pushing in bottom while holding these bots too as well. Like, you can't really threaten here. Another arena.
Toronto Tokyo finds the jump onto GH, goes onto him though. They want to get some retribution, but look at the Aeon Disc in the walkaway. Do they have enough to keep him alive? The grip on it goes. They get the cookie to break it. Goes the turn, needs a batch, finds it. Maybe an opportunity. Ghost hits on tonight. He just doesn't do enough damage, man.
He just tickles.
He needs alacrity, and he cataclysm, and he has something. Force staffs. It's not happening.
And Kiyotaka, 6-2 and 18 right now. Back on the high ground. He's heading up. He's getting out of there. Wow, this is truly the heroic methodology. Do not throw.
Yeah.
26K. There's no way. Let's just back, guys.
That's the right move. I mean, it makes sense.
There is a dunk there, I suppose. Seems a little excessive.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. There's no buyback for timer on all three of the heroes. And it's just like an Auk without ulti at the point when they were retreating. But understanding the danger.
I mean, they've seen enough games, I suppose, right?
It's true enough. I mean, Shaker here is going for the Lincolns. I almost feel like you just need to go like big, all-out, like refresher or something, you know? Because I feel like, I mean, I don't know. There's so many problems with the draft at this point when they're down 27,000 gold. Anything is a problem.
Even if you have refresher, it's going to be pretty hard to use it all.
Yeah, true enough.
It's got issues.
I mean, the Bane causes issues too. Even if you beat KB, you're still going to get disabled. Such a tough game for Enigma. And Aurora waltzing their way to the finals here. Seeing if they can make it work. And there it is. Jump in, the sleep, the Hex, the Spear, the Doom. Ghost dead again. 100 seconds. No buyback. Needs 500 gold to be returning to this game. And they are going for bounties, it looks like. Just hoping to find something.
Alright, they have put the cheese and the refresher shard in the pit. Panto pings it. He's like, guys, I can't really use this. Does anyone want refresher shard? Alright, he's just like the shopping bag, I guess. Panto has to carry it to them. They're too busy going to grab more gold and waves and stuff.
I think Mira should take it probably, because everybody else has refresher orbs. Yeah, he passes it over. So potential for double Fiend script in this one.
Yeah, refresher might be a good item, guys. I'm just throwing it out there.
It's way too good.
Alrighty. My panel has returned. Hands up if you think Nigma can do it. Oh my god, they all have their hands up. That's crazy. They're
Jump in.
such believers.
Hex pulls it back. GH gets obliterated. Aurora, 1 kill. Another hero without buyback as the tier 3 goes down. Aurora trying to punch their ticket here to the International. See if they can make their way to the main event. As Nightfall hits. You still have 15 seconds. No goes. Arena on nothing.
Zoning arena. Zoning.
Keeps them back from the tower.
That's
they
right.
do have a glyph. Got 10 seconds, 7 on Ghost. Do they go before he's back up? It's probably the best chance that they're going to have, and it's not a great chance. Lincoln's already blown. Now Ghost jumps backline, finds him on Mira. A good initiation. Cataclysm dead. Okay, maybe an opportunity. Kiyotaka, there's no detection. They can't see the Shadow Fiend running away. Toronto Tokyo does start to drop it with the bash there. Aeon Disc. There it is. Tornado lift up, and it should be enough. But Nightfall comes back in, gets the Doom onto the Invoker. Kiyotaka says, get the forward, take the first game in the series. Aurora, one away from TI.
It is most certainly his game. Kiyotaka absolutely crushing it on the Shadow Beam. He was set up very well by his support and his side lane cores, but he had the job of being the big damage, of making a few swag plays in the early game, and Kiyotaka delivered massively.
Incredible performance already. Game number 1. Enigma trying to figure out what went wrong. Might have started with the draft, might have been some play, but I got some people that are going to break it all down for you back at the panel.
Oh yeah, we're definitely going to let you guys know just where it went right for Aurora and where it all went wrong for Enigma Galaxy. In our game number 1, Aurora take it in quite a commanding fashion. It might have been a glimmer of hope every now and then, Fly, but for yourself, when you looked at this draft, you said it comes down to that mid lane. What exactly is going to happen between them? Is Sumail and Savoka going to be just that slight advantage to be able to propel them into a lead?
I think, honestly, Aurora sort of just slowed down mid lane, so they didn't let Sumail snowball too hard, and they actually focused on the other lanes. We saw that they were able to take top tower super early with the Doom and the Inch, and then the Doom was able to rotate bottom and help take that tower. So they played a little differently than I thought, but they were able to damage control. And then eventually, they just hit all their timings. Beautiful catching this entire game by the Mars and the Bane. They got so many pickoffs everywhere that at some point Kiyotaka just popped off, you know, and I think Nightfall, he did a great job this game, but he wasn't even as pivotal compared to the other heroes.
Yeah, and for you, Ray, you were saying, you know, this Bane pick, sometimes you really see the strength of it, obviously good for the lanes, but the pickoffs, and that's what we really saw it excel with this time around.
Yeah, I was watching how they all played the early game. Obviously, they did invade the triangle and block the camps a few times, so Enigma trying to deal with that. It was actually interesting, they didn't have that much damage early. Like, I think there was one point where Bane and Mars both went bot and tried to kill Shaker, and they didn't have enough damage for it, and that actually turned into, like, a turnaround kill onto the Mars instead. Meanwhile, like, Nigma were able to move up mid with Pug and Snapfire damage, push the tower with the Helm and Invoker and get a tower that way. I thought that looked really nice for a while. Like, when Nigma were kind of playing together, it looked super lovely. But then Nigma really started to split their heroes around the map, and that's when I think we saw so much impact coming out from, like, Bane Nightmare setup onto the Spear. They were just catching people over and over and over again on the top side and the bottom side, utilizing the gates and TPs to constantly chase down Nigma.
Where is that line here for you of seeing your cores farming it up, taking the most of the map that you do have, compared to, hey, we're kind of just split and we can't retaliate against anything that Aurora are doing?
It's really hard in a game like this, and I think they tried to make some plays on the side with like Shaker and Invoker, but it just didn't really yield anything, and as a result, Noob was just like critically underfarmed this game. He needed to have much more items than he did. But on the other side, like Toronto Tokyo, this is like one of the best games I've ever seen him play. Like, he played so well on this Mars, and when I think of his hero pool in general, like, Mars the hero, yeah, I know he plays, but I didn't know he played it this well. This is definitely one of his best games, and I'm really happy to see that we had Kiyotaka back on, like, this first pick Shadow Fiend type of playstyle, because I feel like when Aurora was looking really good, this is what they were doing. And yeah, just to kind of look at those two heroes in general, Mars plus Shadow Fiend seems almost unstoppable this tournament. Every time those two heroes are on the same team, it just feels so easy to play. You just big AoE fight, team fight ults, and they synchronize so well with each other, and it's very difficult to play against.
Yeah, looking at those two mid laners, I know we had that slight highlight there at the end game scoreboard, but Flag, both of these mid laners, I was about to say, both of these off laners came from mid lane. You can always coin those mid laners, right? And they've made that transition. Noob a little bit longer time spent in the off lane compared to Toronto Tokyo. You know, he had to go through position 5 and then back up to position 3, but it feels like the impacts are just so different, the way that they were playing around these supports and the way they played their heroes.
Yeah, I think Toronto Tokyo had a much better read on this game and how to play his hero. I think Noob had some cool ideas that he did, like an early rotation in the mid lane, but he never quite took off when it comes to his farm. He was the lowest network core for a long while by a good amount. He was like 2 or 3k behind. And I think Shaker is a hero that farms quite fast. You can kill waves out of fog. It's just, I think he misplayed this game on Noob, and even though he's a good Shaker, he might not have played this offlane role very much, or maybe he misunderstood something, but I think Toronto Tokyo outperformed him by quite a bit.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo was initiating like crazy blinking in fear. There was the 37-minute fight, I think it was, that you wanted to take a look at exactly, and it was the refreshers that came out.
Yeah, when it gets to like this stage of the game, you do have refreshers on not only Mars but the Shadow Fiend, but you kind of just see this combination. It's so powerful because as it comes later in the game, you get 2 SF ults, you get 2 arenas, and this happened time and time again. Shadow Fiend didn't really need to use his ult here, but it is available for the upcoming fight. But yeah, just Toronto Tokyo, as you can see in this fight and many others, found initiation when it mattered and got so many key pickoffs, and that's just like the story of this game. And we didn't talk much about the Doom in this game, their last pick, but like he was just cruising, you know, like he didn't really have to do much, kind of provided a little bit of damage. It really was just the Kiyotaka and Toronto Tokyo show.
Yeah, you did say that Doom would have to doom the Alk. How many times did he doom the Alk?
0, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Do you feel like it was as important, the impact of the Doom on the Alk, or could we have...
He could have been playing a Meepo this game and they still would have won.
Meepo mentioned...
Wait, what's wrong with me? Like, it's a bad thing.
There's nothing wrong. I'm just saying he could have been a Meepo.
Stone Hero.
He could have been any hero.
Yeah, you're right.
Could have been Dawnbreaker carry.
Would have been cool.
Yeah, it was banned, but
Yeah.
point being is he didn't have to do much. Like, Toronto Tokyo played so well and Kiyotaka that they just took the game over.
Yeah. It makes me not worried, but we've always coined Aurora as that team that, you know, they excel one game and you don't really know what to expect game number 2. Is there that consistency in their back pocket for them, Rhea?
Maybe not, but judging by that first game, I do think they look really clean and really on top of things. Watching their map movement was like... Nigma would do a nice move, right? 21 minutes, they like smoke their heroes together with Shaker, finally to get him involved properly. They go get a pick off on bot lane and then they start to pressure the tier 2 tower. But like, every time they made a move like that, Aurora was always making a move back. Like, they were also bringing 5 heroes and getting ready in position so that when Nigma then TP'd a couple of heroes away, they instantly get a pick off, they get killed. And then you already then have Kiyotaka on Eza TPing top in preparation for Nigma's heroes being like, well, they just show bot. Obviously top is safe. No, it's not safe. And then you get a pick up there as well, and it felt like they were just playing the map so well with their heroes, so fast, so reactive. I feel really good about Aurora's chance right now.
Yeah. You said clean, and I think that's a really key word for this one. It was clean. The early game was just so good by them, these movements that were happening, especially towards the side lane. Someone who likes to look at the action that isn't always on screen is, of course, Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, these side lane ganks by Aurora were incredibly well done. They really focused on those in a good way. Check out these first couple ganks that they did on Ghost. We caught this one on stream, of course, but Mirror just walking up, planning to do Nightmare. He did get spotted by Ghost briefly, I think. So I think Ghost maybe could have made a informed decision. There's a chance I'm getting ganked here, but he ends up getting killed here on the side lane. About a minute later, he goes to the same spot. Very reminiscent clip, this time of Fiend's Grip, into an arena, into a kill. So 2 big deaths on Ghost finally put him at about the same net worth as his other opponents. And then basically how the game transitions is, this is a very normal place for creeps to be. Anybody is not going to show their hero in this lane because that means that it's very easy to spot your hero. So what teams do sometimes is they get vision on the spot next to it. So what Sumail is going to do is he's going to use his little summons to basically push this lane out so that he doesn't have to reveal where his hero is. So this ward ends up being really useful. Aurora can use this information to find where their enemies are and make decisions about when's a good time to initiate. And in this case, they actually spot Noob walking up towards this lane through this ward. And this makes them say, okay, this guy's actually killable. He's got a blink, but if we just disable him first, he's a simple kill. So this ward ends up paying off here. Kiyotaka gets to rotate, gets to start some of his snowball by picking off heroes like this. They even chase Sumail to the left here with a blink from Shadow Fiend and ultimately pop his BKB early, but we don't really need to look at that. Here's another example of somebody hunting a side lane. The creep wave is like way up here, so this whole area is basically where it's common for heroes to be to kill. So Toronto Tokyo is going to move to this area, use his own eyeballs to spot enemies, and he ends up finding a support, so this is another easy kill. Look who's here. It's the damage dealer Kiyotaka. He shows up to help secure these kills, because disable plus kills, plus damage equals kills. Here's that observer ward again, the same one spotting Nigma Galaxy retreating. They end up getting the great stun on Ghost here. Toronto Tokyo is going to have to press his BKB to guarantee this Ghost kill, which is a slight loss, but killing the carry is absolutely huge. And after this, they spot these heroes teleporting through the twin gates. They've got this observer ward over here, again, having vision, oops, wrong tool, again, having vision of this area where there's likely to be heroes. Very, very important. He almost gets the stun off, and that's going to lead to Noob TPing here. But look at Kiyotake, he's planning ahead where he's expecting the Earthshaker to go before he's even there. So he ends up rotating super early, and as a result, gets this really clean Requiem kill. But before we end this clip, I just want to show you how early he teleported, okay? We see Noob teleporting, and right now, this is the moment that Kiyotaka starts his teleport. He was so early doing this that's why he managed to get there in time to get that really easy kill. So amazing foresight by the Aurora players, amazing playing on the side lanes, and that's part of the reason they took a huge advantage in the mid game.
Wow, that's a lot of information. Thank you so much, Pudge. That was fantastic. And you doing it, Flash.
Thanks, Pudge.
Thanks, Pudge. Yeah, it's amazing for Kiyotaka to have a reaction that quick. But I also wonder about Vision. It goes back, I don't even want to say a full year ago, right? It felt like these Invis eras were so imbalanced because a lot of people were complaining about the lack of sentry wards and, the ability to de-ward a lot of the Vision and the fact that you can't cover the whole map because it's so much bigger now. Do you think there's an excuse like that still, Fly, to have an observer ward in what feels like such an obvious place for so long, giving so much information?
And right now, warding, the map is huge. So even when you want to ward a certain area, there's so many different places you can put it. And especially when you look at the side lanes, it's very hard to de-ward those. Because even when we saw this ward that they had on the gate, it was on the top right, and you might not guess that because you want to do the left side because you might cover the Ancients. So there's so many different wards, and it's really cool to see how players are deciding where to ward, and it's not something that's super obvious on the stream. So now when Purge is pointing it out, it's suddenly clear that these guys are thinking very well about where they're going to place their vision and how to make sure it's sneaky as well.
How come we don't see any earlier gems? Because I've watched a lot of the games and tried to see how many people are going for early gems, and it's not common, really rare.
What's the difference for early? What minute mark would you say?
20 minutes?
Yeah.
I think most games it's a pretty big thing to buy because if you lose it, it's a big advantage going to the enemy. So I think unless you're facing particular heroes like Templar Assassin, I think that's probably one of the heroes where I would say getting an early gem is good against. I would say it's usually not worth it. There's also not that many Invis heroes in the meta right now. We don't see Bounty Hunter, we don't see Ricky, Nyx Assassin. We've seen a couple of times.
We've seen some, but the impact is where the question really is.
Yeah, but I feel like most games are somewhat even at the 20-minute mark, and they only kind of explode around the 25 to 30 minutes. And at that point, you might look to get a gem, give it to a hero that's hard to kill, whatever it may be, like a Puck or some tanky hero. But it is a good thing to point out that because the games are later, the timing for the gem is also naturally going later.
Yeah, and something that maybe other teams should be looking towards a little bit. Who really knows? Everything is very fluid depending on the game state. And for this game state, Fear, as our resident carry player, if you're in Ghost position, you feel like you're firing up a storm, but you're seeing all of this other action, these pickups happening around the map. How could you change that from his POV in that game?
Micromanage your team better, I guess. Because I feel like, honestly, I feel like the carry players are pretty relevant to this game and the outcome.
Yeah.
Ghost, he played a good game. He did what he had to do. Maybe a couple slip-ups on those two deaths in the triangle. But if you're not doing anything with your other four heroes, eventually you will die, right? And that's kind of what this game felt like. Ghost was trying to be proactive. They were trying to do things, but the Shaker's just so underfarmed. Sumail is playing Invoker as well. They're not really in a position where they made enough plays to make enough space for Ghost to get to a point where he felt like he could take over the game. So yeah, in his position, I don't know. I guess he has to just micromanage his team better and tell him what to do on the map, because I'm not sure what else he could have done to change the outcome of this game.
I think there's something to say about the map formation that they're playing. Because Aurora had such a strong kickoff with their heroes where Doom or Shadow Fiend with one extra hero is a kill. So let's just say Bane Doom, Bane Shadow Fiend, Mars Doom, any combination is map threat, which I think is really good in this meta when two heroes can kill a hero alone. I think Ghost needed cover. He needed either GH or Omar to break smokes for him, and they didn't do that. He died twice, and that was very game-changing because he was the top network hero. So I don't know who needs to make this call. It could be the carry, it could just be the pause 5, it could be a team thing where they talk about this. But this is something I've seen, for example, P-Vision, which we're going to watch later today. When Satanic feels under threat, Ducalis is going to cover him. They at least had some conversation about it. And I don't see this from Nigma. It is I want to say it's an advanced gameplay thing, but all teams here should be aware that this is kind of a formation you can do. It's not like a super new concept. So something to look forward for next game.
Yeah, and that one's one of those things that it might be easy when we talk about it to implement, but how quickly can you change that around? Because these teams don't have too much time between a game 1 and a game 2. In fact, our game number 2 draft will be starting very soon. And we can talk about what we expect to be happening for this game 2. If Aurora is just going to feel very confident, run it back, or at least try and run back what they had in game 1, or if Enigma Galaxy are going to be having that reactionary, let's shift this SF now into a must ban for the first phase right now.
The SF does feel really strong. It's kind of weird to me because the hero is not flexible on their team, right? And I think that it makes it very obvious on how you can play around it. When Nigma, for example, had Noob rotate on mid, I thought that was really nice. Way to just get a kill on him. And he is super vulnerable to kill on mid because he's alone. There's no support to really back him up if you're playing ahead of the enemy team. But that being said, I don't know. I don't know how you're meant to deal with this, like, amount of burst damage. Maybe you need to take away his combos. Maybe it's more of a problem of having, like, Mars with it rather than just SF alone. Maybe it is just the SF. I wouldn't be angry if they banned it so that much. It seems very, very, very good, especially after you get Refresher.
In that graphic that we just saw, Mars was actually one of the more contested or the more played heroes in the common hero pool between these two. So I do wonder if, maybe we put a little bit more priority on getting the Mars for ourselves if you're on the side of Enigma Galaxy and place that SF in the band so it's like you're covering both aspects to it. But are we going to see that trap in a way feel where you have it, but it's not a good building block for that draft?
Potentially. I mean, I think these heroes together are really good, but by themselves might have a little bit less weight. And they're gonna do it. They're just gonna ban the Mars. I don't think this is gonna dissuade them from picking SF though. I think he'll talk and play without the Mars. I think Toronto Tokyo doesn't have a narrow hero pool either, so Mars being banned doesn't limit him too much either. However, Aurora is the one that did ban it, so they just don't want it to be in the pool. I don't hate it. I'm very curious to see what the trade is going to be. What is left in the pool actually? It seems like most of the meta stuff is banned. I suppose the Pugna is still in the pool. Something NGX did have some success with, good versus the Marcy too.
Out of first phase bans from last game, Disruptor and Marcy are the two that have changed up, and obviously Marcy's being picked up here, so there's only like one extra hero in the pool.
Yeah, I think I was kind of unhappy with how NGX prepared for the previous game, because I think from our point of view it was super easy to call everything.
Yeah.
Like, oh, they're gonna pick Shadow Fiend, oh, they're gonna pick Mars, and it didn't really seem like they had a good answer for it anyways. So this game, it looks a little bit different because it looks like NGX is willing to make some kind of trade here. They leave it Marcy and a Shadow Fiend, so they kind of had to choose which one they would prefer. I think Marcy, yesterday we did see NGX beat Marcy quite convincingly, but it was a different team. I think Aurora, Marcy fits their playstyle because it gives Nightfall this strong laner, this melee guy that goes in. He needs to play lane dominators, and Marcy's one of them. So I think it fits Aurora better. And the Bane response is, it's okay. We talked about how Bane is in general okay against Marcy because you have BKB control, which is what Marcy hates. But this doesn't seem like that strong right now. I think
Nightfall will play it.
I think Nightfall will play it.
Oh, really?
Nightfall does play Marcy in previous, hasn't this tournament, but has in previous. It's either that or Mira are the two main ones on the side of Aurora that like to pick her up.
Interesting, okay.
Oh, if they did play offlane though, couldn't you just pick a Tusk and then farm Bane over and over again in the lane?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good screams, yeah.
I don't know,
I mean, the thing is, like, you can do that. There's very few supports that can actually kind of not die to that. However, I think Marcy Tusk is very cheesy, and just, if your objective is just kill the support over and over again, that's not really going to win you the game, necessarily.
It's a lot of gold.
Depends on how much the Bane feeds, yeah.
He's 3.
But if you play a little more safe, and then you have a carry who can't die, you just, like, weather the storm and you'll be fine. But they might try and do it anyway.
So I think they're going to be forced to ban the Shadow Fiend here because I'm not sure if they have a good answer against it. No, this Disruptor, man. Alright, okay, they steal the Shadow Fiend.
There you go.
I don't know how much they've played Shadow Fiend on the side of NGX. I'm sure Sumail can play it, so it's not completely new, but there is no Mars this time. So that was probably the best pairing we had with Shadow Fiend as a core.
Yeah, we see the stats very quickly on the screen there. So it's male, played one game, lost with it this tournament so far. But that's only one. Not enough of a sample size, I feel.
I mean, if you lost with it, we already said that's enough.
That's it.
But if you
One
win
win,
once-
one win is not enough, but one loss is enough.
One loss is more than one win.
I can see a very simple draft for Aurora where they take Queen of Pain probably on 18. They're gonna pick double support here, with maybe a range support plus a Tusk, something along those lines. Queen of Pain on 18, which is a matchup they like against Shadow Fiend, and Kiyotaka is one of his best heroes. So I don't know, this Disruptor ban just... I get it that Marcy Disruptor is a very strong lane, but I don't know if you prioritize Disruptor over a core that's gonna take over the game.
This opening from Enigma Galaxy, by the way, the Bane SF, exactly how Aurora opened the draw. Just in an inverse way, right? Aurora in game 1 went SF and then Bane, so they definitely loved whatever was happening on the side of Aurora.
Yeah. I mean, SF just loves setup stuns, right? This is a hero that has no stun, but deals out tons of damage, so the Mars, the Bane, they all can set up his abilities and just pair very well with them. And they go for the Batrider, which... I mean, it's lost a bit of popularity. We used to see this hero all the time in the first phase bans, but now it's not being picked up quite as much. I would have still liked to see the Tusk, just because you do have that save versus grip at any stage of the game, and you do have the Marcy to pair with it. Maybe they'll still take it here.
They still could. I would like that, because especially when you're playing against this SF with Refresher on BKBs, having 2 BKB pacing abilities to cancel his ult and not let him dominate the team fight would be really nice. Being
It's a Bane counter as well.
Yeah.
Save for the grip.
What else is he? Well, we haven't seen Ringmaster much. The only other person that I know that's been playing it is Crit on the side of Falcons.
He gives you a save. I think that's the big purpose of this hero. Gives you a little bit of team fight with ult. Used to be strong in lane. I'm not so sure if this hero is the same in lane as it used to be. I think it got heavily nerfed.
Yeah, the hero's not as strong in lane as it used to be. He has some purpose in this game with, canceling grip, and it's still an okay laner. I think most likely it's going to be on Mira this game, and maybe it's just a personal preference thing. I think Tusk would have been a great choice and have Panto play the Batrider. We'll see what they end up doing with this. Now, the question is for NGX is what kind of offlane are they going to pair with this Shadow Fiend? Because we want something like a Mars, maybe a Centaur, something like this could
I mean,
be pretty
Shaker
stable.
is still in the pool.
That is true.
After last game, though, I'm not sure.
Okay, this is why I was hesitant to put it out there, because I knew Theo was going to say that.
I mean, it's real. You have a game 1 like that, and you feel like you could do absolutely nothing. You're going to be hesitant to go back to it for the next game.
Where did Undying go, man?
Just the wrong teams are playing, I think. A lot of teams do like Undying, but
Be patient.
Okay, sorry.
yeah, this is the wrong series.
I mean, okay, they take Tusk on the other team.
I mean, it's good, though. Like, I really have been enjoying Lycan, and I think every team at this tournament has been keeping a close eye on this hero and making sure their lineup is not susceptible to Lycan coming out. And the first 3 heroes aren't particularly good against it. Like, Ringmaster doesn't do anything, Batrider doesn't do a lot to Lycan. I mean, even Marcy to a degree isn't that great, so...
The most dominant Lycan game in pro games I saw in the last year was against a Batrider support.
It's very good versus bat support, yeah.
Yeah, it was freaking miserable. There was nothing they could do about it. There's no item they could buy to save themselves in any of the early game. It just made the support's lives unplayable to send these wolves at them.
What is the movement speed of the wolves?
Enough.
Too much.
I don't know.
I think is the correct answer.
I mean, if his ult is on or off, varies because he gets the haste, right?
Sure.
It's like when they cripple you and you just can't move and you take so much damage and it's impossible.
I don't know the exact move speed,
No.
but it's above hasted while ulted. Outside of that, I'm pretty sure, unless you have like some boost to travel hero, even the non-hasted ones are faster than you.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking too, but I just didn't know if you guys knew exactly.
385.
Well, I'm just saying, with you, I wouldn't have been surprised if you just pulled the number out. I got high expectations.
I've just been looking at the Tinker this whole time. I've been thinking, so
Kiyotaka.
that is a Kiyotaka special. I think it fits the same type of role where they wanted to carry from mid. I was thinking initially Queen, but because this guy's a Tinker specialist, when he saw 4 heroes, he decided to go for the Tinker, which I think is totally fine. With Marcy, you do want an additional carry on the team. And now you just want some kind of offlaner that gives you some more setup, probably. Maybe he goes back for the Magnus, maybe Centaur himself. Something like that I think would fit their lineup very well. And I think Aurora has a pretty good idea of what they're doing. NGX, the Lycan's been looking good for them. Noob's been playing a fantastic Lycan.
Yep.
They could use another core that goes in like last game, but I'm not sure if Ghost is going to want to play Alchemist again. He does get the counter matchup, so we do see the Magnus, and now Ghost gets to respond in any way he likes. I'm not sure if I don't want him to go on Morphling. I want something else. Maybe the Sven look better than the Alex, something like this.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think you are playing versus Tinker, which makes things a little bit more annoying because he does have a magic damage, and then you have to deal with the Magnus as well. So you could think heroes like Morph if you want, because it's good versus Mag, but then Tinker's really good against you there. Don't really want to play Juggernaut, which is good versus Tinker because they have a Magnus Marcy. Don't really want to play Lifestealer because you're versus Marcy. Oh, that's a good middle ground.
Yeah, Ursa's a good one.
It's a good middle ground.
Also, Ursa Lycan, if it does get to a point.
Very
it's
good,
actually
yeah.
a good Ags hero for the Lycan. So I like that combination. I think it's a good response. I would really be curious how Noob decides to play this game, because if he gets home with the Dominator at a decent timing, he could actually run mid with his ultimate and try to bake mid tower, and I think that could break the game if he does that. Tinker is a hero that relies on keeping his mid tower alive, stacking Ancient, stacking the 2 camps below him in the river, but if you break his mid tower and you start putting presence there, I think the hero can feel more like a burden on the team. So a lot of this will come down to gameplay again.
Which I don't really like to see because I think this is a high execution drop from NGX. Like, if things start going poorly, like you have this Ursa Battle Fury, the Shadow Fiend mid with a Lycan offlane, there's gonna be no space on the map for that. So you do have to have good lanes and good rotations, and then it could look really good. But if that doesn't happen, you don't have a fallback plan with this type of lineup. You're just hitting creeps.
So you're feeling kind of reminiscent of this game one, that if we see them have that sacrificial top tower or bottom tower in the first, 10 minutes, they're going to be split. They're going to be trying farming, and it's just setting up Aurora again for running as a 2, as a 3 group, and just...
If there's early daggers on Bat and Magnus, and
Yeah.
you're behind, that's not going to be good for NGX.
Okay. Tough to make something happen on the Enigma Galaxy lineup if you're behind here.
Yeah, I'm mostly just looking forward to these dogs eating the supports.
Guys, a little bit more hype, okay? It's a potential elimination, potential qualification here, alright? Enigma Galaxy on the verge of going home, Aurora Gaming on the verge of going to TI. Where's the lane, Ray? You're gonna put it all out there. I told you, my hype girl.
We're going straight to a game 3. This is going to be an absolute steamroll of a Lycan game. What can you even do? There's no way to counter it. We're going to a 3. We're getting a lot of hype. More go to 2. Hey, TI,
Well, before we know that, alright, as much as she wants to hype, we're gonna get into this game number 2. We're gonna see exactly how it does play out. If it's gonna be a little bit better for them, if that game number 3 will come our way. Either way, let's get on into it with Oracle and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. I believed every word she said.
Yes.
There was no doubt that she was a little bit unsurprised. The Lycan pick, a little bit crazy. I'm interested in it, though. Do you believe that it can do what they're talking about?
Yes.
Run in there, take that mid tower.
Kill supports.
Okay.
Bunch them up, I believe I heard from right there. I like
Gobble,
it.
gobble.
Is philosophers have often asked, who let the dogs out?
That was the Baja.
It was Nigma, it turns out.
Yeah, and we've got the potential for the Werebear to be running at people on Ghost. You know, it must be said, when Ghost is playing bear-oriented heroes, things seem to be going well for Nigma.
Okay. All right, that's it. That's the solution.
You gotta get the bears out.
There's a spirit animal situation happening here, I understand.
You know, Avery was making fun of me earlier for my magic deck.
Wait,
having
no,
a bunch of
hold on.
grizzly bears.
Avery made fun of you?
Yeah, I know. Can you believe it?
That's so he's usually such a calm and compassionate man who never makes fun of anyone. Or their mother.
That's right. So it's going to be, instead, the bears that all of their hopes and dreams are put onto. Can they do what's necessary?
Let's hope he's not just a 2-1 grizzly bear.
That's
Let's
right.
hope his toughness and power are a little bit larger than that.
True enough. It's 2-2 for 3. But anyways, it is going to be Marcy
bad card.
starting out with a crown, a couple of iron branches, and building immediately in towards that helm of the Dominator, as we have come to expect time and again. Hero that can really make the difference. Panto kind of getting set up over here. So is Omar. All right, 2v2 mid, no problem. Smell misses the second raise. Are they going to try and make this move in? Yes, they will. Nightmare, sleep, couple punches.
Alright, cool
And
2v2 mid. You know, fun fact, guys, there was actually like a full patch where we did this.
Yeah, when there's one extra creep in the wave.
Yeah, we just did this. We did 2v2 mid for a while. Ooh, those were
Interesting.
dark times.
Oh, I thought they were going to walk back, but no, Bane does finally TP. So Bane's going to get there a little bit before the Ringmaster does. Walks
Doesn't
out the
matter.
camp.
I guess that it did matter, yeah. Well done. And so we'll find it with the D ward, as one does.
Tokyo going to be chased down. Ghost there too. Forces him away, and Mira makes the move over and finds GH's courier for the hard work. So again,
So Toronto Tokyo has he's gotten around. You
Okay.
know, in terms of teams, he's made his way around. He did a little free agent shopping for a while and stuff. But also in terms of positions, he was of course a TI winning mid. He moved to 5. Tried to find his footing there with some heroes. Played a lot of Clock, Tree, and Undying. Eventually got quite good at it. I really liked his 5 by the end of it.
yeah.
And then he moved to 3. And I feel like it was almost like he started again. Like there's definitely some similences between mid and off lane. But his hero pool, you know, it wasn't quite finding its way. You know, Collapse was the mag player, right? But his mag now is stellar. I think it's his best hero in the off lane. Like if I wanted to clutch a game with Toronto Tokyo on my team, I would give him this mag.
That makes sense. I mean, he's been definitely the guy that has put together some solid performances. His Mars last time was insane. We were watching while you were talking about Toronto Tokyo, the mid lane beatdown that was going on.
Really hoping he was gonna live.
5-2 on Tinker versus 12-7. Sumail, in spite of these like couple of missed raises, is absolutely putting on a clinic here, and Kiyotaka is gonna have a tough time. He might even like try and push in on this wave a little bit. Yep, denies it out. Kiyotaka back behind the tower, forced to use the machines.
Hold on.
Oh!
Whoa!
Hits that raise, forces him away again.
What an item, or spell rather, of the translocating defense matrix.
And forcing Kiyotaka to salve up and backs out as he's going to keep on denying him. Steps over, going to get a rune. Okay, nothing for free in this lane. I mean, if there's one player that likes to sort of really put the screws to somebody on the mid lane, it's Sumail.
He's kind of made a name for himself doing it, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, down bottom, Omar gets found, tries to stay alive, not going to be able to.
And he tries to turn around a little bit there, but damage is not going to be there. So first blood for the Ringmaster, which for you and I, this is the first game we've had. I think this is only the 5th game for the hero so far at this TI. But it's that big save with the escape back that we're expecting later to be the determining factor as to why teams are still looking towards this hero after some of the other nerfs on the other spells.
Can make a big difference when you're playing against that Bane. Also, just even the Requiems that are going to get thrown out later on too, you know?
Yeah.
You get ridiculous magic resist inside that little safety area. Up to 80%.
It's pretty nice.
But did see down bottom while this pressure is being mounted on Ghost and GH. They got the special delivery of the Helm of Ironwill as Noob is going to rotate over and take this rune away. And Sumail gets the other water rune.
GH has the snowball up top. He's almost dead.
Mira on him, and oh, the blood grenade for the finish. Ghost wants to get some counterattack there, but it's not going to happen. Omar makes the move over.
Oh man, it's not enough. Even 2 points through, so I guess just let him go.
would love to find something here, and Kiyotaka actually gets translocated a little bit close to Omar.
Yeah, not quite close enough for him to make a quick play there, unfortunately for them.
Now they'll run into each other in the river. Panto. Omar does have a little bit of extra help here with the Wolves. Does he decide to go for anything? Does have Nightmare? Not opting to do it. Lets him go. But still, 29-14 to 14-3 on Kiyotaka.
And both supports are now here for Kiyotaka.
Oh my, that was very close to dead.
All right, this is it though. He's trying to pincer, you know.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, even if he were to flame break that SF, is there even a kill there?
I mean, maybe.
I don't know.
He's going for it.
Now it's just a harassing Bat Rider.
Yeah.
Leave my Tinker alone.
I mean, it's not like he's definitely beaten him in CS. Wait a minute, does he have enough mana for this? There's enough for one raise, gets the jump away, and it hits! Sumail finds the kill.
This is where I kind of wish my supports, just instead of coming mid, were clearing my camps and stacking. Yeah. Just make sure that there's no sentries, because unfortunately there are some. And Mira's going to stack the Ancients. GH won't be in time to block that, so at least that's the beginnings of reparations here for the Tinker.
Yeah, he needs something. But this is what you want to see. GH comes in, going to take out that ward. Now looking for Mira, can't quite get into range. The shards! Snowball pulls him in. Now they can pull him back in.
Yeah, this was all to deny an amplified damage room from Smell, by the way.
Goes for the punch. Smell finds himself another. Well, Smell's off to a good start.
Yeah.
The other hero, though, that is also having a very good time is Nightfall down at bottom. Currently highest net worth in the game by virtue of that Helm of the Dominator. And Ghost makes the move over. They're trying to stick around for this rune here. They do have Bane that can push at least one away. GH shows up as well, now hitting on the Mira. Nightfall showing up a little bit after the fact. Doesn't have a target to jump onto, but now he will. Pops the ultimate, tries to go onto Ghost, hits away at him. Ghost doesn't have 6. That's going to be a dead Ursa.
And it'll go to Toronto Tokyo there, and he'll Shrine of Wisdom. So carry rotates, kills the other carry. The rich get richer as he takes a decent lead now over Sumail in terms of net worth. And Ursa, you know, he's still doing okay, at the very least, right? It shouldn't be too disastrous. And it is a big rotation. Nightfall's going to make his way all the way back.
Yeah.
Gives a lot of space to Panta, though. He's happy to get some XP down on him.
That will be nice, because that probably sets up for his Helm creep to be coming out soon. They jump onto Sumail, though. Cannot afford to let this happen. Requiem and the interrupt. Kiyotaka, the one that finds the kill at Nightfall, helping out 2 lanes now.
That is, that's painful. I mean, that 3 points in the rebound, you know? You zip on in there. If there's not an immediate support help there, like, there's no time to rotate, right? This fleeting fury facet just makes the damage way too fast. Now, we might also see some similar bursts coming from the other way, though, right? We're going to have this Howl, we're going to have Shadow Fiend's Aura going on later. The physical damage burst is going to be super fast, especially with Tusk 6. Kiyotaka now going to find a Tusk, rotating into his triangle here.
GH just trying to stick nearby. See if he can soak some of this experience.
Or maybe, you know, Kiyotaka a little low. A chance for a play, perhaps.
Need to wait for the March of the Machines to end. They see all the targets. Go for some D-ward action. Mira's still here. He's just going to farm that with those heroes here. And Noob hiding. But very quickly they're going to realize he's there and feared away Noob.
Yeah, the team is too busy trying to help Kiyotaka, but she's going to come and leash some of this XP.
Trying to move all the way in. This doesn't feel worth it unless they can get the kill.
He got it there.
And now they got him. So Kiyotaka not able to translocate to the low side. And Mira actually no more Firefly left, but with the escape back, that's enough to get him away. But now Sumail shows up. Toronto Tokyo still waiting nearby. Hits 1-2, needs one more punch for the raise for the kill. Mira's gonna walk away. Omar not dead yet as he is feared and pushed back, but they got the kill they wanted on that Tinker.
And TPing on out, they will retreat, and they ruined some of his stacks. They got the kill. You can see also very wisely from GH holding this ice shards until after the translocate happens.
Noob now is going to take a troll, and this could be that opportunity to make the move they were talking about of trying to shut down that mid tier 1 tower. It's a haste rune on Sumail, almost completed Kaya, but also there's a chance they're just too worried about the defense that could be mounted.
Here's the frustration though, is that you put all this effort into mid, right? You killed the Stinker, you shut him down completely in terms of CS, but he just went back and farmed like 4 camps and creeps in like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And he is catching up to Sumail.
Yeah, it is an issue. You can see last hit's definitely an advantage. Slight GPM, the hero damage. SF able to be involved in a lot more this early going. It looks like they actually are going to lose that catapult too. Panto is level 6, Miro level 5. GH hoping to find somebody over here, but unless they bring that Lycan, it's unlikely they can make anything else happen. They kill off Ghost while that's going on. Panto goes for the wreck. It's just, this is not great for Nigma.
Kitan is just hating the Ancients.
They're losing hero after hero. They do bring over the Lycan though and get that tier 1 tower.
Here comes Nightfall.
Trying to hunt Omar. Now throws another raise out there, misses on that one, but able to jump away on Nightfall.
This is some messy Dota. Real scrappy stuff happening here.
Definitely is.
Ghost immediately just back up top, trying to get his way towards that Battle Fury. This was a big concern of the panel, was if the game slows down, if it doesn't start moving your direction, you have an Ursa who needs a Battle Fury. You have a Lycan who wants to farm the Overwhelming Helm, and yeah, this is what happened there. Just so easy.
That type of thing, you can't be allowed to happen. It's going to be a tough time for
The
Nigma.
Overwhelming Helm of the Overlord. I like that. I'm going to go with that.
So
Yeah.
well, looks like the next target is going to be bottom tier 1 tower. Our Omar and Noob are set up. Mira is over to the side, ready to defend. And Omar moves in, finds that Nightmare. Do they have enough to kill? Shadow Fiend not in position, and so they just have to give up on this.
That's kind of sad. Is he dead?
Yeah,
I think he's dead.
a little bit of a miscommunication there amongst the team as to where they were going to go. Although, okay, maybe Mira's dead too. He has a smoke.
Sumail, they're onto him.
He has a smoke. Sumail at the same time being chased.
Level 4 rebound.
And the jump in is there. Oh, he can break it afterwards too. No chance for a Requiem. A second time Nightfall has just had his number.
And like, look at the items on the zero while you're doing this, right?
Yeah.
Like, Helm we have turned into a farming item. It's a farming item at this point, but not for Mercy. Mercy is a roaming the map fighting item. And now going towards the armlet as well, so the damage boost is just ridiculous. And you get swag armlet toggles.
Well, now you're pushing the tower with a freaking creep too. Ghost does finish the Battle Fury, but he is a long ways away from really being able to be a presence in these fights. And all of that early game lead that was built up by Sumail in the laning stage has been pulled apart now. That's armlet delivered as it is finished.
I'm feeling a lot of pressure on Omar in this one. I feel like he's going to be the hope to maybe try and control this Mercy.
Nightmare and then a runaway. This is Blink Dagger on Toronto Tokyo. The hunt. They find him. Omar pulled back in, brought down.
Yeah, it turns out Shield Rune doesn't help that much when you have 890 HP.
You're not wrong. Dude, Aurora looking strong here in this game.
Just like even game one, just consistently connecting on every play they go for.
Yeah. Feels like they're prepared for where people are headed, and Mag again jumps up, finds GH, skewers him just to show him that he can.
Just to let him know.
Tokyo pauses. Back underway in just a sec. Maybe there's some issue with his settings, and that's why he couldn't find GH there. But regardless, they do have a pretty dominant control of the map right now on Aurora.
And the Kiyotaka Tinker.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, even or slightly behind, I still wouldn't even be concerned if I was on Aurora. But you get a little bit of a boost here.
Well, and like we talked about, there are going to be some windows in here where things start to look a little better for Enigma. One will be this Helm of the Overlord that Noob is working on. And they're trying to set up on a Nightfall down bottom. They're bringing everybody for this.
All right, getting crippled.
This has got to work. Snowball, chase, got him, punch, tries to jump away, Shard's dead.
All right, and the tower, surely, right? Getting something going here. Got Akai and Yasha for Sumail. All right, sit up in your seats, Enigma fans. They're coming back. Put us back on the main monitor.
Actually, they're going to be dragging the creep wave. Sin can still commit fully for this tower, but they won't have a creep wave for a little while.
They'll leave it like me, man. Look, they're going through the twin gate. They're going to try and save this top tower. Omar's running ahead trying to find something. Wants to get some vision down.
Is there. They see him.
All right.
Nightmare. GH. Oh, but they have to be careful of the mag.
Nice pass over.
Way. Lasso out. Trying to find that kill on Omar, and then the tame the beast. But with 5 heroes, suddenly Enigma realized they do not want to take that fight.
That has worked. It's given them the time. Sumail's going to go mid. He'll clear out that wave. They have the Helm of the Overlord down on Nuve. Just flying on his courier there. So they're clawing their way back here. As Ghost tries to move past this Battle Fury with this Blink Dagger.
GH still just being a ward for Ghost.
It looks like they're thinking about going in here with this Blink.
Well, they don't have Bat, and also Tinker is far away.
They have a good ward, but this seems a little spooky.
They have the blink reveal if they want to try and go on it. Thinking, jumping, Panto found. Panto, escape back, hoping to escape, not going to happen.
All right, nice. It's not the biggest skill, but it drives them back, holds your tower. You can probably deny it, honestly, but...
And I mean, importantly, it's also meaning that Ghost can still, like, sort of play on this side of the map and farm if they want to. And actually, they're kind of rapid to hope to find somebody over in this area.
I mean, there is a very easy Roche play here as well for them, right? I mean, they have Lycan, Shadow Fiend, Ursa. So if you connect on a kill or two here, I can imagine you can go for that pretty fast as well.
If they knew about Nightfall there. Ghost
Look at Nightfall grabbing the Ancients, pulling them to the stairs to farm them over here.
Jumps in. Got him. Nightfall, if they can get this kill, it's huge. They move in and do find it.
Alright, sometimes you just Giga Brain too much, though. Thinking that you're being safe by farming that fire, it doesn't matter. The initiation's too great, and that's Roche. I mean, this is exactly what they wanted.
The Galaxy, after a poor showing in game number 1, starting to put the pieces together here in this game too. And for Aurora, you still have that sort of pressure release valve of the Tinker going later and later, who just now finishes the Aghanim Scepter. But Ursa getting what he wants is a little scary.
Alright, we're gonna get her bouncing Shrink Ray.
They turn. Has Lasso ready.
Get him with the Ice Fireball! Oh, come on. Let the Ice Shaman chuck it out. Are those eyes on his horns?
I would say yeah, probably.
What a confusing looking fella.
Well, Toronto Tokyo queuing up the Aghanim Scepter next, so they'll have further ways to go for a quick jump and slight initiation.
It's a good thing you got those settings fixed.
That's true.
That's a lot of buttons.
This is the other thing, is like not having to show people if they can play around this ward again. They know they're coming up here. 4 heroes. Tinker can show up at a moment's notice.
It's the staircase of death.
Smoke breaks. They see Mira. They see Nightfall. There's the Walrus Punch jumping from Ghost dead. They're still under vision here. Aurora have to back away.
News Creep is scouting the way here with the Wolves.
They did get the tower.
Yeah, tried to get denied there, but couldn't quite get it. The Creep from Nightfall finished it off, and he'll go back to farming the Agents, where he died last time. But, yeah, Enigma pick up a kill. They get the Bat Rider, which is great, because he wants to slow down his progression here from Mira. And a Blink now also done on GH's Tusk. So that big physical damage burst, still pretty scary.
You know what, they're also coming up with the other answer. Noob has a Nullifier queued and is about halfway to it.
That's, I mean, it's just a class guide for Lycan, but also this Tinker, right? We're trying to dispel this defense matrix.
You see him there underneath the Wolves. But it's been a good job by Aurora to sort of keep things steady in spite of losing several heroes around the map. Jump in, Ghost! Woo! Right on top of him.
Yeah, no mysteries about what he wants, right? He wants BKB and he wants Bash. I can get behind that. Trying to go 1v1 versus the Marcy, the Bash will make a massive difference, and then just with these little catches that he's going to be constantly trying to do.
GH consistently scouting for the Ursa Bear. And at the 20-minute mark, Noob takes the Tormentor, gets it for Omar. When all this like mass damage is coming in and there's a ton of summons out, it does actually make a pretty big difference for the Bane.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt.
Ghost. Tiki away again. Has to be careful next time you do that on Kiyotaka. With GH having Blink Dagger done, can maybe find him out around. Although actually, GH has his Blink Dagger in his backpack.
That's
There he goes.
timing is coming soon here though for Aurora, as we do have the Agnum Scepter finished on Toronto Tokyo, and we have level 16 on Kiyotaka. So if he gets level 18, we're going to be having the roaming plus the Keen Conveyance on the heroes, and it really starts to just be a true global threat for them.
Looks like it's a smoke up from a couple. As Aegis still in hand for another minute. Enigma would love to get involved using this, and they're anticipating some move on this creep wave here.
So they're trying to find something up in the triangle so they can take the tier 2 top perhaps. But it's just going to be empty space that they come across right now.
Tinker's farming those back other camps, while Enigma head through the mid lane and are going to go right uphill into the entire rest of the team that are already smoked up. This is an Aegis carrier, though. You're kind of okay with this, as long as you can survive the second salvo. But GH caught, RP used down once. Can the rest of the team get here to help? Omar looking from the low ground does have Fiend Script at the ready. He gets it now onto the Mercy, but broken immediately out by the Mag. Ghost tries to back away. Can they get out of there? Ghost running from the Marcy, has Blink up to run out. So when all is said and done, it looks like it's going to be potentially Bane and Tusk going down, as Aurora counter out their movements very well.
Yeah, they also had a really nice setup there with the way this Sumail blinked in with the ulti. Trying to help break things apart there, but it just didn't quite work the way they were hoping. And the save, in terms of just not being able to bring down Nightfall right away, just turned that into a no longer in our favor engagement for Enigma. Felt very forced that Aegis, didn't it?
Oh yeah.
They're just like, we want to fight. We don't want to just try and force down the structure. We're trying to actually get some sort of kill here onto Aurora.
So Panto walks over and puts a sentry ward down. He's like, there's no way they just jumped uphill with no vision.
Well,
it turns out there is no ward. They did just do that. Speaking of Panto,
yeah, he's in a bit of a dangerous spot, isn't he?
feel unsafe at the moment. Kiyotaka still playing this really effectively. Omar is here though, and a little wraparound gets up to the high ground. Oh, and they can't get there in time.
That is
Now, Sumail pulled back in, and another time where he is going to get caught out and no solution.
Enigma starting to move over there, but oh, there's a grab. Walrus force punch, tries to save.
Ghost turns,
Nice.
punches, kills. Nightfall now, managed to kill happen onto Omar. Ghost enrages, tries to run after, not gonna work. There's the RP, pulls him back in. Ghost now in trouble, hits, punches. Isn't it enough? No. They don't quite have what it takes to kill off Nightfall. Instead, it's gonna be Noob, who's rooted, pulls him back in. Get over here.
That is just disgusting.
No way out.
Just infinitely warp flaring that Lycan. I mean, I don't really feel bad because they're playing Lycans, so it's fair.
I mean, that's what you get when you rush the nullifier, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's the right move, but no BKB means they can do that.
That's going to build us into a 2K leader. 1,100 gold going to the Tinker right now.
Big swing. You can still see, though, it's considered very even. Anything's still possible. Only 25 minutes into this game.
I mean, a lot of it's going to come down to vision, but look at this deep ward that they have planted by Mira. Like, they are spawning Sumail right now, GH. He's got a sentry, but I also maybe wouldn't have expected that. And that could open up an opportunity here as Nightfall is camping in the mid with Panto nearby. Omar, he's going to get away with getting the sentry. The rest of the team are backing away on Aurora, so... No kills right now. They don't want to force anything until the BKB's back up, but that's coming at a moment here. Mira's already started the Firefly.
They would really love to be able
They
to
got a
go
reward in
for
the
it.
same spot again.
Yeah, and there's GH. Ghost, realizing what's going on, has to back out. Does need to be careful, though, because he's retreating to that ward, and Toronto Tokyo is looking. And Toronto Tokyo might just find him. Ghost found. Has to enrage, try and run away. Backs out, Mira there, the save, it's not coming quick enough. Omar gets the Nightmare onto the Tinker, and a channel there on it to Nightfall, but Toronto Tokyo sticks around long enough that they manage to kill him again.
And when you try so hard, and he still dies. Oh, that ward. Yep, that paid off. Cost Mira his life, but he gets a double kill for the team. And we'll just further drop aggressive wards here once again.
Unreal. The ward, the vision, Enigma getting pulled apart by this. And it has been the sort of deciding factor, those big map movements around. Or the ones outplaying them right now.
Yeah, for a while we were just getting like kind of supports dying over and over again here, but now it's many pickoffs in a row here now for Aurora. Only losing here a couple of times.
But they find him.
Hello?
Nullifier. Okay, talk about map movements. They were ready. Enigma not done yet, and that is Roche up.
That's 75 seconds of no Tinker as well. So
Wow.
they are not engaging with this one. Man, they needed that so badly on the side of Tinker.
Whoever called that MVP play right there for Enigma, because it was really falling off the rails.
That could be a massive turning point in this game because, yeah, the momentum was just totally lost. You're dying in your own ancients. Even right now, you still have Nightfall pushing bottom lane right now with his helm.
My goodness. All right, Panto.
He's just making sure there's no one else in the team chat right now.
The lead gets cut significantly, and those moments where you find one particular pickoff, is that Panto being like, Kitaka, did you hear me say that they might be coming over there? Check headset.
Literally, there must be something wrong with my headset. Every support player ever. No, it's weird because, like, maybe, it's either your headset or maybe it's your monitor because, like, my ward saw them. But, like, you still went there? You know, it's the life of the support player usually.
Right. Settle down, won't you, as we get set for the 28-minute shrine. Nightfall on the other side for them. Mira gets jumped on. GH snowball punch. And now to claim the wisdom. Ghost says, this is mine. Get out of here, Tusk.
Man, this game is really going to come down to just lockdown and control between this Ursa and this Marcy, right? Yeah, that's really what we've got. I mean, Nightfall is massive at this point. He's got Revenant's Roach, he's got Zone Basher, so it's going to be who gets lucky on the rolls of the bashes and whose supports are able to offer them a little bit of control, because they just have such massive damage on the Ursa and the Marcy, right?
Yes.
It's just, can we actually hit people?
Omar finds Toronto Tokyo in the mid lane, waiting for the rest of the squad to show up. Yataka is over here too. They've got a way to jump if they want it. Now, instead, they find a Tinker again! Yataka! He went in like a madman, and now they're both in trouble! Panto also going to fall! They did not anticipate the team was there, I guess, and now Toronto Tokyo hoping to charge away. Oh, Nick, are they running into the fountain? Slow down, everybody. Whoa there, doggy.
Yeah, I think he thought he had the cover to from Ringmaster, but the Hypnotize, it does eventually cancel the grip, but it doesn't matter at that point. Obviously, the damage is just way too quick from Sumail. Blowing him up with the Requiem.
Yeah, no BKB used in that one either. Again, not that it necessarily might have made the difference, but another Walrus Punch connection. Mira, he's found, and Ghost is there. Enigma starting to fire on all cylinders. And you talk about momentum. That first Tinker kill leading directly into the second one.
Yep.
I mean, Yutaga's been out of the game more than he's been playing it for the past 4 or 5 minutes.
That certainly feels that way. And plus, they immediately, of course, got the Aegis, which is what let them play aggressive in the first place there. So, yeah, things starting to go their way for a little while now. Still have a 9-second BKB available on this SF as well. Sumail can stand tall in this one and start to contemplate his next item. Figure out what he needs to do. Try and win them this game.
Does look like Abyssal Blade is going to be the call for the Marcy.
And unsurprisingly, Sumail is going Scythe. I mean, it's Shadow Fiend, right? They love it too much.
Noob, in the meantime, going to take the second Tormentor of the game now. It's GH that gets the Shard. Still another 2 minutes left on this Aegis. And for Aurora, I mean, it's weird, right? You're building all these Aeon discs to try and deal with that like initial jump that's coming out. They've got tremendous save between that, the Escape Act, all the rest of it. You know, you've also got, of course, the defense matrix. But it kind of feels like Enigma's more itemizing just to find those kills.
And then you got Ghost with the eggs as well, so...
Right.
Because, like, the disaster is Ghost dies, but now he's got Aegis for a little bit, and also the egg himself here versus the Bat Rat. As, yeah, there's that Abyssal, so... Can quite easily go the other way. Much like we just saw that Tinker explode in a few seconds. There's a good chance the same thing can happen to a single hero on Enigma as well. This game is very much feeling like a coin flip at the moment.
Down bottom, Lycan is going to be leading the way for the rest of Enigma to get in position and to have that ward they're playing around.
Mira just consistently just trying to cut these waves. Like, he is just not...
Tinker again?
Okay. That seems a little crazy with what your Bat Rider's doing. That's terrifying to go for that.
I mean, you're playing on the edge, right? That's Tinker, I guess. And with the wave cut now... He didn't know if he was going to catch him there, but he did get him. But now, Ghost tries to walk away from this one. Still has 20 seconds left on the Aegis.
Smells coming, but again, there's no record.
He has BKB. Gonna pop it, try and run. Ghost backs away. Nightfall on the hunt, chases after him. Omar, there he got caught in the RP! Oh, it could have gone so well, but the RP was perfect.
Trying to slow them down. They're going to keep on chasing. Jump off the wolf in one.
Omar tries to Nightmare to get away. Not going to happen. How different that could have looked if you get the Nightmare onto the mag, and instead they find him. He's rooted. He's in trouble. Noob needing to run away. Doesn't have a TP to escape. And so this is going to be a slow, dismal death for Noob.
Sends the creep.
There's nothing you can do against this. Can nullify, try and punch, but
there's a little teeny tiny Lycan.
He's gone.
At the end of it, you're just like a little stuffed animal.
Hey, he's the little guy.
Shrink ray. Honey, I shrunk the lichen.
It's an old movie, man.
They're making a new one, aren't they?
Are they?
Yeah, I think they actually are. I think he's back. Rick Moranis is returning.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's hype. I love Rick Moranis. Well, be on the lookout for that, everybody, as only 2,000 gold separate.
Unsponsored, by the way.
We got an E-Blade on Tinker. So more ways to frustrate the fight.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? Being annoying in Dota.
Sumail, quick blink. Tinker was TP'ing in. Could have been the death of him. Yeah, I mean, it's so much down to vision. And that has been a thing that Aurora has been able to outplay Nigma on so far. The wards, finding them around the map. You would imagine with the Lycan in the game that Nigma could be in a little bit better position with it, but it's not been easy.
Part of it is that vision is just so hard to use against Tinker. It doesn't seem to really help. Like, the Tinkers are always in these spots where it's really hard to cover the vision with anyway, you know? Like, they have great deep wards right now, and the Wolves have been scouting a lot, but oftentimes you're just not in a spot where the wards have to help you. Lasso cooldown getting reduced now with the 15 talents. The site now done for Sumail. We're setting up for a Roche fight in potentially 1 minute.
And this is one that Aurora will likely try and contest. They smoke up already. And a couple of big items also finish now. You've got Lincoln Sphere done on Mag. The Marcy finishing a butterfly.
That's a lot of damage right now from Nightfall. And very survivable.
Is a little bit funky in a way. I mean, I guess that it's still not going to matter, but like, with all of the sort of instant bursts that you have, I guess it depends on if they can find Pantor or not. Because if he can escape axe, then you make sure you get the BKB off on Nightfall.
Mm-hmm.
But smoke on smoke. Tinker will create some imbalances in terms of the lane pressure, which could end up making the difference here. Is that a long Roche respawn? We've got coming up.
It certainly is, but it's almost max timing.
Yeah.
So that's going to be about a 3-minute rush.
So we have a while before anything gets picked up here.
Yeah, Rune not going to result in death in 36 minutes, like it feels like it has been lately. Seems like it's not the runes giving people Roche, it's the runes causing someone to die.
Yeah. Wait, and when this being max spawn, it also means that most likely they will be fighting around this bottom side of the map. They may use another smoke now.
And they're just occupying so much space right now on the side of Aurora. Like, you've got the Tinker just constantly pushing top, they're able to hold
Courier?
mid.
Follow.
Oh,
the Tinker, no, goes! No! Oh, it was a gem, but the Tinker was TP'ing in.
I wonder if he would have finished that DB anyway. Like, you don't know where he is.
I mean, yeah, you do what you do. God, that's got to be frustrating, though.
Alright, what's that? Wusa, T, Wusa. You know, touch the shoulder, touch the shoulder.
Exactly. Reset. Everything's going to be fine.
And they got the gem.
They're doing the map flip, though, which you always love to see. Oh, he's sending out the courier to try and...
Yep.
Okay. Now they're hunting.
This might get the scoop. Sacrificial courier, perhaps? No. Not okay, not jumping in.
Wise decision from Sumail to get back to his team right afterwards.
And you know they're going to go check Roche right now and be like, surely it's up by now, right? You know, like,
Not a ton of vision in this area, but they are going to walk over a ward if they keep going up this direction through the river.
did you see that horn toss? Toronto was going crazy. He just blinked high on a horn toss.
They're just out of the vision right now. Nightfall, they're playing on their ward, and they see him. Nightfall is showing. Okay, they're not going to go. There's no way for really Nigma to jump and pull them out of position in the same way that the Mag offers it.
Scouting the 58 shards.
Toronto Tokyo goes underneath vision again. and finds one. Hides away for a second. Ghost backs out. Now they lasso, pull in. They get control over the mag. And Sumail jumps forward. No mag in this fight for the moment. Can they get anything else here? Ghost backs away. Fiend's Grip saved by the escape back. Mira still staying alive in this fight, looking good as mag comes back into it. Ghost is going to fall, and Roche going to go the direction of Aurora.
I mean, doesn't get much better than that for a scoop, right? Picking up that Ursa, taking him out of the fight immediately. They have two big problems on Aurora, right? It's the Marcy and the Tinker. And likewise against Shadow Fiend and the Ursa, but the mobility it just feels so different. And it feels like it's so much easier for the Marcy and the Tinker to just be in the exact position as much as they want, right? Because you've got the blink plus the rebound. Like, it's Tinker blinking everywhere, Marcy rebounding everywhere.
Well, and SF is sort of like, I feel like it's a fake being afraid of him right now. You know, it's like, yeah, you can do some good damage, but oftentimes, you know, the Requiem's going off into the BKBs, whereas Tinker, like, if you find one person solo, they're potentially just done. Although I guess he doesn't have Hex yet. Oh, he does have Hex, yeah, so it's even worse.
Yeah, also, I'm a big Outworld staff hater. I swear, it just makes it easier every time. Every carry, it's like, oh, I got pulled in, Outworld staff. It's like, oh, I should get over there and make sure I follow up on this play now.
Nightfall. Hitting high ground with 4.5 minutes left on this Aegis. They've got a creep. They have a Nightmare. Can pull him in pretty far here. Fortunate part is that there really isn't an answer after the fact. Walrus punches Toronto Tokyo, jumped onto him, Hex is there. Oh, keeps him alive, and wait, no! Kitaka! He's in way too far!
And Noob's in too. He's bringing up the
jumps
backline.
onto Toronto Tokyo, the refresh is there, but she ain't staying at the lift. Dual Scepter chase down onto Nightfall, in some trouble. Ghost gets the enrage off, and they're still chasing. Can he get there in time? The punch! It's there! And then they reclaim that Aegis.
It might have taken 2 games, but the pincer comes eventually.
Oh, they got him. Nightfall snowballed through. 4 dead just when you think you're safe. They pull you back down.
Props to Noob. Very, very good play. Make sure he's out there, because you can imagine that Toronto Tokyo was ready, right? Trying to make that big save play. But he ensures that there's not going to be any sort of a Magnus to mess that up.
Oh, and they find Mira. The vision, it's been there. And now it's Tinker alone who just bought back. Kitaka, if he dies here, it actually could just be over.
How do they actually push though? What's the plan?
That's a good point.
The wave's gonna die. Omar has grip.
Yeah.
But
No blink though.
yeah, exactly. So how do they actually get to this guy?
Well, Kitaka is hitting creeps right now.
And he doesn't have a wave coming in. Okay, they're gonna get the wolves to the back line.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if he can come back into this right now. Ghost is going to run mid.
They want a lane so bad.
They have now the Ringmaster back up.
And the banner's down.
Sets to the side. Mag is also regenning back alive. Doesn't have RP for 30 seconds.
And they just failed. They
Yeah.
said, we got the melees. Hopefully the creeps can finish the range tracks. And they do. So that's a big win for them as they're retreating.
God. Dude, these games, 42 minutes again, and very much on the verge of going to 3 games. This is 3 times. I mean, I guess it's just the nature of Tinker, right? It's so feast or famine. If you get caught out at all, it looks really, really bad. But Sumail able to catch him and just completely dismantle him.
I have a question. Is a BKB like a car? Like, is it the second it comes out of the shop, does it lose half its value, or do you actually have to use the 9 seconds first? Because, like, right now, Kitaka still has this really nice, shiny BKB.
You're right, you know, it's
For sale, never used.
it is still a 9-second BKB on Kitaka. Yeah, it's a little interesting. Yeah,
He might need to pop that
about that.
before he goes high ground next time. But, you know, of course, it's very easy to say that from our position, it turns out. It's weird. It's almost like we have omnipotent vision or something.
All of it. 26 to 23. The weird part about this is that I feel like Nigmas still have to get like sort of a clutch find around the map. Because they definitely can't do anything resembling high ground if like a couple of heroes are alive.
Especially one with Stinger, yeah.
But they also have the win condition of Tinker having bought back.
That's true. But it's the beginning of these fights where we have Mag plus Bat, and how do you start a fight as Nigma, right? I mean, we're talking about a Tinker who was holding high ground by himself and thinking, how do they get to this Tinker? And you look at the heroes and you're like, they can't. Right. Omar's thinking about that blink.
And that will be, I think, the big decider. Because he's already got hacked, right? So it's pretty hard if the Ringmaster is under control to get him out from that. Like, you can hypothetically do it with Toronto, Tokyo, skewer plays, or whatever else you want to do, but it's sketch. RP, I mean. But 3 minutes until Roche is capable of respawning a noob. Almost done with the Werebear Maker.
Oh, yes, of course. Mentioned on the panel. Bring this one up. It's a very good combo. Because it's just, it's a Werebear. It's like you said. It's just a straight up crazy thing to have.
I think, too, Ghost, very difficult for them to really take this guy down.
They made it look kind of easy to land. They grabbed him.
It's true, but now he's got level 25 too, right?
That's true, that's massive.
The Earthshark 2 charges with the shard means he's just basically enraged almost perma.
It's really annoying to deal with. But if they get the, the double tap there where he doesn't get a chance to use his ulti multiple times via that shot would be nice, but they're moving in, they're smoked up.
They have the wolf bite. Noob ready to jump and turn him into a wolf at any given point, and there it is, Ghost, wolf mode. Lycan, wolf mode, okay, push to the high ground, now pull to the low ground, now Ghost off to the side, they get the Bound Rider, control to Toronto, Tokyo, and is immediately taken apart and destroyed. The grip is there, Marcy is no more. They also find Kiyotaka, the Hex out, I don't know if it's gonna stop Mira, they try and get away, TP out, yes! Kiyotaka somehow lives, and they buy back on back in Ringmaster.
Trail's getting low.
Hold on just a second now. That might actually... The fact that Kiyotaka gets out, I think they can defend.
It's 3 buybacks, though. It was very costly. So, Enigma, if they can just get out of here without losing anything, this is a big win for them.
My goodness. 21,000 gold lead now. Yeah, it's a huge lead for Enigma.
Still holding a pretty aggressive position here. GH looking to see if he can spot somebody.
Want to keep those lanes shoved in, as there's still a minute before Roche is going to be capable of respawning.
No refresher this time for Sumail. No BKB for 38, so don't want to get too crazy.
That's the thing. Like, GH is ahead of Toronto, Tokyo right now in terms of farm. And sort of speaking the issues that they've got right now. Are they going to try and go high ground?
No.
Dude, there's no way that you should be doing this. They do jump, find and kill Mira. Okay, this is... If it works, it's brilliant.
It is. If it works, it's good. But it's very scary when you're watching an Ursa with no BKB starting this versus Tinker. But hey, it's back now. It's come back online. Sumail has his BKB too, so they managed to hit that. But here we go.
Oh, no. Enigma, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Dude, it was a minute till Roche. Just chill. Just chill, guys.
What is there to gain?
A tower? Okay, alright, it's okay. Bearman is back up in 80. What's the Roche timer look like?
Oh yeah, let's see. It's a relatively quick one. It'll be like a minute and like 10 or something.
Okay.
So, about a minute and a little bit from now.
Alright, so the Ursa should be back up by that point. Were there any, like, items gained via that kill for Aurora?
Oh, for Aurora?
Doesn't look like it.
You know what we need is we need Toronto as refresher, but like you were just pointing out before that fight started, is that he's not looking too hot because this is the vacuum effect of Tinker, where Tinker is moving across the whole map, sucking up all the farm. You get one big core, and then your other core's there, and then some core gets sacked. And then this game is Toronto Tokyo, so he's getting a refresher. So he's been fantastic for only having one horn toss and one RP, let me say. He looks like a refresher mag.
Dude, I just want another game 3. That's all I want here. Let's see if they can make it happen. Aurora still on the verge of making it to TI. All they have to do is make this comeback happen. And Toronto Tokyo sees a ward, is going to be punished, but he gets it. He escaped back to keep him alive. Now Nightfall on to Sumail. How much damage do they have? Kiyotaka shows up, finds a Hex. Sumail in trouble, but he gets the Requiem off, and he walks away. The grip from the side. It's just the supports focusing Nightfall. There's no follow-up damage. RP used now onto 2GH in further trouble. They get the last of the pullback on Anu. There's no bear. There's no anybody. What the hell is happening? Nigma, they lose another fight, and now they're going to lose Roche. Why? Oh, why did it have to happen like this?
I mean, they saw an opportunity on the ward, felt like they could go for it. The saves haven't been there. That has been the case, right? But this time they were. And they broke it up. Unfortunately, not able to get off too much there, even from Sumail. And I don't know what happened to Ghost. I'll be real, I did not see him. All I know is he TV'd home.
Yeah, he wasn't there. He couldn't do anything. He didn't get any damage
All
out.
right, let me see here. Yes, good. I need this.
Ghost.
Where's my Ursa?
Where? I don't see him. Yeah, no, because he's still dead.
Oh, he was still dead when they
yeah.
started the fight. Right.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's when you should start a fight, when he's still dead.
When you don't have the carry.
Right.
That makes
Okay.
sense.
Sorry, that's our bad.
Wait, yeah, our bad. Sorry about that,
Yeah.
everybody. Well, it didn't go great for Nigma.
No.
I think you were right when you said when they're ahead, it's when they're at their weakest.
Yes, yeah, no, the fans know this. I've learned this. They've taught me so much.
Oh, God.
Where's the
Ursa? Oh, no. Little Ursa man.
But he looks good doing it. That's for sure.
That's faith that we had in Nigma. We're like, there's no way they would start that fight without the Ursa being there.
Yeah, but no one would have expected you to get ganked on a ward when the Ursa's
That's
dead,
true.
right?
Oh, it's the next level play. Okay, the lead is now down to 9K, and I think it's about to drop further. They're about to get Aegis Cheese, Refresher, Roche Banner, and...
That's a lot of stuff, Lyrical.
I don't know. I feel like we're going to be back to even again.
I mean, games looked a lot easier for old Panto since he got a Blink Dagger. Now he's supposed to do an Aether Lens. He's even considering a BKB, which...
They give this to Mag, right? Since he bought back? No, they're giving it to Nightfall. Okay. That's interesting. The part that's weird about this to me is that I don't know if Aurora really want to make a move either because they don't have buyback on 3 of their heroes.
What is happening down here?
Jeez, bro.
Oh my. I need your computer to be fixed.
Oh my God, they're just in range. They see him. I don't know if they see Ghost though. They might. Yeah, they do. Okay, they know. I need to take another hit of my inhaler, man. I gotta reset myself.
You pop that up, buddy.
Jeez.
Can maybe go head to Enigma too, maybe.
All right, I'm ready.
On
We're
the
good.
break.
Just take a deep breath, everybody. Gather yourselves. Get a little woosah energy in. We're on this. Look at this wild ride of a graph that we're flying along on.
Yeah.
This is the type of Dota that you want to see. Only, what is that, 100 XP separating those two?
Right, yeah, really massive gap here.
Oh, man.
Plus 1%.
Jeez. Yeah, it's nuts. I mean, win probability, it's still favored for Enigma 72%, but I've seen these graphs drop to nothing. All it takes is, getting a little bit too crazy as this game goes further.
It's still what?
Yeah.
72%?
I mean, it might not have had time to, catch back up. That could be part of it, too.
It should be a buyback thing, too.
Yeah.
I mean, that is fair, right? If you just lose Magnus now, it's going to be a tough game. All right, well, game is unpausing. Lyrical's had his puffer. We're good to go.
So 30 to 28. And an Aeon Disc done. So we've got quite a few of those on the field right now. 3 of them for Aurora. And Kiyotaka trying to angle towards the Arcane Blink, I believe.
How many cheeses do we have? They have a cheese on Ringmaster, they have a cheese on Magnus, we got some Lotuses. We're close to a block of cheese, in fact.
Yeah, that could be another one to pick up.
What do you think is the fraction of the piece of cheese of a wheel of cheese?
The fraction of a piece
Like,
of
if
cheese.
you look at that piece of cheese, what
Yeah.
fraction of a wheel of cheese do you think that is?
I think that is a sixth
I
of
would
a
say
wheel
a
of cheese.
sixth or an eighth. Yeah, one of the two.
I think it's more towards the sixth.
So, like, could we bring back the wheel of cheese if you get 6 cheese?
That's what the block of cheese is.
Yeah, I know, but I want a bigger one. I want the wheel of cheese.
The wheel of cheese.
Yeah, I want those
like the
giant,
wheel of
like,
wonder.
those ones that are massive, you know?
Oh yeah. You make pasta in it. You know what I'm talking about? Have you seen that? There's
sounds
people that
amazing.
yeah, they go hollow out a little bowl of Parmesan and then they make the pasta in it. Oh, it's legit.
I mean, the only cheese in this game is Kiyotaka's Tinker.
That's true. He's cheesing it up right now as they're heading on over towards that Tormentor. Or just a gank through the Twin Gate. Okay. Interesting. I mean, this is a game where it just all turns into tactics, map movements, trying to shove out these waves, and that's the value of Tinker in these ones, is that, you're sort of constantly putting that pressure on Nigma, and on the flip side, as Nigma, you can find that Tinker out and just suddenly win the game, maybe.
And look what they're doing, right? Panzer's putting these really deep wards down here because these are the spots. Like that's why they're smoking here. I mean, they did scan first, but I think it's to plant these wards.
Yeah.
Because they have this crazy good pickoff, and they're going to put it in what you feel is like the safest place to farm if the game goes back to a stalemate over the next, time of this ward's life.
The next 6 minutes, those wards are the attempt by Aurora to win the game.
And it's also going to cover them while they take the Tormentor if they want. Although today, oh yeah, I mean they still got mag shard actually. Oh, and wow, they have no shards actually.
Yeah, both of them.
They got 3 of them to go.
Ready if they want to do it, but maybe it's a little sketch. Meanwhile, down bottom, the Tinker is having to deal with the creep wave.
I mean, we've seen some of these late Tormentors chunk down quite a bit of the team, so they are a dangerous thing to go for.
Are they going to try and pressure in mid? Yeah, this is a nice move. So if they send in the creep, and this is a range rack that I think they're just going to get.
Firebomb!
Oh, the creep wave isn't all the way pushed in yet, but it will be soon.
Yeah, it's coming bottom.
Okay. Sending in the creeps.
I wonder if Kiyotaka's worried about going back too, because they could be smoked up and lurking there,
They are all there.
I was thinking in space, but he doesn't seem too worried about it. The Wolves are back up now.
They start to take it down. That's going to be a full range rack.
Oh, sorry, I take it back. Here's the cheese.
They kill off all the wolves, but they got what they came for. Meanwhile, Aurora trying to do a similar thing. The problem is they really don't have tower hitters either. They'll jump in with Nightfall. Last time this happened, he got nightmared and pulled all the way to the side of the full Requiem out. He is gone. That Aegis one time. Ghost still fine for the moment. Hypnotize needs to back out. Ghost starting to hit. It's a grip onto Marcy. Marcy is dead. That's 2 times through. Toronto Tokyo finds his target. They get a nice little Lotus pass over. Noob starting to nullify. Punch down, beat down. That is 3 dead, 1 without buyback. Kiyotaka hoping to escape the translocator, pushes him away and able to get the big blink out. Meanwhile, Mira, the snowball chase down is coming. Enigma, they got what they came for. 4 dead, ready to run down a lane. Only the Tinker to stop him.
Gonna try and stand tall on this high ground. He does have the backup of the Marcy to maybe come back here if Nightfall wants to join him. It's gonna have to be just for the throne though. I cannot imagine them defending anywhere close to the outside of this base.
And you can see up top that Roche's banner was never dealt with, so they're slowly going to be losing their towers. Something to keep your eyes on. Omar able to dodge for a moment, but is eventually dead.
And the team's not here. It's a discombobulated attempt at a little push here, which just costs you your vein his life.
And now I don't think they can go anymore. Oh, man. Okay. That's still 2 buybacks used.
Okay, there's a minute of no Magnus.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? Kiyotaka is back at their base.
And look, they're losing these creeps at least, and pretty soon
It's the world's
losing the
greatest
tower.
banner, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
No banner has ever done so much work. Holding that push that entire time. Nigma still lurking near the base, have ward, have sentry.
They don't have Sumail. One concern, still doesn't have bots, has almost 9,000 gold on the Shadow Fiend, but no bots yet. Wants to instead finish off his big blink.
A frugal man.
15,000 gold lead now. And 2 minutes until Roche is capable of respawning. That might not stop Nigma from going high ground again, for what it's worth.
They had Nightfall so separated
Yeah.
for that double kill that they got on him post Aegis. I'm worried that doesn't happen again.
Well, that's the thing that I was talking about, right? Like, Aurora, they don't have tower hitters that are safe to do it either. Like, they need to start meteor hammering or something.
Well, I have good news for you, Fred. We're almost at 60 minutes.
There you go. A very, very crazy game number 2. On the verge of elimination, Nigma pulling out all the stops here.
This game might turn into like Tsunami Sticker, where he's like looking, it's just staring up at the meteor hammers
Yeah.
down these buildings. You know,
I like that.
that's the fear.
Oh, nice. A basher for Lycan. Dude, this has been a really good Lycan performance, too. I think
Yeah.
Noob has been stellar.
Yeah, he's done exceptionally well. Lots of vision with the wolves, lots of split pushing with the creeps. He's dealing with a Tinker this whole time as well. He is very much helping the team in this one.
Opting for the extra wolves there, too. We're getting closer to the 60 minutes. And obviously, a Roche fight has the potential to just end the game completely. There's still 5.5 minutes, no buyback on Ringmaster and the Marcy.
I will say, if I'm Aurora, I'm not contesting Roche
No?
unless it looks really good to
You're
go
just
out
not
there.
doing that
No,
anymore.
I'm just staying in the base because I have faith that Nigma will make their way here and my Tinker will zap them.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah, I'm not going over there.
Speaking of which, Kiyotaka, 11,000 gold in the inventory. Not sure what's next for him. Kiyotaka, Bane finds him. But he is going to BKB and then just immediately get out.
Right back to the team here. Mira fire flying as well. Hoping to catch someone playing a bit too aggressive. Ghost, you are crazy, dude. For the love of God.
Goes to
That
Zapier.
was so close to being a potential grab. I mean, he's got his ass, I know, but you scare me.
It is scary. That's the other thing that they could think about is like maybe for Batrider a late game Orchid. And that way,
That would be pretty crazy, actually.
if you get the stun on Ghost, you can silence and he can't enrage.
Yeah. I would definitely catch him off guard, I imagine. And right now, Omar lurking near the Roche pit. It is up. Sumail been very good with these Shadow Blades, with the Sight of Ices in the late game here. Now has a Shadow Blade put into his inventory. He wants to hunt it for a little while.
All right, Roche back up again. They see it. Do they feel confident, though, moving in and taking it? That high ground is held by Aurora. And while Nigma are the ones controlling the tempo,
All right, here we go.
all it takes is one bad
Mira.
fight, and it could go back the other way.
Mira has buybacks, so if he wants to feel a little crazy here for the Wolves, the creeps, let them know what's up.
Kills off that ward. Noob there, and it looks like they are going to let them have it. Okay, well, hold on. Okay, yeah, Mira backs away now.
What are we doing? He's playing a ward, he's getting out. Alright, what do we got now? Also, where's GH's axe? He's got 6,700 gold, GH. Can you just, like, put the game in the bag, bro? Like, let's go.
It's tough, man. I don't know. I'm not sure what the right answer is.
It's GH with an axe, don't you believe?
I do believe, but it's a weird one. It's hard to know if it's going to work or not.
Full faith.
Maybe you get hexed it right as you're coming out of it, or right as you jump in.
I have to say, taking the Agnes Blessing away from Roche was a really good choice.
Yes.
We had too many free axe.
Yeah, it was way too good.
It was, especially when it was either or.
Yeah.
That was the worst case, for sure.
Oh no! He's right behind the tree.
Oh, well, he was.
Instead,
Panto gets sights.
that'll be a dead Panto. And then on the other side, it is Bane going down to Kiyotaka.
Alright, well, he does have buyback. He has buyback and bots, in theory, if they wanted to do something.
I think they're just going to send these creeps on over at the range tracks again. Just be so annoying. It is giving over a lot of gold, though.
Ah, what is gold at this point?
That's true.
You know, they're going to fill them with greed.
All right, tier 5 newts. Let's go. Where are we at? Looks like Shadow Fiend is close as Ursa.
We got a Stygian on the Mercy.
Ursa has the option to go Divine Regalia. Unrelenting Eye is also really good, though. Ooh, that's a tough one. Okay, he goes the other one that is apparently better. As Mira, controlled, and there's the Abyssal Bash.
Well, again, has buy, but this is typical, right? Everyone gets caught trying to go for these 60-minute neutral camps.
Yeah.
People are willing to spend their buybacks on it, really, in case they need to defend. But that's Book of the Dead now, or GH, what, plus cooldown reduction. 8,000 gold GH.
Oh.
5,600 gold surplus GH.
And another Book of the Dead, this time for Shadow Fiend. So they're kind of massing out a little bit.
It's actually, I don't even know what to buy GH. There's so many good options here.
Oh, Lycan has Book of the Dead too. Oh my goodness. All right, 3 Books of the Dead is GG. Surely they could take down all the buildings with this.
How many nullifiers? Do they have any nullifiers? Because Mercy's queuing one.
Kiyotaka. Uriel tries to back away. Abyssal Blade is there. The damage is out, and Kiyotaka is going to fall. Does have buyback. Toronto Tokyo holds it, goes. There's the RP. He's low. He is dead. That's only Aegis. Now Sumail. Oh, tries to do enough to kill off Mira, but it's not quite there. There's the grip. Able to catch on to Nightfall, but he gets saved by the escape act. Ghost going to town, takes down the Ringmaster, but that is a dieback on Marcy. They should be able to close it out here. Well, there's still Tinker and Mag, but it feels so hard to hold the high ground against this. If they just run right at him, they should be able to make this work.
Can they? I mean,
Sending in the creeps, sending in everybody else. Ghost looks for a moment, able to dodge away from that jump. The Hex is there. The damage starts to rack up a little bit. Kiyotaka thinking about going for more.
it's Tinker. It's too much.
Oh,
Too much.
man. Just right on the edge and buying mass Dagons for Kiyotaka. It's Marcy 500 gold away from buyback.
Oh, but they're going to be allowed to hold here. As they did manage to just warp flare root down the Lycan and post BKB and skewer him near the well for the kill.
They're just going for another round, I think. Waiting, finding one. They get him. There's the E-Blade. Ghost tries to turn. The Hex is out onto Kiyotaka. He will attempt to back away. Toronto Tokyo. Oh, they get him with the grip. No more chances. The skewer back into the fountain, but GG is called. We're going to a game number 3. Nigma will not be denied.
Like all great generals, they simply let the enemy lull themselves into a false sense of security and superiority and then simply wrap behind them for a victory. It was all part of the plan.
Easily done. Seeing the Werebear take it to town, and now Aurora gonna need to come up with new answers here as they get ready for another grueling game number 3. We're gonna head back to the panel.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy absolutely come out swinging for this game at number 2. Now Aurora going to be on the back foot. We're going to break it down a little bit here because this game 2, yet another 60-minute game to add to the tally that fly.
Yeah, another banger of a series already.
Yeah.
These games are so back and forth. I have no idea who's winning half the time. It's like one time's Aurora, then it's NGX making the beautiful plays to come back. This game was absolutely wild. I think Nightfall played a fantastic game. I think GH played a fantastic game. We had standout performances. We had a bit of 50-50 from Kiyotaka, which we love to see.
Yeah, you do.
Brings up the hype. So, awesome game.
No, it really was. High ground pushes definitely felt like where it was at for this one here. Aurora struggling a little bit with theirs. Enigma Galaxy also not having the cleanest one. What is it about the high ground with these two rosters that make it just that little bit difficult?
Well, just going high ground in general is very difficult to do, but I think for these two teams, they don't have a good read, I think, in this game on how to execute it cleanly, and that's why it did end up so messy. But I think going high ground, you have to have a very good idea of why you're going high ground and when to go high ground. And if you don't have the best read on it, it's very easy to throw there. And that's what happened in this game, especially when you're playing versus heroes like Magnus or Tusk that can just reposition you, even Bane to a degree with the Nightmare setup. It can be very difficult.
Yeah. There's something else you said was difficult for Enigma Galaxy was the initiation. How are they going to actually execute the lineup that they drafted for themselves? Are you overall happy with it? I know they get the win, but just because you get a win doesn't mean you're happy with how things are executed.
Well, I'm happy they got the win, but
Okay.
the execution and their initiation at some point really just did come down to, obviously the supports did a great job, but Ghost on his Ursa, he became his own form of initiation. All he needs is a blink and Abyssal Blade, then he can start all of the fights. And Toronto Tokyo, he struggled this game, to put it plain, and I can see why. Like Ursa, this is why they picked it against the Magnus. He just jumps in, pushes in rage, and you don't want to use RP on that. And then there's a snowball save potentially as well. So yeah, I really think that just having this Ursa in the game made it very difficult for Toronto Tokyo to even play.
Yeah. Inverse here, we've got Enigma Galaxy winning game number 2, so we're going to highlight their offlaner a little bit there with the Lycan. There's some questions about it when it came out and how it was going to be playing into this one.
I don't know. I still had some stupid faith in the other facet with the dogs, but no, you get pack leader, it's better. And it didn't really feel like he was able to shut down the sports early game in that respect. I actually think he seemed to struggle for a little while, but like as the game went later and he got more items, we saw him being able to provide a lot more, like with vision with the dogs and his own items. The Lycan was annoying, but I don't think it was like the biggest problem for me that game. I think the fact that you have an SF who can kill and Ursa who can kill means that you can kind of split your attention. Like you don't have to put all of your everything into one guy. Actually, Lycan even contributes to that, right? We talked about how Toronto Tokyo really struggled. Part of that is because there's like a Lycan running a support and a Ursa jumping him, and then SF is just slowly killing your Marcy with like a Bane grip, right? They had overwhelming amounts of core damage.
Yeah, you're kind of just wondering who exactly do I want to RP him with the team fights, a little bit more split like that. It was really difficult for him. So yeah, just struggling in general, struggling when it came to team fights. Rewinding back to the early game though, because for us in game 1, a key thing was how's that mid lane going to go, how the rotation's going to go. And this time around, Enigma Galaxy were a lot better for that one for you.
Yeah, it just keeps happening to me. I do a clip in the early game, and
Yeah, then you're like, here's the
7
60-minute
minutes,
game.
and I'm like, I have no idea what I submitted anymore.
It was Sumail was off to a good start, and then Aurora.
Oh yeah,
rotated
okay.
to-
Yeah, so this is a pretty big part of the game because Sumail dumpstered mid lane an eon ago, and these plays where you can get a kill on a Shadow Fiend really stops momentum. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. You'd have to do that several more times. But this game was really back and forth, so at the end of the day, that was a cool play. Didn't really matter though.
Okay. You say it didn't really matter, but I think it did, right? From those good lanes, Enigma Galaxy could have just ran at them, right? Snowball. Those rotations are something that's great to stop it. Something else that was really annoying and difficult to deal with Fly was Tinker. 24-minute mark, just after getting the shard for himself.
Yeah, I think Tinker is kind of a specialist hero, and you can see that Kiyotaka ends up buying a relatively early shard, which I think is pretty uncommon for a poor Tinker. And we're going to see exactly why in this clip, where he's going to have this fight break out here. They just kill the Shadow Fiend, and the fight keeps going, where it's basically a 4v5, so Aurora is already in a pretty good advantage for this fight. They get to kill a bunch of heroes, Ursa uses BKB, still gets caught by the RP, and then the Lycan is going to be sort of circling around in this fight, trying to get away, because, you know, he's a Lycan, I can probably get out. But then this is where the Warp Flare comes in, and like, oh, this guy's a Warp Flare, which he bought roughly a minute and a half ago, which I think is a very heads-up play and a specialist thing to do. Like, normally you would never buy it.
Yeah. Then when you say specialist, is it like knowing what moments to buy it, feeling comfortable that it is an item needed for team fights?
Yeah, he somehow read that this is a very good item against, it's good against Ursa and, in theory, Lycan, but it's not that easy to use because Ursa's going to have a BKB, and you're not always just going to be able to stand and Warp Flare there freely, but it came clutch just a minute after, so yeah.
Alright, well, we're going to speed it along a little bit down the chain here of the 60-minute game. We're going to jump to what the 40-minute mark is one of the last moments, it felt like before all chaos broke out on the side of.
Speaking of warp flare, here we have a beautiful clip where we warp flare the Tusk out of the skewer range, and then we get gone on because we decided to blink into their base, and we get immediately killed and run over. And this is where I think Aurora lost any semblance of a lead that they had, and this turned into the hour-long plus game that we had.
Yeah, this was the first of many high ground pushes that kind of fell apart for both sides. It's just unfortunate. A little too eager.
It's not unfortunate. There was no need to blink in like that.
He give this and he take this.
Yes, it was a mistake. Like, there's no way you can just sit here and be like, oh, well, they played strategically, this was all right. It was just a mistake.
Yeah.
I think they just wanted to bust that, kill it. But it just seemed a little counterintuitive to, like, blink into a base when the whole point of Magnus is to try and skewer them out towards your team. I think it was maybe just a little bit too rushed, maybe a little bit too overconfident, but this was when we talked about how clean they were in game 1, I think this game is very little clumsy.
Yeah, I think so. And I think they started panicking a little bit as well when you know everything's going away. You want to try and close it out, knowing just the late scaling potential of that Enigma Galaxy lineup. And for game 1, you said it. We praised their early game, just how clean everything was. This time around, the early game was inverse. It was much better by Enigma Galaxy. And I'm just going to break down exactly why that was.
That's right, Nat. Yeah, the Enigma Galaxy team was so good at rotating their supports and pressuring the tri-camp area of the Aurora Gaming draft. And that is super, super important because you are playing against a Tinker. Can we jump into the clips, please? The first thing that they ended up doing was blocking the large camp over here with the Sentry Ward. This is pre-boundary and spawns. This is just so this doesn't spawn when Bat Raider comes to stack this. It's not as easy to deal with. He didn't actually spend a lot of time in the lane at first, but he even placed a very defensive ward to help spot when these supports are rotating over. And then he moved towards the mid lane to help stabilize things a little bit, because Geotalk is a bit low here. So he's hoping to neutralize this Shadow Fiend's ability to get a kill, or protect if there ends up being a little gank rotation from the supports. So you're going to see a lot of supports fighting supports in these replays, because the Enigma Galaxy heroes kind of just left their lanes early to go try to disrupt the map. And Mir kind of doing the same thing. He really didn't go top at all during this game because he had to deal with these players and hope to make sure that their tri-camp was protected. He did even go to deny runes and things like that. Enigma Galaxy is going to punish this. He ends up getting killed here by the Shadow Fiend. And then after they get that kill, they start invading. They're basically, again, trying to disrupt what their opponents are doing. And in the meantime, the Mag has to deal with this one-going matchup against the Ursa. That's not really going to be a good time. He's even going to put an Observer Ward over here to, again, control this area, and then they move over to the Wisdom Shrine, which basically everybody shows up to, wildly enough, at 7 minutes in here. Now, very crucially, Ghost on the Ursa is only level 5 for this fight, so when Nightfall actually shows up to this engagement, he actually does have his ulti. So it makes this carry versus carry fight very, very good for them, but the amount of reactions that both teams have to do to try to even just go neutral here is huge. They do a nice ancient stack here for Mira. He checks the ring again. Both supports are in this area, and he's got to worry about them because Tag Team plus Bane is super scary and something that is likely to get a kill. He does D-Ward. All of this force and all this action that they have to put in just to help protect this. I mean, Mira is just in the area, just a body in front of the support, so the support can't get directly on top of Tinker. And Tinker is losing a lot of efficiency here. He's having to TP away when these kinds of actions end up happening. So they again invade the camp. This is Ghost again rotating over. That last hit that he went for there, costing him his life. He gets dove and ran down. Just constant pressure in this area to slow down how much network Geotalk has. Really, really good pressure from Enigma Galaxy here, but Aurora did a great job as well, matching their tempo and trying to go even here, but ultimately didn't allow them to get the big advantage that they wanted to from pressuring and keeping the Tinker safe.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Fudge. Just highlighting how 50-50 this really was at any point. We've had one game where Aurora had that advantage early game. They're looking clean. Now Enigma Galaxy. This one a little bit messier, I want to say, when it came to fights, just exactly how you want to execute it. But it still bodes well, Fly. It feels good when you're on this verge of either qualifying or eliminating to push it to a game 3 to show teams that you're still there, you're still in it, and showing your teammates too.
Yeah, I really like what they did this game, especially like Purge destroying the early game. I think they pressured Tinker, even though Lycan had a bad game he didn't join, but the rest did it. They contested the area, they attacked the tower, and now the cool thing about NGX is I think losing one game doesn't really disrupt them too much. Like we saw it yesterday, they also lost game 1, and they bounced back. Aurora, on the other hand, I think all their games have been a 2-0 either way, right? Either lose 0-2 or they win 2-0.
Yeah.
And I think they're a team that's going to be a little more shaky. Like losing one game, we're going to look at their faces soon. We're going to have to try and gauge what the vibes are over there. But I think they're a team that gets into a bad mindset pretty quickly. Maybe it's Kiyotaka thing. I have no idea.
Right.
But for NGX, I feel like now they're just in a good momentum, in a good headspace, and they're not, shaking at all. So, yeah.
Which 3 teams would you say have the best mental at the road to TI?
Spirit has to be one of them.
Okay.
Uh,
Putting NGX up there as well?
I think NGX is like good vibes.
Okay.
I don't know if their mental is the same level. Like Spirit is a competitor, so you might not see them like smiling and joking around, but their head is in the game.
Oh, okay, so
You
there's
know
like
what I
that
mean?
difference, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe Liquid.
Yeah?
Could be one of them. I think the Chinese teams are pretty hard to also disrupt, so probably Extreme and Tidebound are up there as well.
Okay. So you got like this conglomerate of maybe a top 4 that when it comes to focusing, even once you lose one game, not breaking that at all around.
We have Wash Your Face though, so I mean, they can't be that great.
They are together, right? and ZinQ.
Yeah, I mean, they're still standing by it. They've done well for themselves. One of these 2 teams are also going to be qualifying for TI just off of this next game 3. Let's take a step back, look at our 2 previous drops, because maybe we can dig a little bit deeper and find some more information on what we could be seeing. Because for me, this Shadow Fiend, okay?
And Bane.
And Bane are the 2 biggest ones that have come across and led to those victories. It feels like we thought Mars was the issue. That's why it was taken out by Aurora. But yeah, no, it could actually be a little bit more than that. It could be the Shadow Fiend being left in the pool.
Shadow Fiend's broken.
Yeah.
That's your in-depth analysis. It's just broken, guys.
I think so. I'm not sure why people stopped playing it. I think mainly it got a little bit less love because I think carry Shadow Fiend is not very good. So
Oh, and like if it's not a carry, then it's not good at
you
all.
don't have a flex anymore with this year, right? So it's just always mid, but who cares? Just always put it mid, and it seems to do fine every single game. I just think this hero is really strong in lane. Then outside of that, just the concept of the hero is so stupid. Like, you just get to this Agnums at some point, you get a refresher, maybe a Hex, and like, you're just a complete team fight menace.
I don't see any real effort being made to actually shut him down early. Like that game, you had this SF just. I mean, he decimated the matchup in general. Like, he played that so well. If you watched him, he was like just walking up on Tinker and forcing him to laser him then instead of being able to use it for CS. And then he's just walking under his tower, and then he's just diving his tower, and then his supports come and they all dive Tinker together and get a kill. Like, how is this allowed to happen when the hero was picked so early in the draft? I feel like it should be the opposite, where you have your supports diving SF. He's so killable.
I think something interesting is everything's usually connected in one way or another in Dota. And right now we don't have too many melee pos 4s because there was a previous patch where we would have a lot of Tuskar, Marcian, pos 4, and those heroes are very good at running a Shadow Fiend. But right now we're mainly getting range supports, and they kind of rely on their mid to get in there, but a lot of the mid melee heroes are not good against Shadow Fiend. So it's sort of this weird thing where both these games we saw them trying to pick like a range mid hero, like Tinker, Invoker, but then they didn't really have the best supports with it. I know GH did play the Tusk, but he had the Shadow Fiend on his side, which is great. That's a great combo. So maybe there's some sort of development where if you leave Shadow Fiend, maybe you can go for a melee support again and try to dive. And it's true, you should play to try and destroy this SF. He is a vulnerable mid hero. So I want to see how it develops. I think next game we're just going to see it banned, to be completely honest. But if not, maybe there's a different idea.
Do you feel confident in any mid matchups that can beat him at the moment?
Sniper.
Yeah.
Sniper is a good one, yeah.
Yeah, well then, do you want Sniper?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the duality of a Dota player. I thought we were gonna get that.
Queen of Pain could be an interesting one. I know it's a skill-based matchup, so it can go both ways. It does depend on the support. So again, it comes back to which support can help mid lane more. I think, for example, last game we saw this Batrider. I didn't really feel his impact throughout the game.
Yeah.
He got a couple initiations, but it was never something too strong. So I think go away from the Batrider. Mira plays a fantastic Tusk himself. He plays a good Marcy as well. So I think they can give him something different.
Do you guys, anything else to add on top, either from drafts or the Shadow Fiend as a whole?
Sort of. I kind of talked a little bit about just like Aurora as a whole. Like we saw game 1, just Kiyotaka pop off on the Shadow Fiend, and then same with Toronto Tokyo on the Mars. But in game 2, I feel like this kind of describes these two players very well. They'll have these games where they're just so good. They look like the best in the world at what they're doing. And then they'll have like last game where they're diving base or linking in a lot with Magnus, not getting spells off. I feel like for them, it's not going to be as much about hero picks, and it's going to be more about mentality. I feel like if things start to go poorly for them, they start getting a little tilted and playing not as good as they usually do. Like, that game was not going well for Toronto Tokyo, and it didn't get better, right, as the game went on. But the first game, things never went poorly for him, and he kept snowballing off of that. So that loss is definitely detrimental to them, because this is a team that can tilt very easily. So heroes do matter, but I think their performances matter more than the hero picks, at least for Aurora.
So maybe securing Toronto Tokyo a better lane is what you're looking at, because then it's like he feels like he's coming out winning. He's more likely to be playing in that better mindset.
Yeah, whatever it takes.
Yeah.
It's just so inconsistent. It's hard to say. But if giving him a good lane is what does it, then sure, focus on that. And I think you don't always get that luxury, because that was last pick Ursa. He didn't get to see his lane matchup. So yeah, maybe just picking something that's a bit stronger from the get-go.
I mean, the only people that are going to know that exactly, or hopefully they do know that, is Aurora. They're able to reset, and we'll see exactly what is going to be brought to the table for game number 3. Now remember, whoever wins this one, TI, that's on the table, top 8 secured. If you do lose this one, unfortunately, road to the international ends here for themselves, and so that's why first phase bit bans are very important. Beast, Nature's Prophet, Nagasarian, and Marcy being taken out by Aurora. They don't have first pick, so they're like, well, we don't want to leave Marcy in the pool. They feel like it's pretty broken.
Oh, they banned Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, on the side of Enigma Galaxy, despite having a first pick, they take out Shadow Fiend, favoring the Bane more.
I think that's super reasonable. I think Bane feels so much more reliable as a support. Everything he's been doing, he sets up for so many different heroes in the draft. He can trade really well with so many support heroes. Like, he just offers a lot. Whereas
Punish him,
SF can be punished hard. I don't. Okay, what do you want to do?
Silencer. It's fine.
Oh my God, we've
Fine.
seen that.
Honestly,
Bane wins that matchup.
I feel
How is
like-
it possible?
You could just take Viking here.
Yeah.
I would not hate that.
What about the Dawnbreaker, guys? You cancel the grip. Dawnbreaker Silencer. It's over for this Bane.
It's Joe, that Bane's not doing anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why don't we just take a bat him? But he's banned. He planned for this. What a draw.
They're so smart.
That's
So clever.
crazy work.
I think it's curious that they chose Bane over Shadow Fiend. I feel like Shadow Fiend's impact's been crazy.
Yeah.
I definitely agree that Bane has looked probably the best from all the supports, like the circle of supports, and now they want this disruptor. It's been banned the other 2 games, so again we're back to this the pick supports, the ones we like the most, and that's okay. I think nobody's really getting ahead here in draft. You know, I mean both heroes are perfectly viable.
Yeah, in the previous games, it was Enigma Galaxy banning out the Disruptor, so I guess it's not too surprising that Aurora picked it up, but now I do wonder, is this something from previous encounters, from scrims, where it's like, yeah, the Aurora Disruptor is...
It's pretty good for Spain, too. Like, Glimpse cancels grip from very long.
Till he gets eggs.
Until he gets
Even then, the static field you can use it on basically the 3 Banes that are casting grip.
I feel like you have to be really out of position to get that off.
That's true. That's
Zoom Blood, right?
Okay.
you get that.
Leibniz.
Oh, my bad.
Got one!
Not thinking enough layers here.
You're right, my bad. Sorry.
You gotta prepare for the 60-minute slug.
I am thinking ahead
That's
always to the 6 minutes. I'm like, what's the point of even thinking about the laning stage anymore? Since when was the last time we've seen a laning stage impact the outcome of a game?
Game 1 of this series.
Shut up, Nat.
NGX versus Navi, game
Yeah.
2.
Cool.
Cool.
Instantly.
Okay, I like this adaptation that they're banning the Mars now, because this Mars on 2nd pick especially has been looking really good. You get this Mars on 16, 17, it's pretty hard to shut him down in lane completely.
Yeah.
Like, maybe your carry's gonna farm, but the Mars will do fine. So I think this is good from NGX, and I would like to see them address this Lycan now from the side of Aurora. I think Noob didn't have the best game early on, but later on he had great performance. So I still think Lycan should be addressed. Either they pick something preemptive against it like they did before with the Enchantress, or they just straight up ban it here.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes the support's life miserable, right? 15 deaths on Batrider last game, we talked about.
Yeah.
Bane isn't any better against Lycan, so you might not see huge impact from the Lycan core to core, but he's definitely taking care of the supports, which is very important.
Yeah. It's also like how much he's able to shove waves and push. He did like 19k building damage, I think.
I mean, he's very good at shoving waves. You get the shard, and then at nighttime, you can just pop pile off cooldown
Right.
and just shove any wave.
Good call from you guys, because they decided that they don't want to preemptively pick something. They're just going to straight up ban the Lycan and Earthshaker.
They're really afraid of this Lycan. It's like they ban Lycan, took Shaker. Shaker's pretty good versus Lycan. Well, that's some respect right there. But yeah, Shaker made it to second phase here.
Well, last game it made it all the way to the final phase of bans.
Yeah.
Just completely ignored, and now it's like, oh, we just pick it early for ourselves.
Yeah, and that's probably the Toronto Tokyo hero. I could be wrong, but
Yeah.
Kiyotaka can play these type of heroes, but I typically don't see him play it. Let me fact check that to see if he's played it yet.
Not yet.
Kiyotaka has not played it yet. He's only played Kiyotaka heroes.
Yep. But Toronto Tokyo has played with it.
Yes. But normally when you pick Shaker, it's typically mid, sometimes offlane.
Yeah, I think XXS has had a fantastic Shaker, but when New played it, he didn't have quite the same performance.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they do with it. Maybe they'll keep it open and pick Nightfall's hero in the next phase. Not sure exactly yet. But this is now where NGX kind of has to take a stand on what they want to do with the draft. Because they're going to have to pick a core here no matter what. And there's not that many obvious cores left to pick. I'm trying to think of something early that they would choose, but Shaker was definitely one of the best heroes left in the pool. It doesn't seem like these heroes rate tanking very high. What else do people pick early now that NGX might do?
Undying. I mean, I know we talked about it last draft, but it is a core that people often pick early. And they have played it once in this tournament, at least.
And probably an offlaner.
Primal's also a hero that can be flexed between mid and off lane. Where you can be confident.
Invoker.
Okay.
You can just run it back from game one.
Yeah.
That's a little worrying though, because the Invoker didn't look that great in game one. And they picked it as a response
I
to something
actually
they saw.
liked it. I want to bat for
Okay.
it.
I'm worried too.
It didn't look like okay.
Let's
I thought it was fine. Like I didn't think it was exceptional. Obviously, it didn't get super far ahead. But when he was able to connect with his supports and make plays, and they push the towers together or they smoked up together, I thought the Invoker looked really nice, especially because when you have the helmet, it makes the cold snap easier. And I feel like where their game plan fell apart was whenever they would achieve something on the map, they would then split apart. They would send like 2 heroes top, maybe 1 hero mid, 2 bot, or just whatever. And then that's when Aurora would smoke up and punish them, right? So I think if Nigma doesn't just let that happen where everything breaks and they just keep applying pressure, I actually liked how they were playing.
Alright, counterpoint.
Okay.
Yeah.
Summel Invoker, all time. 96 games, 45% win.
I was a hater and I don't like it.
Is that
It
it? Is
doesn't
that
mean anything. What if he's played Invoker like 1,000 times before coming into TI? It's
96 games, 45%. What I'm saying is,
pro game.
Summel Invoker is okay. Like it's obviously the stats say it's not like crazy good. I'm gonna win you every game. And Invoker's not a hero right now. You pick early, and it's gonna win you games. Nobody's doing this, so that's where my skepticism comes through. He's not necessarily like an Invoker specialist. That's just gonna first pick it every game, and it's gonna own. But I'll stop being a hater now and saying it can work.
Well,
I'm worried though.
I have some questions myself with more of this Aurora draft coming out a little bit more, right? Dawnbreaker.
Remember when Fly said they're gonna pick Dawn to counter the grip? You're so smart.
There you go.
Disruptor and Dawn, definitely, right? We know it likes to go on Toronto Tokyo, so is this, but it also goes on Nightfall too. So where is the Dawn more likely to go? And does that mean Kiyotaka Shaker? He has played it
so,
before,
yeah.
right? 4 months ago was the most recent we saw it.
I actually think this was... I think NGX put themselves in a vulnerable position, and I think Aurora completely messed it up. From a drafting perspective,
Yeah.
I think what Aurora should have done is they should have picked the mid hero that pressures Invoker because they're giving it to you on a silver platter. Like, hey, let's just pick whatever, Pangolier, Kunkka, something that can pressure this Invoker. The Shaker offlane is pretty strong. It's hard to pressure from what we've seen in the other games. And now they kind of gave them a free matchup, and now Ghost gets to pick his Medusa when he sees 2 cores already and 2 supports that don't do that much to Medusa, realistically. Shaker can be annoying with the stuns, but it doesn't kill you. So I think now I feel better about the Invoker.
Okay.
I agree with Fear that it's not been Sumail's best hero, but I think Aurora messed this up. I'm not too happy about the Dawnbreaker. It is good against Bane, so there's logic there, and I also like to see this Dark Willow. I think Mira plays a good Dark Willow, and it's a bit of a forgotten hero, but the hero's still okay.
I'm just gonna remind everyone, this Dawn could still be Nightfall. We could still see Shaker offlane.
Yeah.
Uh,
I don't know if you want
I don't want
Harry
to.
match.
That's-
I didn't say it was good.
I think that's making your draft even worse.
If it was possible.
But they have incredibly high amounts of team fight coverage so far. There's no damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think not picking a mid there was questionable. There was a lot of heroes that are good versus Invoker mid, as mentioned. They didn't pick one of those, and if I recall, like, Invoker used to be pretty good versus Shaker. I'm not sure if it still is. You know,
That's why they picked it.
Yeah.
They're like, let's pick him.
Yeah,
up.
sure.
They're like, here, have it.
But they just played right into it. So I'm curious on what the last pick's gonna be. Obviously, it's an instant anti-mage ban. You have Medusa. You still do have like these Ursas and stuff, which are fine. Just
Yeah,
kidding.
this is a good call.
You don't have
You don't
that.
still have Ursa.
You don't. Still got PL.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what does Noob play? Because there's not many offlaners in the pool. It just seems like that every game. I think
Primal
something
Beast.
simple like a Centaur. Okay, Underlord fits that as well. Just
Or PL.
a simple disabler, tanky guy.
Oh, I think this makes Aurora's draft look so bad because you get pipe and what the hell damage is Aurora doing?
Sven. Sven.
Atrophy Aura. It's it. That's it. We've covered everything.
What is a win condition here for Nightfall? He needs to pick a hero that can deal with Duza in some way, right? Else she has 2 free every game.
Are you able to
I think it has to be
play out
Sven.
again?
Because I don't think you counter Medusa in like a mana burn sense.
Hmm. Oh, okay. That is so hard.
Fear is left speechless. Genuinely
And by
speechless.
Diffusal on Faceless Void.
Yeah.
Is it worth it?
I don't know.
You're going Helm Dom Diffusal, that'd be one hell of a build. Seems a little slow farming. I mean, it scales. It's gonna outscale Medusa at some point.
That's true.
The damage for Chrono is not great.
No.
I'm NGX on this one. Unfortunately, I'm not vibing with this Aurora draft. The pivot they took with this Dawnbreaker, a hero we already weren't too happy with, kind of like ruined it for me. But I think this Faceless Void does give you some cool stuff. But you're playing versus Roots. You're playing against a lot of disables as well. It's not going to be a free Void game, but the hero has looked good with the Helm Dom build. We'll see what we can do with it, but I definitely like this NGX draft much better.
Yeah, same for me. I prefer NGX. I think they have better timings. Their lineup makes sense. I think Aurora does have a chance because Shaker and Faceless Void can scale like crazy into the late game.
Yeah.
So if they manage to survive the timing of NGX, I can see them win this. But I think if NGX plays a fairly clean game, I'm not going to say fully clean, I think they'll be okay and they'll be able to take this one.
So you like more contingencies right now on the side of Enigma Galaxy compared to last game, and they won that as well.
For sure. Yeah.
Alright, and Ray yourself.
When I look at
You're
NGX,
deciding
I'm
who's
deciding-
eliminated and who's going to team.
whoa, relax. Don't phrase it like that.
Zero power.
I look at NGX, okay, I see a Medusa and Underlord. These guys don't do anything. They don't do shit, to be honest with you. So that puts so much pressure on the other three to get us through this game to a point where Medusa can carry. Meanwhile, Aurora, you know, they got heroes that can win their lanes, they got a lot of ways to make plays early, they got so much they can do. I think the biggest obstacle they run into is like a damage block if Underlord can get a bunch of auras. But before that, they got the juice. They got the juice.
Okay.
Really don't.
They have so much juice. So much.
I like it though, alright? My
Overflowing.
analysts right now, they're giving a lot of opinions about which team is going to come out on top, who has the better draft, but it all comes down to execution. It's how they handle the pressure in this elimination. Game 3 with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. Need to get auras. That sounds like a good plan.
Yeah.
And you can continue to do nothing. I love doing that.
It sounds like a battle of which draft do we hate less. That's what I heard from that panel.
I mean, a little bit. I do think there's some interesting dynamics going on in this one, and specifically the things that the panel is talking about of late game, maybe that Chronosphere can scale. We know we're going late game.
Yeah, come on. Come with us. Let's go. Why don't we go to another late game? We're going to go to 60 minutes. Strap on in. It'll be a final time.
I think that it has been one of the more interesting, like, early stages here on the road to TI, where almost all of the games have followed a similar pattern. And if this is any indication, we're going to keep on seeing that. But is the Invoker going to be able to make the space needed?
Yeah, it's all good questions, to be honest. I see a lot of the reasons why they don't like the Aurora lineup, but I also see the chance to snowball is there. You know, if you start connecting on kills, I think we've all been in that game before, where you just feel like a god on Disruptor because your team's ahead, so you're just running around the map, glimpsing people, and then Dawnbreaker just comes in and chunks somebody. You get a little Fisher and just a Bedlam. Like, they have a lot of early game damage. Now, there are a couple of walls, I agree. This Medusa, this Underlord. But I worry that there could be a run-over potential here.
Definitely a possibility and something we're going to have to watch out for. The other thing that's kind of interesting is that, like, if you do gate into a fight as noob, there might be some potential just to glimpse him away. And that is, like, it's a weird one to think about, but it might be one of the most high-impact glimpses that you could get, is just to glimpse away the Underlord, because then there's no auras there.
Yeah, he's like, come back again. Like, I'll be there.
GH and Mira battling it out. Sunstrike. Oh, Mira! He didn't anticipate that one. Maybe he did. He probably did. Okay, no need for a lane. We're just, we're doing it.
Nice.
Oh, he's so good! No, he's dead.
That's a bonus kill, so 345 plus the cost of the branch. It's a little expensive.
True. That's a big play by Mira there. That's what you want to see. Okay, so not a huge problem, but does mean that Mira's actually probably going to get towards boots really quickly. What's coming out on the courier for her? It's the full boots, yeah. So this lane became a lot harder now.
Yes, much better when you're the range support versus the melee support. It's nice to have boots, right? You're just gonna get the better trades over and over again.
Meantime, Manto taking some punches from Omar. And Ghost already.
Keep in mind, that's 250 HP, folks. So I know the fire looks full, but when the mana's gone, it's a bad time.
I mean, that's not good. Their lanes are in a little bit of an awkward spot. At the very least, there's going to be 3 creeps coming underneath for them. But GH is going to have to really do some babysitting here. In the mid lane, Kiyotaka 7 and 4 versus the 6 and 3. So Sumail still having an okay time, but is going to get those range creeps denied out by Kiyotaka.
Isn't it crazy that you can win a TI with a guy and still kind of flame your invoker on the panel?
Oh yeah.
That's rough.
And it's just the way of it.
There's just no loyalty.
Punches. Ghost needs to back out. Mira there too. Managed to survive, still held on to that mango. GH still chasing onto Mira. Find a little bit of retribution for that earlier kill. Sunstrike. Not gonna find it. Maybe he could have waited for the snowball to come in, but
Mira just coming in there for that deny. Just believing here that there's no way he's gonna get punished for this. Single digit last. Oh, another deny right in the face.
59 base damage.
Don't stop looking.
Versus 60.
It's hurting.
That is super frustrating to deal with. Now maybe a battle over here to the side. Oh, Cheech gets inside. Okay. Now Mira.
Let's see. There's another sun. Oh, there's no mana. There's no mana for a Sunstrike now.
Yeah. Has to snowball over the creeps. So they will manage to get it. Ghost feeling a little bit shook here in game number 3.
Is he still at 8 last?
Yeah.
What's happening?
Nothing good.
It's been like a minute.
I know. Well, this creep wave is beating underneath the tower here too, so he's not getting any of those either.
Well, I'm not a carry player, but I don't think that's very good.
Medusa, at the end of the day, probably not going to be providing a ton of like early rotations anyways, but definitely doesn't feel great when that's what's going down. Omar moving over to help ensure that there is no easy bottle play for Kiyotaka.
It was value from GH. Block the camp and get the ward goal. But it's going to cost us carry.
Rooted has stick charges. Not enough.
Ward is down. Carry play with the ward is down, don't worry. I got this covered.
Mira, Sunstrike going to land. Sumail get involved in that kill.
That's really the most important thing. So we actually saw this when we watched all of No One's games on the Invoker. Consistently, the Sunstrikes were helpful, but he wasn't getting the kills. And you want that gold boost on this Invoker because, if anything, it feels almost more important now that you're going Helm instead of Midas. Since it's a little bit less than the boost and more about just like getting up fast and moving on the map.
Opportunity here to mess with Nightfall a bit. Forcing out the jump away.
Noob crushing it up here. I mean, we haven't really talked about it, but he is dominating. In terms of the assets, he's 10 up on the Void, and he's a beefy boy already, so they're going to be looking towards him. And, I mean, you're a bit of an Underlord gamer.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
I've seen you enjoy him. How do you feel in this game about the Underlord overall?
I mean, it's pretty hype. I wouldn't mind. I mean, I know the panel was talking about like auras and stuff. If they are finding that there's some trouble, like getting things done around the map, I feel like Atos is pretty cool.
I do love a good Atos game on the Underlord. I'm not gonna lie. I've also been seeing the Helm Underlord too.
Yeah,
That's been coming out.
I think I like the Atos even more when you're playing against the Faceless Void too, because he's going Helm.
And he's trying to time it too as well. Like
Yeah.
when he wants to use backtrack, you can really mess him up.
But we'll see.
Yeah.
Particularly with Sunstrike in hand, maybe that could be their answer to try and make stuff happen around the map. And of course, Omar going to be the one on this Bane to set things up. For my money, this has been a series a lot about Bane so far.
Sports in general, really, yeah. I've been doing extremely well today.
GH shards him down to the low grounds. And that means 6-minute rune. They glimpse back Omar. Not able to make any Nightmares plays happen, but just goes for the brain sap and the walk away.
Yeah, the both have saving him from the combos. Oh, they're going in. Okay.
Snowball through, Nightmare onto one. Decision is maybe go for a kill here onto Panto. Now they go back in, another Bramble use, but Sumail gets the last touch onto the Disruptor. Can't quite find the connection with the shards there, but this is almost Helm done at 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, really good pressure coming in to help out there, and even gonna find that ward. Good work by Omar.
And the plus side is because they've brought so many people mid, Ghost has actually been like a little bit free down bottom, where at least he's not worried about getting dove and killed yet.
Yeah, there's not enough damage from Tronto to have to worry about it, so it's very, very helpful right now. Has the Falcon Blade too. As the supports make their way up top towards Noob. And yeah, just no real concerns here on the side of Enigma. As they're just gonna double back for the Shrine. Mira's gonna do the same.
Perfectly good.
Dance with some wheels of cheese.
There you go. That's the wheels you were looking for.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think it is about 1/6. Because I think that was the rest of the cheese. Turns out it's Bane who's got them.
GH hunting around behind the tower, trying to mess with Kiyotaka. There is that pretty deep ward that's on this other side as Ghost spams out the wave. Mira is over here. And Bramble connects. TP's in, wanting to save. They get it. He's rooted on GH, and now they get the shards blocking in. Oh, and they find Mira off to the side. So Toronto Tokyo is going to die. And now looking immediately towards Mira. Find that kill. They also are going to leave on Noob, so that way he can get back to base in time. But Sumail, he's the one that takes the punish for this.
Yeah, bit of a cost, unfortunately. But yeah, the confidence, Noob, like, you got stuff. I'll get out of here. But yeah, losing your Invoker, little unfortunate. Kind of evens things out there, especially when the Shaker, he is on a mission. He needs to get that Blink Dagger. That's when his game kind of turns online, and that's when he can really help enable Toronto Tokyo. So it makes the plays across the map together. Likewise, the levels on Mira are very important, and that is something they are really lacking. Currently just at level 4, and that was with a Shrine.
Noob trying to walk this one off. He's going to get glimpsed back in by Panto.
And the Fisher.
TP's away, not going to happen. Throws out another one of Fuse backs away. Noob still living for a long time, but eventually is going to die.
And best case scenario goes to Kiyotaka. Get that blink online.
I mean, the fact that he is actually going for the blink instead of the Atos tells me they are just going to be going for that group up play, which feels strong.
Oh yeah, pipe time indeed. As GH does find Kiyotaka, he's back here hunting. Trying to set up for like, I don't know, 1200 HP even with a Sunstrike. It's going to need everything else to hit pretty well.
I think this is just going to be a death. Not really any other way to handle this. Can make a little bit of extra space, snowball, a walk away, but Kiyotaka eventually finds that kill. More gold injected into the Earthshaker.
Yeah, that was a bit of an odd one there. I mean, Smell takes the time to go into their part of the jungle and steal a camp. Also got to run into Panto, but can't connect on a cold snap there and into a stall. Maybe could have been something.
They're trying to instead collapse on Sumail, and Kiyotaka right on top.
They have Fisher Glimpse.
Tornado, Sumail in some trouble, but they're going to bring in more of the stomp and able to walk away from the Dawn ulti. Disarm back onto 2. Noob trying to buy some space for his Invoker, and they get the Nightmare from the low ground. Panto is off to the side, wants to keep Kiyotaka alive. It is not going to echo. Oh, Sumail's gone. They did get the kill onto Sumail, but it will cost them a couple more here. Well, maybe not with Dawnbreaker coming in. GH wanted to help out, but ended up bringing Sumail to his death.
All of that for a 2-for-1 here. It does go the way of the Radiant.
Oh, yeah.
And it will slow down that blink a little bit more. And it wasn't even a gold victory for even the 2 dead heroes, so everyone's getting a little bit richer after that one. I don't know if he dies either way, even if, if there's no snowball in, so I don't think GH necessarily resulted in his death.
No.
Yeah, but it was funny.
It's a good thing to see every now and then. Show him who's the real boss. Support players.
These modern day invokers, they got a real army, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You got your Hound, your Forward Spirits, in this case, you got some Skeletons. It's an Earthshaker's dream right now.
Noah under the ulti for another 30. GH keeps on walking around this area and might get glimpsed back again by the Disruptor. He spotted a creep getting blown up by the Shaker. But Omar level 6.
Yeah, both supports on the Radiant with their ultis. Meanwhile, Panto close to 6, Mira just into level 5, and the push begins again. These Helm Invokers, tower just melting.
Snail gets the last hit, and Kiyotaka, with these last 2 creeps, is going to get the Blink Dagger done. Also moving in and taking out that ward.
Omar, counting to 4, gonna glimpse him back, or no? No, they don't like it. Too dangerous to the Invoker nearby.
Yeah, understandable. Snail ends up denying his own creep. A few more denies in their face.
Alright, so the thing about smoking up here, with the Blink Dagger, again, there is no Bedlam for Mira, but there is a Static Storm.
Omar does only have 2 points up in the
Oh,
Nightmare.
we're not smoking, Gabe.
Oh, yeah. There's the big echo. Big bang, bang, bang. Although on the other side, Nightfall, he's going to get punished. The Croaker. Where's the sun? The silence? He doesn't end up getting it off. Omar now brain sap to try and stay alive. He's able to walk it off for a moment, but only a moment. And now Toronto Tokyo going to back away. A few more hits. She's disarmed, but still alive. She's barely surviving there.
Wait.
Sunstrike not going to connect. I don't know. Did he miss the tendrils of the deep? What happened there?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it was still on cooldown from an earlier fight? Or trying to pressure? It must have been.
Surely.
Regardless, it does result in a Nightfall kill. Ghost picking that one up. So a good injection of gold for this Medusa. It's her slight lead over the top of the Faceless Void, who is going Maelstrom after Helm. So no looking towards the defusal, at least yet.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think Helm Defusal sounds a little wild to start. Gotta get some farm going here. 2 farming items, really, I suppose.
Yeah.
no other surprises either in terms of our itemization. We're going to have that early Aghanim Scepter from the Dawnbreaker. We're on Kaya after the blink on the Shaker. It's pretty much all exactly we would want to hope for here, I think, if you're fans of the teams. Zagstorm's back up at 9 as they're getting close here.
I mean, this is the other thing that's really nice about this for Invoker is like just sending out the creeps to farm for him so he doesn't have to show on wave. Although now, Nightfall, maybe getting an inkling that this is happening, is going to jump away.
I mean, they have no protection though.
Oh, and they're going for the Wisdom too. GH is going to get it. So that will be double Wisdom Shrine for Enigma. And just about to complete that pipe.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get anything here either. Like, GH is going to escape down. They might spot where Ghost is, but there's still a tier 1 tower, and they're just on the wave, so yeah.
Things going into the favor right now of Enigma Galaxy. They're working on an Aghanim Scepter soon for the Dawnbreaker, and as they take down this tier 1 tower down bottom, Aurora be in a slightly better position in terms of being comfortable fighting is kind of mitigated now by that pipe being done.
This is Enigma's time to shine though, right? It's nighttime. So this is where the Bane wants to start roaming around and setting up these nightmare plays into the Underlord with Bean's Gate. Like that's the plan. Plus Sunstrike, like they have a lot of good global potential. And you use your superior night vision to just run around and make plays.
So the tower starts to fall. Toronto, Tokyo.
Yeah, he is the dream target, right? Like this ward is going to spot him in a second here if he keeps going.
Take over the Watcher. They know that he was there. And the ping and the walk away.
Yeah, if they're able to grab Toronto, Tokyo, they don't have to worry about this Dawnbreaker coming into whoever else they try and go on. But controlling a lot of space up top, and the side of Aurora just saying, whatever.
Oh, that's super interesting. Noob is going for the Aghanims. So we'll summon Pentamalus around each of the portals when he drops that down. So more like global control potential.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Like it's gonna double up the Cataclysm, right? Because they have the Invoker.
Right.
That's a pretty good idea. I like it. Combined with the Bane just running around and starting stuff. It's more likely you're gonna be connecting on that Aghanim play later. Also just annoying for Void.
Well, Manta done on the side of Medusa, and Maelstrom done for the Faceless Void. So the big carries get bigger. Ward drop down. This is going to scout GH moving over here. He does not have a sentry. Mira feels safe because GH was on a ward. Little does she know, Noob is right there. Sunstrike finishes the job. So was watching GH, and big old Underlord just walked right into her.
At this point now we get Kiyotaka at like level 12. He already has the Kaya looking towards that BKB and no real opportunities. They've just played it very passively. They're not trying to hunt with this at all in the Blink Dagger. They're just saying we're going to wait and try and respond to whoever play Enigma goes for since we have this Dawnbreaker. That looks to be the plan here. Also partially maybe because it is nighttime, they're at a little bit of a disadvantage because of that.
Well, that's the part that's weird, right? Like, you would imagine that Kiyotaka would also want to try and maybe find some couple of kills here and there if he can, but there's no easy place to go to bring people down, and well, Nightfall just loses another creep. There's just nothing happening on the map for Aurora. They're chilling.
I'd say they're occupying pretty much the same amount of space as Enigma, though. So
That's true.
We're kind of just... It's a classic Game 3 elimination is what it is.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to make the first move, make a big mistake. They don't want to create a really lopsided economy at this point in the game. So we all have this idea of like, my hero was picked to have these items,
Yeah.
and when I have those items, I'll play the game.
On the side of Enigma, not really attempting to bully a ton yet with the Invoker, although they are running in now. They know if they go, though, it's going to be an instant response of Toronto Tokyo, who does have Aghanim Scepter now. Kiyotaka standing strong in the mid lane. Noob. Second component of the Aghanim Scepter done now.
X.
I'm
Special report segment.
I am worried about Aurora a bit though, because I think this timing from Medusa does not feel like Faceless Voids is going to have the items he needs to sort of stop it. Ghost is almost at Butterfly.
Yeah, there is a deuce in this game. That's true. I feel like he's just gotta do his thing. As the time goes on, that gap is gonna start to widen between Medusa and Void and Medusa and Shaker. And here we go. Casting spells. You're dead.
Jump in, kill the Bane. What can they get out of this?
What would you do for a Klondike Bar Lyrical?
Not a lot right now, if I'm going to be honest. They're pretty yummy, I guess, actually.
Alright, well, what would you do to
Disruptor?
avenge your Bane? Apparently nothing. And nothing to avenge his life either. Yeah, this is,
Disruptor,
he does not have a ward, by the way.
the weirdest gank ever. Just to mess with those farming pattern, and well, now it kind of ends up working because they showed up for a fight here. What a bizarre play that ended up working perfectly. Now Mira trying to get away from GH, who's finishing off the Dark Willow, but Panto is there and will eventually be brought down. That was really weird, but kind of awesome.
Well,
with that
I was
ward.
trying to look around. I was like, I mean, there's a Dawn, but like, would that be enough? Dude, he's the best line, I'm telling you. Oh, Zero. A glorious one to play. And, you know, for a lot of this tournament, the most picks.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, this could be, I mean, this is the reveal of the Underlord's eggs.
Yeah, they could actually just jump this if they want as soon as it expires. Do they decide to go? Sunstrike off the mark. Oh, if they knew which way they went, that would have been huge.
That could have been a triple TV cancel.
Yeah.
If Panto had TV.
Fortunately for them, they'll have to settle for the one kill on the Disruptor. That is...
Hit him with the what Weathermancery is this? With Panto?
That's right.
A few more voice lines, please.
He did get the shard.
Oh, okay. We're in the of his death then.
Trying to set up now onto the Dark Willow with the Bane.
I mean, the Lotus is... Oh, it's coming.
Oh, got him.
Ghost will pick up Nigmas. So up to 17 in a bit as he moves on.
I mean, that's the thing that's weird, right? Like, that play by the Disruptor stops the Medusa from getting, like, into the fight. But likewise, she is still farming, and that is a Butterfly done now at 21 minutes. And in terms of damage that they're throwing into it, like, I don't think they have enough damage to kill her. We'll see how it goes, though, and how Nick will want to play it, because, you know, maybe they get pulled apart and suddenly everybody else is dead besides Medusa.
That is the way that we've seen most teams deal with Medusa this tournament. Every time I'm watching a Medusa game, it's just people running around Medusa, ignoring her completely. 'Cause it's just not worth it most of the time.
Yeah.
Like, it is just the fact of it. Of course, those have been a lot of offlane uses too, so a little hard to ignore if you get a lot more damage.
Let's see there. Still similar rates.
Alright.
And the group up will commence.
There's the smoke. They see Mira. It's the only person they're aware of right now.
Slow, steady beatdown of the buildings. They're going to try and wrap around. They do spot Kiyotaka here, and hello, how are you? Kiyotaka now grips. The Dawnbreaker ultimate comes in looking for a punch. There it is. Pretty huge Echo Slam, but not enough damage yet. Kiyotaka right-clicks to death. They also catch Mira off to the side. Won't be able to do anything else after the fact. So Kiyotaka dead for a Bane.
We have some massive AoEs this game. Between, like, we got Firestorms, Pit of Malices, we got Invoker spells, we got Chronospheres, Echo Slams. It's just circles all over the place. And you can see it kind of in that fight, it starts to break down because of the way they're like denying a certain part of the space. And despite getting on that Echo Slam and like trading for the Bane, the rest of the teammates just can't even get in there. Pretty much the worst way for that fight to start. Because that Aurora.
way towards the BKB. And does have queued up afterwards the Manta.
And probably an MKB, one would assume, after with that +3 going in there.
Yeah, I think so. Jumps in, good tornado. And it's a jumping nightmare to
nightmare.
dodge and then back out.
Holy.
That was sick.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the concerns that were raised,
Oh,
right?
high five. Come on, Sumail. What do you... There you go.
I think Fear was mentioning, like, what is the damage in this chrono?
Yeah.
You know? Willow's a really awkward one ever since they made it so you can't just chuck your lovely little bedlam onto your friends. BKB nearly done for Nightfall, so by the time he has another chrono, that'll be up. But like I would think are going to go Roche pretty soon. Knowing there's no chrono, seems like a pretty good opportunity to me. They can maybe smoke him first. It's Omar starting it up. And Dire don't have any. I mean, they have some vision. Looks like, but below there, I don't really know what's going on. They are going up though. I thought they were going.
Kitaka shows again. And will manage to get some separation, but Noob is there.
Well positioning.
Drop down the Static Storm, trying to get their Earthshaker out of the fight. Mira, not going to be long for this world, so they don't commit a ton, but they do use the Earthshaker BKB to get him out of there alive.
Noob is really trying to flex how tanky he is and the lack of damage right now instead of Aurora.
Yeah.
He is just throwing these ultis into the middle of where he thinks they could all be, and they're forced to like throw a Static Storm down, but he's got a pipe he can pop if he needs to. Doesn't really need to.
He's also got that invading force, like damage reduction flat, 10%, which actually I think doubles up when he goes through Queensgate, if I'm not mistaken.
That's
Pretty nice.
And easy Roche. Time before it flips back to night. Dude on this part of the map that they have better control over.
I mean, here's the thing. We've seen a lot of games at this stage be very even
Yeah.
and then go until late, go until late, go until late.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say about this one is you have a Medusa, a great sieging hero, and an Aegis.
Right. Or, you know, that hero who had 1,800 last hits yesterday?
That's true.
You know?
That's
So
the other way it goes.
sieging one way, also defending forever the other way.
It's a question of which one we will see. Omar still on the hunt, has some great vision in the night. Toronto Tokyo able to get away from harm. But that's going to be a tier 2.
They're just trying to find someone alone. It will be Noob if they go one way, but they went the other. So they're just going to end up... Radiant Scan doesn't connect on the close Panto.
They're just going lane to lane.
They're just dropping deep wards here from Mira.
Yeah, they feel like they have to find something else because they cannot walk into this formation.
Panto. Look at GH zoom!
Panto brought down Sunil, the last touch on the Sunstrike.
That's a crazy Static Storm.
Is going to be a full Aghanim Scepter done for Invoker. On top of the drums, BKB Helm. Chrono is there. You've got some damage, but it really feels like they have not been able to activate Kiyotaka in this game almost at all. Damage done by the Earthshaker has been pretty middling. Even though it might still be the most of anybody in the team.
Yeah,
to be
exactly,
honest.
right?
That's the problem, really.
I think prioritization-wise, it's probably Omar they need to get first in these fights because they're trying to set up for good Chronos, you know.
Oh yeah.
So trying to get rid of the Bane would be ideal. At least Tusk doesn't really make good damage with Chrono.
Oh, Panto. They get the Nightmare on one, Grip on the other. They do manage to break it though with the Shaker. Now Noob runs in, says, "Come deal with me." And they will manage to start to hit the tier 3 tower. Ghost saying, "You don't have what it takes to fight me right now."
No, they do not have the stones. I'll tell you that much.
Alacrity keeps on hitting, has Manta ready, punches it out. Tier 3 tower dead. What is the solution right now for Aurora? It's been game after game of pushing it late, trying to defend as long as possible. And right now,
I'm coming.
there is nothing they can do to stand up against this.
All right, well, I mean, Omar is lurking back there, is holding a great healing lotus, so nice and tanky, and your buildings are gone. He's going to take the wave, too. He doesn't even care. So his buildings are dead. I still want the goals.
Moves on in, finds Nightfall's creep, gives away a little bit more gold, and I mean, you can hit creeps as much as you want on Aurora. Eventually, they're going to hit buildings.
This will be the saddest way to resign the game to your own fate. It feels like they have made 0 moves.
Yes, there hasn't been anything that... Oh, nice man dodge there by Ghost. They're trying to stop this pressure. It's not a big gold lead, but there is no damage to deal with Medusa. They got to keep farming. They got to do something. Aegis, another minute left on it. And in that minute, how much damage will be done to these buildings? Potentially another set of racks. They find the backline. No, Nightfall. Oh my God! It's the new Nightfall. BKB into death. As Mira in trouble. Gonna get right-clicked down. Ghost on top of Toronto Tokyo. There is no buyback on this Faceless Void.
Farming for what?
Absolutely eviscerated. And on the other side, it is a damn good day to be a Enigma Galaxy fan, as they are well on their way to qualifying to TI if they can close this out.
You're making them nervous.
I am. There's
simmer a
no
little
way
bit.
they could throw this game. Not at all.
I mean, this is just a march down lanes. It's
Oh,
really
yeah.
that simple. They've got the Medusa, she got farmed, and Ghost is piloting her straight down the lanes to the high ground, and Aurora have done nothing. They tried the wraparound play, and it failed miserably. They've got one more shot at it, really.
At least till Mega Creeps.
I mean, they can't handle Megas,
No, they can't at all.
so they gotta go for a play.
Something has to happen here. But it's like trying to beat a brick wall down with your hands.
Have you tried that?
Not anymore. 16 to 11, and now a Daedalus done for Ghost. Yeah, you can see the damage done. I mean, it's what you would expect. It's not even a ton done by Enigma.
Courier scouting being attempted by Toronto Tokyo. They're trying everything right now to figure out what's happening.
Cut waves whenever possible. Fissure block the wave. There's a catapult there, though. Does end up dying.
Okay, we're smoked up on Faceless Void.
Ghost standing tall, unafraid, out front. The taunts, they keep coming. Apparently they're not too concerned. But can they stop this pressure? They jump in, they go all in, they want this kill on Medusa. Do they have enough left in the tank? A great terrorize, but the cataclysm turn around.
Oh, nice
Ghost
job.
is low, he's very low, but isn't enough damage? No! He's back up to full in the snowball save! Get out of here, there's nothing left for you! They drop down Toronto Tokyo. They've eaten through his entire mana pool a second time. He actually can't get ulti off. Wait, have they actually done it? He jumps away. No! Ghost manages to find a kill on a Nightfall. Ghost survives. Ghost is too big. He's your own inevitability looking at you. As 3 are gone with no buyback. Aurora, nowhere left to go. Only Ghost survives in their dreams.
It was so close.
GG is called for the first time, Enigma. They are going to be going to TI as an org. It's been forever for a lot of these players, but they're finally doing it.
Top 8 secured, and many fans just finally letting out a deep, deep breath that they've been holding in for the past 3 games.
Unbelievable. You can see a lot of happiness there, appreciating what Ghost was able to do for him. As we see a little bit of happiness on this side, panel's going to break down all the action.
That's right, it's no longer they're doing it, they've done it. Top 8 at TI for Enigma Galaxy. It's a big one, considering when we look back just a couple of hours ago, Fly, where they were down 1 game. We weren't really sure what Enigma Galaxy was gonna show up and what they were gonna bring.
I mean, it's so awesome to see these guys back on top, you know? Like, the strategy that they came in with, I think they had really cool ideas. They were able to execute. Remember to bring your lotuses for your snakes, you know, for your
Yeah.
if you ever need, if you're ever in trouble.
Gotta just
Awesome.
pump everything into her. It was just this inevitability of a Medusa. I loved it. You guys covered just how many contingencies there were on this Enigma Galaxy lineup, what they drafted for themselves on the side of Aurora. Just a little bit tougher. We weren't too confident in it, and it did show it. Does it feel like fear? It's instilled faith back into this female invoker?
I mean, yeah, he played really well, and I think this game, you have this lineup where you're winning 3 lanes, and on top of that, you are playing versus kind of wonky Aurora draft. Well, I'm very happy that Nigma did win this game. I'm a little disappointed on how Aurora went out, because, like, this was not the draft that we're used to seeing from this squad. Typically, they draft much better, and yeah, it's just, we saw this last big Faceless Void. There's absolutely 0 chrono damage. They can chrono if he wants, but yeah, a couple Lotuses and they can't even kill Medusa in that whole duration. So very good to see Enigma Galaxy looking good again. I think Noob played fantastic Underlord, but a little sad that Aurora did go out the way they did go.
Sure, massive props to where it is, but also, yeah, it's okay to be a little bit upset with how Aurora played in that game. There's still a fantastic series that they put on the table for us to all enjoy. For yourself, Ray, you're a big believer of this Enigma Galaxy lineup. I know it, I remember.
You remember me going, yeah, Aurora have all the juice? Yeah, I remember that. Okay, I buy it for both. I said I defended Smells Invoker.
Yeah,
I said that when Underlord got auras, it was Joker because there was no damage on Aura's lineup into it, and that did end up happening. And I think when we were watching earlier parts of the game, I will say something with Aurora is I don't feel like they brought enough heroes to like some of their engagements. You know, like they split two. I think Kiyotaka and Panto killed Sumail mid at a point, whilst at the same time Toronto, Tokyo, and Mirror were trying to kill Medusa or Ghost bot. And I think one of those was successful, but the point is, why don't you just wait on the bot go, bring another hero there, and then kill her? It's so hard to kill Medusa, and because they kind of split their attention to try and greed on their kills, it meant that they didn't have enough damage to kill Ghost. They turn around, they then get a kill on Aurora instead, and so many of these types of engagements fell flat for them because they didn't really, I don't know, push aggression enough or just bring enough numbers. I think they just kind of messed up the crucial moments that would have allowed their draft to work.
Yeah, could have had that extra time for themselves, being able to fight a little bit stronger, but really, there was nothing to deal with this Medusa. I mean, Ghost, he's going to be our standout player for a reason. 5-1 and 5, just kind of constantly moving forward, taking every fight possible there.
I think Ghost has been playing fantastic throughout this entire tournament so far. I think he's been probably the most stable player on NGX. I think we rarely see him have a bad game. I think the Alchemist game might have been the one outlier where I think he was in a position to do a bit better than he did. But besides that, super solid player. Great performance of Medusa. He hit all his timings. He ran it down. You know, when you get your butterfly, you get your scout, you're like, guys, ping this tower. It's time to go. Come with me right now. I'm a snake. I cannot move anywhere. And he did that. So awesome.
Yeah, I love how the team played around him. Sometimes you worry, like, oh, if they're going for this full protect one type style, is it really going to work out here? And I feel like when your Reducer is playing like how Ghost was, yeah, you're more than willing to put full confidence into him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just this whole tournament, he's been one of the standout carry players, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
And I think he's not making really any mistakes. So I think from NGX, what they should really focus mainly on moving forward here is making sure that Noob and Omar have good heroes to pick. Because I feel like they've been struggling a little bit consistency-wise, but you know, Ghost and the safe lane GH, they've been absolutely a beast.
I mean, so anything else to round out Enigma Galaxy? Because top 8 at TI, we're going to see them in a couple of days in that Barclays Arena.
Anything to round out? Enigma fans, we are so back! We are so damn back! I think it's so exciting. It's just literally so exciting to see them back on the main stage, to see Sumail here, especially. I think we've all been looking forward to the king back on top.
Alright, well, I don't want to hold this up any longer, alright? We have one of our 4 winners today. Unfortunately, it is a goodbye to Aurora. That road to the International does end a little bit short. I'm sure the players will be seeing them in the future. There's a lot more ahead for them, but the future for us, well, that's a whole nother series of Dota. Of course, we're going to have P-Vision up against the Wildcard, and while we're jumping into that one, we wanted to see the confidence, the thoughts, and just how some of those Wildcard players were coming into the road to the International playoffs.
I'm here with Janssen from Wildcard here to talk about the International. I mean, firstly, welcome back to TI. How does it feel to be back at the International?
Thank you, sir. It's the best tournament in the world in any game. It's the reason most Dota players probably started playing, and probably the reason why people still play, because they want to win the title. And I think that gives every match a little bit more meaning, a little bit more pizzazz compared to every other tournament. You get the underdog stories, you get the, see highlights of players you never really see throughout the years, and everybody gets a chance to make their mark on the game's history. So I'm very excited.
Absolutely, and I think it's interesting something you touched on there, the underdog stories, because that has been a trend, maybe in all the TIs, where teams which people weren't looking at so much end up doing really well. Are you hoping to sort of have some of that in your run?
Well, absolutely. We are the final bastion of North American Dota players all assembled in one place, and we are definitely looking to make our mark. I mean, we've been practicing hard, playing lots of qualifiers, lots of tournaments the whole year long. I think this is the year I've played the most competitive Dota in my life out of all of them, because the schedule's been very packed. And so preparation is done. All that's left is to do the work, and whatever the tournament has in store is probably what we'll get. We don't know. Nobody knows. Just have to play and see.
A lot of Dota players make Dota their entire lives, but I know that you're more kind of well-rounded than that. Do you think it's important to kind of live a balanced life even when you're competing at the top level?
Obviously, different things work for different people, right? Because in the professional scene, there's a whole variety of both players and their ages, their where they're from, how long they've been playing. Like, I think as you grow older, you realize that, yeah, if you want to stay in the scene, you still have to play a lot, dedicate a lot. Your life's purpose is still the game. But at the same time, I think coming to the understanding that, you won't be playing forever, and, there is a life afterwards is important.
Absolutely. So, for yourself, what would you consider a success here at the International?
For me, I think the feeling of playing on the stage is really special, and the last International I played at, we made it to top 8, but we didn't really get to, I think, make a good showing at the end, and, it kind of all happened so quickly. The time went by in a flash, and then, it was over, and I try to be more present in everything I do. And even back then, I think I still had that mindset, but yeah, these things come and go very quickly, and I think it's important to, get as much out of it as you can. And so I guess a realistic goal for me this year would be, one, to make it onto that stage again, because the competition is as fierce as ever. Dota becomes more competitive every year, and the people who get to stay in it and keep toughing it out, deserve a lot of respect, I think. And the huge privilege to get to play on that stage in front of everybody, because, it's what you've dreamed of. And yeah, I'd like to do that and hopefully win some games this time on the stage.
Absolutely. I hope to see that happen as well, I really do. Janssen, thank you so much for talking to me, and good luck at the International.
Thank you.
The goal, the dream of playing on that TI stage again for himself, well, it could soon be a reality, because this best of 3, that's the only thing that stands between them and playing in Barclays Arena in about 4 days. And it's not an easy battle by any means, Fly. You've seen a lot of the NA boys in these David and Goliath battles before. You've been through one yourself. So how do you think Janssen or Wildcard are building up into this one?
I mean, this is time for America.
So you guys
This is our time to shine and take down P-Vision, claiming the spot of not just David, but Goliath as well.
You become the new Goliath?
You become the Goliath
Okay.
until you meet one of the Chinese teams later on. But we'll get there later, because this is North America's time, and I'm super hyped to see Wildcard, what they're going to bring to the table. People think it's going to be a one-sided match,
Sure.
but let me
Or
tell
Wildcard.
you.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, Alchemist and Stark might have something else to say about it. So,
That's right.
see what happens.
America. Yeah. Woo. Where's your hype?
Yeah.
Yeah.
America, let's go.
That is terrible pride for this country.
No, fear, he has this level of copium as well as, reality that needs to be set in. Because We would love to see it. It would be so much fun. The Cinderella story, full wildcard. We've already seen them in an elimination area before. That was their series just before this, right? It has not been an easy road for them at all to the international playoffs. They were up against Boom, and it went all the way to 3 games for that one. They did just evade it, and then you go, whew, great. Elimination, we're not eliminated. Now we go up against P-Vision for the exact same situation here.
Yeah, and I think this isn't as one-sided as a lot of people do think. Sure, P-Vision has been the best team of the year, but it's the international coming up, so a lot of that can change very quickly, and they're in the same spot as Wildcard, right? Essentially, P-Vision is not playing their best Dota right now. And I think this is the best Dota we've seen Wildcard play, so that can be a very volatile mix when these two teams clash. Someone playing very low below what we expect, and a team that's overperforming. So I'm expecting good things from this series. I probably don't think it's going to be a blowout, but still P-Vision favored at the end of the day. I can definitely see them taking a game, though.
I know, Ray, you're a big wildcard fan, some of the players, but you've also been keeping somewhat of an eye on how they're playing, and would you say most of their series, despite what the scoreline shows, has been pretty close?
Yeah, they've had some pretty good close matches. They've also, I think it was Nemesis, they pretty much just completely stomped. Like, the scorelines were insane. So I definitely don't think this team should be counted out. Like how a lot of people have seemed to do against P-Vision. I'm mostly looking forward to seeing how Yamsun performs, like as a carry. I think if you look at the players that stand out, RCY as a mid has improved so much over the years. Like he used to just go from, destroying people that were worse than him, but then losing to the more like high tier NA mids, and now he's going even and even beating them, right? And this guy will carry and do a lot in every match. But Yamsun, I feel like when they really shine as a team is when he's able to do well. If they're able to put some focus on him in the draft, or just give him a good game, set him up, like I think that's going to be the key for it.
I mean, I did say in the NADPC probably like 2.5 years ago that if there was any talents coming out from NA, it was from RCY.
Yeah.
I think he was the only player that wasn't just recycled over and over again within this scene. He's incredibly good. He just needs a little bit time to mature because he has the hero pool and he just has like this aura about him when he plays. He can just completely outplay people. Sure, it was an ATPC, but you gotta start somewhere.
No, because it's the stepping stones. 1 minute you're playing NADPC, the next thing you're top 8 at TI, right? That's what could potentially be for them. We do have to take into consideration just how good P-Vision are, but then the fact that they are in this similar situation, they're both on the edge of elimination, they're both on that edge of qualifying fine. Now it's experience. That's what we kind of have to factor into. Is P-Vision going to do that a little bit better because they've experienced these situations before?
I mean, for sure, like Fear said, I think P-Vision is the favorite team here. It makes sense to have a lot of experience. They played a lot more Tier 1 teams this tournament. Amazing performances all around. But it could be an underdog story, right? You never know when you come here what team might show up. It could be that P-Vision is just not having a good day. Wildcard could have the best day of their lives. Maybe there's something new that's going to come out. Maybe Wildcard is going to bring back the Venomancer that they've had insane success with. We don't really know what these guys are cooking. We know Steenie has been cooking. Is he overdoing it? Is he adding too much salt? We don't know.
It's definitely been some flavorful drafts.
For sure. I'm expecting some crazy stuff in these drafts. Who knows what 9 class is going to play. Maybe he'll completely destroy the game. Maybe he'll destroy his own team. It's hard to say.
Alright, I would actually like to talk about the position for us a little bit because 9 class for us, he's kind of been in the spotlight a lot for what P-Vision can and cannot do when it comes to a game, and Alex has kind of been that #1 hero for him this tournament. There's been a lot of Alex fears at finally time that you can have a declaration on if it is good or bad.
I have no idea yet.
I still know.
I think I'm pretty neutral with it. I think it's fine. However, I do think that his hero pool is very important for the success of this team, and I think he's been struggling a little bit finding that hero pool for himself. He did bring out a Monkey King, which is one of his old signatures, and they did win that game. So it does feel like he's kind of going back into his old playbook, bring out the Slark, the Monkey Kings, and try to revive them. And he doesn't have a lot of what a lot of people thought would have, like a bunch of new flavorful picks for this tournament. It's just the Alk. And now it seems like he's falling back onto this stuff, so we'll see if he took some time to learn some new heroes, or will he just fall back to these Monkey Kings and Slarks of the past.
Alrighty.
Just to compare the 4, I think Yamson talked about Bignum and said that he was just like super amicable and very easy to talk to as a player. He's also like very involved in their draft prep, and he's, as a player, the most talkative in the early to mid game for their team, so he sets a lot of the pace. And then after that is when the core start to get involved. So I actually like hearing that a lot about Bignum. It makes me pretty confident for him as compared to how wild we've seen 9 Class be in his gameplay.
Yeah, I feel like we can already kind of with Val and a Slog, and then you have Bignum who's got Snapfire, a really good win rate undisrupted for himself, Clockwork down here.
Normal guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is the most normal position 4 coming up against maybe the most outrageous position 4.
Yeah,
Pretty normal.
It's cool to see Bignum also be here because I think he's somebody who's been trying for a very long time. I think he's one of the older players here, if I'm not mistaken. So it's cool that he gets a shot to get to the international and gets to play at the Road to TI. And we'll see what he brings out today. I think he did try to experiment a little bit with like Bounty Hunter and stuff. Didn't work out as well. So we'll probably see something a little more standard from him. But he does seem to be more of like a captain role for that team from the outside at least.
Yeah, okay. What areas of gameplay have been so predominant for Wildcard? Because the very first game that they came into this one, their series was against Team Spirit. It was really tough. I think not a lot of people tuned into it thinking it was going to be that quote-unquote blowout that you were talking about here. And the game 1 was very even for a long time. So is it something about the way they lane, the way that they're able to move out of the lanes with whatever advantage they might have that is keeping these games so close?
Well, I have not been keeping a close eye onto their game.
Any surprise?
Yeah, every time I did look over, though, I saw RCY was beyond godlike, so that'll be a good start for them.
Mid lane.
In the first game they played against Spirit, that was close. The second game was an extreme stomp. Like, it was kind of just unfortunate.
We ignore it then.
Yeah, we'll ignore that one.
The game 1.
But the first one, I think it was mostly the early mid game they kept up in like net worth. I think Yamson was playing Terrorblade. He ran that back in the second game as well. And I think even in the stomp he was doing okay, maybe. Either way, net worth way up there. He was playing it pretty solidly. They ran this like Sand King, Undying, Shadow Demon, Snapfire. So they had like a lot of aggressive heroes that could like play around and make moves on the map. I think they had a pretty good understanding of how to make their moves as well. They were catching Spirit's heroes. Like, this was not like a we're out farming Spirit or we're just gonna brawl only. They were doing both. They were handling the game in an even way. But I do think it's a lot of, we're gonna go play as 4 whilst Yamson gets some good money and then go and then see if we can win our mid to late game fights. And that's where they crumbled because they're little like they're less experienced, and Spirit, I mean, we've seen the level of execution that team can hit. It's very, very, very hard, and they did not meet the expectations there.
We've seen other teams though have that success, and maybe that was just those day 1 jitters for themselves. They've refined it, they've worked on it a little bit. I mean, that's the reason why right now, while they are on this cusp, we could see it go either way for themselves in a game 1 draft. It's we have to talk about it a little bit more and see exactly that. Pogner and I was gonna say Phoenix, but then I realized it's P-Vision, right? Enigma, Phoenix, 2 predominant DM heroes that they're trying to ban out there. But Pogner for P-Vision is high enough priority now that it goes into the pool, and Nature's Prophet is now willing to leave it in.
Yeah, so I think there are some conditions that I think Wildcard has to meet for me to be able to have faith in them. I think, for example, Speed is a very hero-specific player. He sort of plays unique heroes sometimes, like his Chen, Venomancer, Batrider. I think he's a bit of a hero spammer, almost. So that's what I would like to see for him. I think RCY is their standout player, like Fear said. I think I would like to see him get a good matchup in the game, so he can have as much impact as possible. And as well as Fade having sort of his Zoo offlaner. I don't like seeing him on traditional heroes like Mars. I think he's more of a Zoo player. So those are the conditions for Wildcard. On the side of P-Vision, it's a little more unique just because of 9-Class. For example, he's busting out his Monkey, most likely. The thing is though, Satanic can play it, no one can play it, and this is very much a Steenie, right? He likes picking heroes that can go multiple roles, make it confusing for the enemy to draft against, probably confuses his own team for a little bit as well, but you know, that's part of it. So it's gonna be, again, a Steenie doing his mastermind type of thing, but Wildcard, in my opinion, should stick to their guns.
Try not to be too reactionary for themselves, and I mean, when you have first pick and you get Bane, you're not reacting to anything, you're just opening up with what you feel is going to be the strongest.
And I think when you see this Monkey King, it's pretty safe to say that is most likely a 9-Class hero. Sure, they can flex it, but I don't think 9 class is one of those players that gets a lot of value by having a later pick in the draft anyway. Kind of just plays these cheesy heroes and finds a way to make them work, so it's better just kind of like slap them in at the beginning of the draft.
I have the counter actually. You need to pick Marcy, who's still in the pool, so this guy can't just snipe your couriers. Because that's really what he does.
Yep.
Possibly
the counter.
the best like innate in the entire game. I gotta say, I love that.
Just wasting his time then on that Monkey King.
It sounds funny, but Marcy is a great hero in the meta right now, and it does actually mean this monkey is just gonna waste time sitting in trees.
Yeah. Good point. They're probably not talking about it, but if they did,
Maybe beforehand. Maybe they'll talk beforehand. They might not be saying it right now, but they try to look forward.
I mean, if they do that for that reason, they're actually genius.
They are banning a lot of the range offlaners, so Phoenix, Enigma, and now Dazzle in the second phase. So it's clear that they know, at least they're thinking it's going to be a melee position forward, if not this monkey. So they're trying to take away the pairings that Yim is going to play with this monkey. Because the last time he didn't have one of those heroes like Enigma or Phoenix, he ended up playing Necrophos, and at least that didn't look too good. So I like the idea. I don't like the silencer ban as we keep bringing up, but we'll bring it up anyways. I think there probably was something better in the pool. I think other popular heroes in the meta that are still in the pool would be Shaker, I believe is still in, Nature's Prophet, the Marcy that we touched on. So there are a lot of heroes to pick.
Yeah. Sunfire as well, right? And that's going to go the way of P-Vision, so. Also just banning out some stock standard, Puck's gone.
I think as wildcard, you're fine with that. I mean, Sapphire's strong, but at least for laning in the early game, we've talked about the Bane Sapphire matchup like 100 times now.
Can you do it again?
Yeah, I won.
I don't remember.
I don't want to. I think now though, for wildcard, I want to see something that takes advantage of Bane's setup. We've seen like Leshrax, we've seen Maz, all these heroes that just really use the Nightmare.
I mean, the Queen of Pain is nice because they play both as carry and mid, so it gives them a little flexibility. It's also a good matchup in case Monkey ended up being a core, which is probably not. And I was going to mention this, I think Batrider was one of Speed's heroes, which is good in theory against the Monkey King because you can kind of chase him down. You're a very strong support matchup against Monkey. You can go anywhere he goes and you're going to be stronger. So I like it. I think they need to kind of make up for the fact that they have these 3 range heroes now. They need some heroes that go in, some initiators, which is a little tricky because I do think Fade's hero pool doesn't lend too well into this. Maybe if he has an excuse to pick Night Stalker, I could see them really take over. So maybe something to consider. But now that they see the mid lane matchup, they could just pick RCY, some kind of hero he likes against Invoker, which could be Void Spirit that he's played before, could be the Pangolier. So they have different avenues they can go down.
I want to flag this real quick though. For wildcard, they are picking heroes that are so bad into these multi-units. Like Satanic plays Brood, Satanic plays Meepo. Right now, like either of those heroes, I think would just run over what wildcard have. So I wanted them to be like either ban cautious or pick cautious with what comes next for them.
Pick an Underlord.
Especially since P-Vision have lost overall pick.
I mean, Fade does play Underlord, I believe. I think that's usually the solution a lot of teams come to when you are very susceptible to illusion-based heroes. Okay, Undying offlane, I think, most likely for DM. Undying Monkey lane, okay.
You say that hesitantly.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna say that whenever I see 9 class in the game. Like,
okay.
They don't ever try to win their lane, right? Like, if I'm looking at like a Falcons with like Crit and Mar, like they're trying to win the lane. Whenever I see this one, it's like get DM out of the lane, and then 9 class is just gonna be annoying everywhere else on the map. So their lane combinations truly don't matter too much.
I think Undying is a solid hero to leave 1v2 in a lot of cases. Now Wildcard has the option of putting Queen as a carry because I think it's an okay matchup against Undying. Only thing is you might run into some health regen issues, which is usually the Undying. What he does is he makes the carry have to buy a lot of regen. So there's different ways that Wildcard can deal with this. I think P-Vision has an overall strong idea of how they want to play. It seems like it's kind of developing as the tournament progresses. they want to buy these dominators. They want to be annoying on the map, not this traditional 5v5 like Mars Arena type of gameplay. It's more like, let's control creep waves, let's send our units everywhere. 9 Press is going to cause chaos. Satanic's going to get a good, carry matchup or hero in the game. So they're a lot about this chaotic gameplay, and their lineup lends into that very well.
A little surprised by this Abaddon pick. Well, it's not going to be trying to piece where their heroes are going right now.
I was gonna say, is it a surprise, like, as in it doesn't add a lot, or like who's gonna be playing?
Yeah, but is Abaddon good versus Undying? That doesn't seem like a good matchup.
I think it helps their lineup. I don't think it's necessarily good against Abaddon, or against Undying, excuse me. But I think they needed some kind of frontline hero, and it's also a hero that Yamsen's been, I think, pretty good on. So I can see how it helps complete their draft as opposed to just picking another matchup, because they've mostly been trying to match the enemy in terms of matchups, but now they're like, okay, let's make sure our lineup is rounded. So I don't mind it so much. And we do see a nice Stalker ban, which I think was good because that is one of Fate's best heroes.
Yeah, I'm still a little worried though when it comes to like that Meeple problem that may end up happening in this game.
Rude. Either looks great.
Yeah, because like this Abaddon doesn't really solve that issue.
Yeah.
These are very single target heroes. So hopefully they ban Meeple. I don't know if the Brood matters at all, but Meeple does look like kind of a big issue.
Meeple's great, especially because the Radiance doesn't really matter, because at level 20 Meeple gets a True Strike talent when a hero is netted, so it just doesn't have any impact anymore.
And you can see too, like they ban some illusion-based heroes already.
Yeah.
The Terrorblade, they realize the weakness, and I think they'll probably try and cover again. If this is a mid Queen of Pain, 2 supports and a Abaddon carry, maybe you do want to go for that Under Lord route potentially. But then potentially you just put Monkey carry, right? So
yeah, this is definitely a tricky pick because you do have a lot to consider when it comes to P-Vision and Satanic's aspect. Some anti-summons / illusions, clones, whatever you want to call them. Not too many, like that was mentioned, Underlord, but then they can even put Monkey Carry, which completely destroys Underlord.
yeah, then we'll pick like Rubik or something for 9 cost.
Right.
Oh god.
So who's going where?
Say with a little bit more joy, Oh gosh!
Hey guys, they
They got the quarter, yeah, they got it.
They know about it.
You guys are so smart. 5 chess.
Geniuses, really. And it probably will have big impact in this game.
Sure.
Like, your quarters, of course, you're still going to hunt for them, but with a little bit of micro, and the fact that they're flying, it makes it a lot easier to not lose your quarters. And if you do lose your quarters, well, that's on you.
That's a skill issue.
Definitely a skill issue.
I can see the Meepo. Definitely can see it. I think it lends really well into the other heroes as well. It's additional setup for Invoker, for Snapfire. Undying doesn't have any disable.
Those are roast for you.
It does, yeah.
And your 4-man 4, very easy with Meeple. Great hero, really. They should just lock it in.
Why are they even thinking?
I don't know. What could they possibly be thinking is even close to as good as Meeple, guys?
Keep hyping it up.
Yeah, you just run over there and.
You have 40 seconds to hype Meeple. Go.
Okay, maybe they want us, otherwise, who cares?
That's not hype.
Yeah, what?
We need Meeple now! We need Meeple now, guys!
Meeple good. Explain every reason.
Yeah.
Okay, so
from lane to
first of all, they have a bunch of heroes that, and I say bunch, it's just Queen of Pain, with mobility spell. Earthbind, very good at mobility spells. The 2 supports have no way to deal with multiple heroes. What's Bane gonna do? He can't nightmare more than 1 Meeple, it's impossible. Barrett can't lasso more than 1 Meeple, let's get Axe, it's impossible. It's over, guys, we lost.
Alright, now same passion, but for anime.
Anime! That's so sick! Now I'm going to.
That's a much better pick than Meepo.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Meepo would be good. I think this is also very annoying to play against, especially because like you are playing a bunch of heroes that have some clickability on you. So counter shield or counter spell has a great value in this game. It does have also when you're playing versus Marcy, it has blink. So if it goes on you, disposes you, you can blink away to safety and not just die, as we saw. Unfortunately, got to choose Gyrocopter when he played against us offlane Marcy. So it can carry the game, it can lane, and it's Satanic on an ultra greedy carry.
Mm-hmm.
I trust him to pull it off.
Okay, you have big faith in Satanic. Anything else about the Recipe lineup, though?
Also really good.
Okay.
I think this is definitely a hard outdraft from P-Vision.
Hmm? If you had to give it some arbitrary numbers.
I'm probably going like 60-40 here.
Oh, that's not bad.
Or 80-20 even.
Well, that's a pretty big
That's
difference.
worse. That's way worse.
I'll go 70-30.
Okay, we'll be in the middle. Go 70 30 favor P-Vision.
I had to think about it more.
That's alright, that's alright. We'll let that go. Fly us out.
I think this requires wildcard to execute, which is a little concerning because we do want him to have, as Pierre said, like very low skill heroes to be able to pull off. But I think this is it's a little more complicated. They need to really thrive off the fact that they have some good matchups. So I don't think it's a 60-40 or 80-20.
Okay.
I think it's closer to like a 50-50 if both teams were equal. But I will give P-Vision the edge just because it is, they are the better team most likely. But I think the drafts can both work.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, unfortunately, I know you're so disappointed
My
about
favorite
Fabio.
hero from Pickup.
Yeah, you don't want to talk about it at all, so instead, we'll get on into the game. We'll head on over to Sunset Syndrome.
Thank you very much indeed. Here we are, Wildcard versus P-Vision. Cinderin, are you excited?
Yeah, of course. I think all of these elimination games are super exciting. We already had one of them that went the distance, and arguably for a lot of people probably had the unexpected outcome of obviously Enigma Galaxy coming out on top, so they get a top 8
That's
finish,
right.
which
Our
is amazing.
predictions in shambles. Horrible shambles.
So you and I, full disclosure, we did predictions together this year.
Yeah, that was a mistake. You're
And
so bad at predicting. Why would I
so
ever agree
far,
with this?
we are 0 for 16.
Yeah.
And I think the best possible outcome for us after today is getting 2 right. That is the best thing that can happen.
I'm hoping for it.
It's over. We're done for the predictions. It was fun. It was fun to play. And
I will gladly sacrifice my in-game points, Cinderin, for a good TI. And so far, the road
Yes.
to TI has been absolutely sick, in
Gonna
a
take
good way,
over
of
it.
course.
Yes.
And now we get to watch, and I guess cast, a little bit of P-Vision versus Wildcard 9 class on the Monkey King. Looks like they will be getting, it's a split of bounties.
Would you agree that out of the 4 matchups today, on paper, this is the most one-sided one?
Yes.
With P-Vision against Wildcard? I'm a little bit unsure because one of the upcoming series has Spirit in it, and Spirit has just not looked like themselves at all the last 2 days. So I don't know where to really place them right now. If they're one of those teams that can just suddenly level up and get back to form, but they have definitely not been bringing their A game in this tournament. Wildcard, however, I would argue they've brought theirs. They're an underdog going into this tournament. A lot of people didn't even think they would make TI. Obviously, coming out of the NA region, they wanted to qualify there, and so far, being in the elimination round, I think a lot of people in their prediction had this team going 1-4 or even 0-4.
Yeah, this is exciting. Absolutely.
They've been playing really well. They've found their own style and the stuff that works for them. And like the panel said, they've been thriving a lot off of specifically counter picks that their players play against some of the meta heroes. In this one, don't really necessarily feel like they counter P-Vision's lineup, which is my biggest concern. This anti-mage seems to have a pretty solid game. And I also think the Invoker is not fully accounted for either. But with some swift plays, their lineup can accelerate very quickly off of Bat Rider and Marcy, and Queen of Pain, of course.
Queen of Pain played by RCY. No one on the Invoker, and this, of course, will be the Agent of Galaron Invoker, with the good old-fashioned Cataclysm that we're used to seeing.
Seen a little bit of a mix this tournament. Some people have gone for Skull of Horrocks, so
Yeah,
they're
we've only
boss-focused, but
cast one of those, though.
yeah. This one's Exort. Samel was just playing the Cataclysm as well in the previous series for Enigma Galaxy.
It feels like more times than not, if they have the setup for the Sunstrike, you kind of just want to go for this Invoker.
Don't have the most obvious setups here, though.
No, they don't.
I guess you have Boundless Strike at level 4, so 1.36.
Abyssal Blade, Anti-Mage.
Yeah,
Easy.
true. I mean, that's actually their best setup is Anti-Mage, in theory.
Let's talk about the good old Anti-Mage, a hero that we got the pleasure to cast recently as well. A hero that won the lanes and won the game, Cinderin.
Yeah, he's been doing quite well. I think his win rate is solid. I believe you and I have cast wins only, but there was a loss yesterday. But I think he's something like 3-1 or 4-1, just going off memory. Maybe he has some more losses, who knows. But yeah, it's solid as a last pick. this game, I think, Fear touched upon it on the panel as well. Playing anti-mage into heroes that have single target abilities that you can counterspell is really powerful. And I mean, Bane Batrider, right? Doesn't get much better than that. That's their hero identities are built around either. For Bane, you could argue it's equally between Nightmare and Fiend's Grip, but for Batrider, it's got to be the lasso that you're looking out for. Satanic has been this, I would argue, this whole season in contention for best carry player in the world.
Yeah, he calls himself the best carry in the world. Kazu says that eliminates you from contention.
Oh, really?
If you yourself say that, yeah.
You have to be humble.
Yeah, I guess.
So Sumail was never the best mid either.
Yeah, I guess by his logic that is correct.
Okay.
All right, let's kind of talk about that a bit, because of the fact Wildcard, we talked about how they're kind of the underdog of TI, coming from not only just the NA region, but, well, I guess that's enough in and of itself. But P-Vision, are you surprised to see them in this scenario where they could just be knocked out? In a lot of ways, they felt like they were, at least for a while, a team of the year.
Yeah, I wouldn't say not in particular, because they're still 3-2, right? They had to drop 2 series. They've looked great this year, but they've also had some tournaments, some moments that, hang on.
Bucalas in a lot of trouble, but the Boundless Strike comes from 9 class, and now the overwhelming numbers of P-Vision come to fruition. 2 kills for 9 class. That is a good start for P-Vision. Very close in the first blood exchange, though.
And an unexpected rotation, right? This is a 3-minute Lotus Pool that the Monkey King goes through the gate for. That's not one you necessarily see coming, and they do tip 9 class, and he gets both kills as well. And with that great early reward, he's on the way to his Helm of the Dominator on Monkey King position 4.
Classic.
Yeah, well,
as of the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, classic from yesterday.
To be fair, any position 4, well, I don't know why I said that. Any hero 9 class who is the position 4 plays, he's just going to play greedy anyway, right? It feels like that's the case. Always does something funky.
Yeah.
Always very entertaining to watch. It's either, most of the time it does work out quite well.
I think if you had to put a percentage on how many of 9 classes games he goes, what you would consider a standard build for the hero he
I would
plays.
say less than 50%.
Less than 50%.
That's a lot of stacks of sticky napalm on DM.
He's
Burning
resonating
to
out.
a crisp, but it's like he will eventually survive here. Comes back close to the tombstone, which just has to be given up.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Steve here.
This is one of,
Self-advertising, gotta love it.
This is one of Undying's hardest matchups in terms of supports in lane. Batrider is very oppressive. You're a hero that has so much staying power and you just want to stand and fight, but you just keep stacking up the napalm and eventually you have to concede. And now again, look at this.
Yeah,
DM is just dead.
Looks like it. Speed gets a very nice kill. Solo XP as well, looks like. And DM will have to make the walk of shame, of course. Yeah, having the Monkey King in lane can provide opportunities like that to Wildcard. He will be stealing the wave, and actually the Ancient's doing quite a bit of work to try to deny this. His 9 class, 6 stacks of sticky on him, gets the Boundless Strike off his DM, comes to assist, and Speed, no more Firefly. Not many of those creeps were killed by the Ancients, but not the most ideal situation for P-Vision.
This is still a very strong laning stage performance out of Speed here. Also, again, forcing that Undying to come and help Monkey King. Monkey King almost out of resources here, or at least on HP. 9 class not looking too hot, so you'd think with running Clarity plus Mangoes here that Speed, once he cracks level 4 with that Stoked facet, can get up nice close and personal even against Undying and win that fight.
Yeah.
This bodes very well for the Abaddon. The panel is talking about how is Abaddon's matchup into Undying in lane. Well, it's not that much of a concern if the support can win it 1v2.
Yeah, no doubt about it. As in that mid lane, we look at the CS 31 and 13 for RCY as no one sitting on 22 and 7. So another lane favored to Wildcard as the 6-minute power rune is coming. It's going to end up bottom, but Bignum trying to help out RCY for the runes here. Won't actually get killed off as RCY hits 6. Ducalis, 1 hit away. The blink will be the end of him, and now no one has to run away. Still only level 5 as Bignum making his way over as well, but he'll be able to catch him. Get the blood grenade on top. Starting to have some mana issues. Another brain sap for the road, but no one ends up surviving. This cold snap will help heal him up a bit. Speed even coming in the area as 9 Class plants a tree to be able to pounce off of. Not going to get the kill, though. Now 9 Class going to apply some pressure to Big Numb. Looks like he will get the kill, but will it cost him his life? It will. So, kill streak ended, and RCY be pretty happy with that.
That was actually a double kill for Speed. He killed his Bane and the enemy Monkey King with that flame break.
Good stuff.
To be fair, that is a very good exchange, though. The Monkey did have the amp damage rune, and you want to end that exchange as fast as possible there. So, yeah, not bad. Once again, for the side of Wildcard, this early game looking quite good for them. Main concern is, of course, Satanic having a good time on his anti-mage, but there is a possibility for this game to get into a mid-game state where Wildcard can really run the show. If they accelerate while AM has to farm and their other lanes have gone well, and in particular if Undying is slowed down sufficiently, this could be kind of interesting here with the early game that they've built for themselves. On the side of P-Vision, I think you just want to, slow things down a bit.
Yeah, Fade completely out of mana. Pops the wand for one more rebound, but now he's in a bit of trouble. Satanic does get slept, though.
I just realized he's only level 4.5 to level 6 of Satanic.
Yeah, that's true. Sunstrike
nice
will
dodge.
be avoided. Satanic. I mean, that level 1 mana void would not be enough, but you can see 9 Class on the tree, looking for an opening. Tukala still waiting in the wings as well. Rebound in, very aggressive play from Fade. Might pay the ultimate price. A nice balance strike into the mana void. It's enough. Satanic. First kill to his name.
He did not think MK was there, evidently. Another nice move. Every single successful play from P-Vision right now has come off of 9 Class. And yeah, this begs the question, how do you recover this type of opening?
Yeah, good TP. No stuns.
How does Marcy recover this game? As an off from this position.
Cold snap. Big Sonic Wave onto 2 heroes as RCY and company. They're actually going to get Tornado. Now the chase is onto no one, but the reinforcements have arrived. Ducalis focusing on RCY now. Hits the blink off, though, as no one's still getting gone on by Fade, but looks like no kills will come from this. That Mudgolem is extremely angry.
How many Dominators do you think will be in this game?
I thought there would only be 2.
Okay, there's 5. Abaddon bought it first item. Marcy's buying one. Anti-Mage has one. Invoker is buying one. And Undying is buying... Oh, it's 6, actually. Undying is buying one. They're getting 4 on P-Vision. The only hero who does not have it in Quick Buy is the the Snapfire.
And why not?
Yeah.
Why not just go for all 5?
So they're getting 4.
This feels like overkill. Surely this is overkill. I mean, what's your assessment based on the games that we watched? Is it as good as the pro players think? Because sometimes they're just wrong, you know?
I think in this particular game it's really, really good because the side of Wildcard don't have the best ways of killing those creeps. There's no... I guess Marcy with the Fleeting Fury can be quite good at it, but aside from that, the other heroes don't really want to spend time running down these Dom creeps. And if your assessment as P-Vision about this team-to-team matchup is that you can go late game, this is like your pseudo-Midas. Yeah, this would be a really nice stack to get.
Fade continuing to get harassed. He's the one having some major trouble in the laning stage. So you see, actually in terms of net worth, you can see no one has been struggling quite a bit as well. The DM's going to force Yamson out, but they get a considerable amount of those creeps. It's RCY getting closer to his blade mail. 2-level advantage right now on no one.
Have we seen a game with a team getting more than 3 Doms until this one? I feel like 3 was the record by Tundra.
Oh, I have not.
Yeah, this will be interesting, for lack of a better word. Bottom lane.
And Nightmare onto the Satyr. It's reflected, though, as 9 Class is burning in the bot lane, but
Nobody
will
dies.
survive.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Keith here.
It's going to be really hard to keep track of all these heroes plus their pets at this rate. Fade finally does hit level 6. As mid lane, cold snap into the meteor, boundless strike. The Centaur stopped a little bit too late. Not sure that would have had the damage anyway.
This is turning into a therapy session.
Oh, you really enjoy the voice.
That's a couple of good ones.
Yeah, they are.
I like that.
I prefer the Cinderin voice line,
Of course.
which speaks Danish.
Oh, you like that one more. Can you quote it for me?
No, I don't remember anything other than the fact that it was Danish.
That's right.
Which made me really hungry for Danish, of course.
Yeah, the best thing to come out of Denmark, of course, Danish pastries, which in Danish are called Vienna bread. So we don't want to take credit either.
Yeah, that's very humble of you. You guys must be the best then.
That's right. Yeah, according to Kezu.
That's right.
Also, according to Kezu, if you cannot be the best, if you claim to be the best, of course, he is in the running because he has never said I'm good.
That's true. Nobody else has either, though. As the mid lane taken, or the mid tier 1 taken out by a wild card, it was just an inevitable fact of nature.
About 2,000 up on the net worth. This is a solid start for them. They can keep building on it. Just finding out, getting nice on Satanic, but I mean, how do you initiate on this hero without Marcy? It's like the only stun you have that reliably connects on AM.
Yeah. Unless you get a grip from Fog.
Exactly. You have to get in
very
from Fog.
difficult.
You have to get Blink on Bat, but Speed is not going to go Blink first by the looks of it. He is queuing up the Glimmer Cape. This is pointed out here, the Queen of Pain with a Blade Mail Rush together with Bondage. Pretty standard, but fine. Of course, means Queen of Pain is not offering anything in the ways of killing AM. Historically, Quap would oftentimes go Orchid Rush when playing against Anti-Mage. Does not really matter right now. So, Blade Mail it is.
You know, a good counter play to all these helms, Cinderin, is the Queen of Pain Aghanim Scepter. More units that can be shadow-stricken and Scream of Pain.
Not a bad idea.
Yes, I know. Every once in a while, the clock is correct when broken. That's definitely the same.
Yes, that
2K early lead for Wildcard, despite the 4 Helm of Dominators for P-Vision. I feel like we...
Looking at this, it just looks so weird.
Yeah, this is unnatural.
It feels wrong, man.
It's filthy.
I'm used to looking at this overview of items, and there might be like one of these on one hero sometimes. It's like, oh, there's Lycan or Beastmaster. Yeah, there'll be a Dommy in the breakdown.
This is like having a teleportation scroll at this point. It's required, it seems. 9 class. 6 now. And
I draw the line at Batrider, though. If Batrider would have bought a Dom, it's time to go.
Well, sometimes you just feel left out, you know? The FOMO effect is pretty strong.
Lucas could still queue one up. He's just very poor, so not much to work with. We haven't talked about that much, but one of the highlights of the draft is Lucas is 5-0 on Snapfire for P-Vision, so has been their most successful position 5 pick of the tournament, and well, if he can keep that streak up, might end up turning into a ban for future teams.
Wildcard was 0-4 on Snapfire, if I'm not mistaken, from the stats that I saw earlier too. So
then it's highly unsurprising that it ended up on that team.
Yes. DM, if he walks a little bit to the right, might be in some trouble. Speed has the lasso. Grip is going to start it out though with Flame Break to follow. Yamson has made his way here as well. Lasso is expended just in case. Good kill from Wildcard. Of course, Undying is back as you hear the demonic laugh.
Do you think that that innate is in a good place? Starts on cooldown and then afterwards it has an 8-minute cooldown.
It's fine. Only because I find Undying in the mid to late game to be hilarious.
Okay,
One of the coolest heroes in Dota.
So it's not about whether it's actually balanced, it's just about whether you like the hero.
Everything is balanceable.
Yes. Okay. That you did not answer the question at all,
Yes.
in other words.
The answer is yes.
Okay. Do you remember what the question was?
Is it balanced? Do you like where it's at? Yes.
True. Okay. All right. I'll give you this one. You actually listen for once. Here goes. Nice little ripe tomato will be eaten up by DM.
Oh, we got some skellies coming. The rally is strong. Yamson shows up though, and some smoked members of Wildcard are going to the top of DM. Pops the flex goal. He's already extremely low. Kisses are coming in a big sonic wave, clipping 2. DM finally does drop. It's going to be the trade for Fade. And now Yamson kind of stuck in a weird spot, but big. He's going to be taking the recipient of 9 classes ult, the Wukong's command. Not doing too much as that support Monkey King. RCY completely out of mana now, and there is a mana void for Satanic available, and there he goes. So big kill in the end for P-Vision. It's the second death in a row for DM though on the Undying. Gonna slow him down a bit.
Yeah, they do manage to take him out, but the overall value they got out of that Tombstone and just the tankiness of Undying making for a good overall exchange for P-Vision there for sure. And of course, with this, Satanic with what would usually be considered a really bad Battle Fury timing here coming in the moment when his courier is back. Of course, that timing is quite a lot better when you have a Helm of the Dominator in the build-up.
Yes.
Without Dom, you're happy to get Battle Fury at like 12 minutes. Now, with that, that's 17, with 1,000 gold to boot even.
Wonder what the math is on how valuable it's been up to this point, as opposed to just getting the faster Battle Fury.
Yeah.
Like how involved, he's not been really that involved until this last moment.
One of the upsides is that the early Crown is actually very good in lane for Anti-Mage in the build-up to Dom. I think part of the reason he was doing so well in lane against Fade was specifically because of that item into Treads.
Satanic, able to blink out just in time. Obviously the counterspell, something that Speed has to worry about all game long.
Yep. Let's see if P-Vision can set up a way of getting themselves 4 Dark Troll Summoners with their Doms and then doing a 24 skeleton rally push. Would love to see that.
That will die to a single scream of pain.
If they don't kill them, I wonder how fast they can take a tier 2 tower. Nightmare onto the Dom.
The zoo is coming
Here
for
comes
you,
the
Victim.
other
Careful
Dom.
now. Bane's worst nightmare is being run at by a pine cone. Be able to find a distance though this time. As the creeps have amalgamated into the mid lane, going for the tier 1, but Satanic has bigger sights set. Victim, Nightmares himself, and eventually will be brought down by the Mana Void again. So P-Vision getting a little bit more aggressive in the last couple minutes.
I think it's very noticeable how much the game has changed in the last 5 minutes, where it went from Wildcard actually in a pretty good position, the laning stage went well, they're pulling off some successful moves, and now they're all just garbage men trying to deal with the onslaught of Helm of the Dominators in every single lane all the time, running at them, and they just don't have the best heroes for it, but Fade trying himself to be annoying. However, on the other side, Invoker and Snapfire actually killed him quite well, so... Lasso, DM.
Gonna get some help from 9 class though with the Wukong, gonna make this a little bit annoying. Centaur Stomp as well on top of Fade. And the Kisses gonna clip him on the backside. And the Sunstrike is enough from no one.
Clean hit.
So numbers coming for P-Vision, forcing the rest of Wildcard back.
9 class has had really good instincts this game with his hero movements. It's another good save there onto the Undying FDM. And speed, well, you're gonna need a lot of speed here.
Yeah, he does have Firefly, that certainly helps.
Okay. Oh, he missed the
Flame Break hits only 1. Can get clipped by Ducalis though, and that should be the end of him.
Mission failed.
No one with another Sunstrike kill.
Sure, Speed's gonna make a nice YouTube video about this one. That was a little bit of an overplay. We probably post-game analysis can figure out the mistake there, which was not running away. P-Vision are very much so stabilizing this game. Now they're 2k up. Writing on the wall here is this is a godlike anti-mage game. Down the stretch, nobody really deals with him very well except Marcy. Even Big Num will get killed off.
One again, my goodness.
You also get the Tormentor, so this is going to be the shard for Ducalis. He was queuing it up to buy. Now that he doesn't have to buy that, will he buy Helm of the Dominator? No. He's going for Solar Crest.
One can dream as no one... I assume he got that kill with the Sunstrike.
I think he found Big Num in the river.
Oh,
so
okay.
there were different ways that could have happened, but yeah, it's lead now.
And no one, I mean, I have to say, he was struggling mightily at the beginning of this game, but he has catapulted himself back up.
RCY has been playing a very good tournament. I think he's impressed a lot of people, and the lane match obviously off against Invoker quite good, so can have some nice individual skill expression in that lane. But now that we have lanes broken down a while ago, this is when it gets more complicated.
And he's got that 3k lead now on the AM. Has Manta, Battle Fury, the item that shall not be named. And we'll be going for the Aghanim Scepter now.
On with Lord Voldemort, of course.
Some of us
actually
actually
used to look
finds
like
Ducalis,
Harry
rebound,
Potter.
will hit.
Easy kill.
Easy kill indeed. What about Harry Potter?
I used to look like Harry Potter, so I can say Voldemort.
I have the scar of Harry Potter, though. That's stronger.
So when we merge together, we are.
When we merge together, it produces brain rot, which most of the viewers watching can attest to now.
Harry Rotter. Happy Rotter.
Yeah, they're happy about it, though.
Yeah,
No
that's
doubt.
right.
Speed can be found by 9 class. Gets defused. And this should be another easy kill for P-Vision, although owner makes it a little bit harder. Satanic again, level 2 Mana Void. Another kill to his name. 14k net worth, and now P-Vision into the pit.
Oh, 2 rally creeps. Bring him in.
That's hype.
Give me some zombies too.
Talk to me about this AM Ags. It's kind of a weird one.
Yeah, it's a real feels-good item for AM. This hero gains a lot of EHP from buying anything that gives health because he has pretty good base armor and he has good base magic resist. So when you buy Aghanim Scepter, it's not like extremely good value for money in terms of health, but it's an added benefit to, you know, you get a bigger mana pool, which is helpful for playing around the map and being aggressive. The active of it, or rather, it is a passive when you blink, is a very fast way of ramping up your damage in fights, because when you're running Mana Thirst, you just want a target to very quickly run low on mana. So you blink in, you hit someone, they lose a big portion of their mana, and in turn you get damage. So it effectively is like a team fight accelerant.
I forgot it even reduced blink cooldown by 1 second, just as an additive.
It's very, very strong.
So a tier 2 tower taken out by P-Vision. They claim the Aegis as well for Satanic, who has been extremely hard to kill thus far, and this only adds an additional layer to his safety.
Of course, the final part of X that we didn't mention on AM, when you hit people with your first swing after blinking, you lose 20% of your mana, but also they cannot regenerate mana for 6 seconds, making Anti-Mage a true hard counter to specific things, such as OD. You just blink and hit OD, and then Essence Flux just doesn't work.
Should be good
Losing
against
6 seconds.
Medusa as well. We've
Yeah,
been
obviously that is
AM banned constantly
number
because
one
of that.
hard counter to
Fade
Medusa.
gets inhibited inside the Wukong's command. Sunstrike coming for him, but the Sonic Wave to try to help, not enough. 9 class gets credit for that one. Satanic did use the ult.
Is he gonna keep chasing her? Not worth
Doesn't
it.
have the Ags yet. Only 800 away though. P-Vision now in the driver's seat. After a bit of a rough start.
It actually makes Bane so bad.
Yeah,
They
really
could all take Nightmare off with a creep.
And look at him, this pathetic Bane trying to kill this wolf, and he's not even gonna get it.
I think Big Mom is bored. It's like he just can't make moves. Everything just stops him. Man.
Alright, to be fair though, Bane has been kind of the support of the tournament, I feel like,
He's
right?
doing well, yeah, for sure.
It's like better, not that he's been bad in the past, but I was expecting Rasa to continue to be that hero, but for whatever reason it's kind of fallen off in the last couple days. The Bane continues, even against these mass summons.
You would think in a patch that is so dominated, no pun intended, by Humble the Dominator, that Shaman wouldn't be rated high because you could just ball down towers, right? You just play Zoo.
Yeah.
Zoo with Shaman was how TI4 was won. So, obviously, the math has changed a lot since then with the bonus gold for destroying towers, the comeback mechanics of what you get when you get kills when you're behind and whatnot. But in essence,
P-Vision
possible.
looking for a fight. They have found the Queen of Pain. Deafening Blast applied to him. Wants to go for the Mana Void, but the Blade Mail is still active.
Good
RCY
Nightmare.
gets to the high ground. Satanic's going to reset now as the endless creeps. So dumb.
You know what would be really funny? TI ends and they don't nerf it in the next patch. They just leave it. Like, this is a breath of fresh air.
That's a Sonic Wave and a half for 9 class. It denies the Centaur. I mean, those are worth quite a bit of gold. Does find its way to the grave, though. No, another big kill onto the Croaker incoming. Unless the Helm of Dominator is used in the next few seconds, it does give the 100 gold to Yamson.
Yamson is starting to make some pretty serious item progression as well. So now he's got the Radiance Manta closing in on Blink. Of course, Abaddon, the best carry in Dota right now to buy Blink Dagger on, in my opinion, together with Sven, because you can just... First of all, it's really valuable for your hero to get into the middle of the fight as fast as possible, but also when your borrowed time is running, you're not taking damage. You can blink out of a fight while being hit by 5 heroes.
Yeah, it's like the old days when Blink was first introduced in Dota 1. You could do that normally. Pretty crazy. Is Yamson actually completely out of mana right now?
Script.
Satanic.
He's trying to fight here.
Yeah,
okay.
He wants to go for the mana void. Can he blow him up in time? Is Bignum taken out first by Satanic? And now the borrowed time activates for Yamson as the Mortimers slow him down a little bit as Satanic looking for the big ult onto Yamson. See the Glimmer Cape applied right now as Satanic still has the Aegis for another 20 seconds. Turns the sight on the Fade instead, and that's life number 1. 9 class is looking for an opening. Does Satanic continue here? They have their Zoo ready. Backdoor protection still applied though.
From Wildcard. They got the Aegis out of AM's hands and only lost Bane, but obviously big spells on cooldown.
Abaddon does not have borrowed time. Very
Sonic
big deal.
Wave is now on.
Fortification activated now. And P-Vision looked to be resetting fully. So Blink Dagger used to be able to use it when you got hit, and then they changed it to not be that way, but they had a mana cost. Then when they removed the mana cost, Dota went up the tier of game it became, Cinder, with that one change.
When mana cost of Dagger was removed?
Yes. So good. So good. Just think of a time Wraith King used to buy Force Staff. Just think about how bad that is.
That sounds horrible.
It does. Shout out to TC.
Oh, that's
9
right.
class.
Oh, nice find there with the Dom, but he has Shard.
Yes, indeed. Had to purchase that one since the Tormentor supplied Ducalis with the Shard instead.
I will say, theoretically, you can get to a stage in this game on Abaddon where you can actually kill Anti-Mage, but it does not happen until Bloodthorn. That's the item that truly unlocks that play, where you blink in Manta, pop Bloodthorn on AM, just absolutely wail away at him with everything you have. Together with Marcy, that can be a killer combo. Until that point, I don't see Satanic cashing in a single death.
RCY. It's going to be found by Satanic. They're trying to set up a little bit of a bait action here. He's actually going to blink in very aggressively. Speed sees him. As the big Cataclysm coming out. Looks like the AM is perfectly fine, though. Going to try to man fight against Fade inside this Wukong's command. Will blink away, though, as Ducalis looks to be the sacrifice for P-Vision.
Made a dent in him, but still very difficult to kill him off fully. The chase is on.
Yeah. Good luck. Has the Aghanim Scepter, so like I said, the cooldown even lower for Blink. No one who's going to be slowed to a crawl. 9 class going to be there for moral support. So Shiva's getting pretty close for RCY. Any other big items incoming? Satanic almost has Butterfly.
Fade is queuing up Ags. I thought he would go Basher against AM. The Ags can be pretty cool, but obviously if Manta is available, you can dispel it and get out. At the same time, though, if you use Manta offensively as you blink in, you could get caught off guard, get killed off by the constant silences of Marcy, so I don't really mind it. I think Basher is the safer choice, but still, either way, far away from there for now. Do you feel like Speed is making a mistake not going Blink here? I don't know what to think, because if you still don't kill Anti-Mage in the lasso, I don't know if it matters that much, but I feel like they could. If he just Blink Lasso Glimmers and runs him into his teammates, he should be killable.
Yeah, it's
without that, it's tough.
definitely unusual. As DM will get grab ally.
That is a very good shard this game. Lasso, grip.
Yeah.
Kiting out Marcy. We saw Faith Beyond, also known as Bach, have an insane game on that Undying.
Wait, was that him?
Nope, it was XXS. I was testing you. XXS had an insane
I cast that game. I'm like, what?
Yeah, so did I, but
yeah, no, I don't think you were there.
No, you did it alone. Oh, evidently I wasn't.
Yeah, it's just, it's funny that people haven't really been prioritizing Shard since the nerfs from like years ago.
In my defense,
so
Bach
good.
was in the game though.
He
was
was.
in the other team.
That's right.
So, and
Very
he's
close
also
in
a
the
very good player, and therefore he could have done the same thing.
Yes, but he
it
didn't.
was a success. That's right.
He went for cart.
He did the cart plays, which were equally impressive.
Yes.
And that made for a hell of a series. Of
That's
course,
the
to
best game
qualify
that
the
we've had.
first team for TI. That was the 3-0 versus 3-0 showdown.
Yeah, that was
yesterday.
very good. Okay, so Satanic with the Basher. And we'll be finishing the full Abyssal first. I mean, what do you want to see after that? Does he need to go BKB? If he sees this Aghanim Scepter on Marcy, perhaps?
I think either BKB or Satanic. Like, both options are good. I guess, like you said, with Marcy Axe, maybe the BKB becomes a little bit better, but you can also use Satanic as a dispel, right?
This is going to be a big play. Smoke from Wildcard's going to be broken up by 9 class. Roche number 2 underway. Belches right in Satanic's face. And there's the counter smoke now from P-Vision. See if they try to wrap around now. I don't believe either team has a scan either remaining. Actually, just not gonna force anything. It seems. Still 2 more minutes until Roche switches spots.
Yep. Nothing else that play from P-Vision did force.
I mean, the pit is super scary though.
Yeah.
For both sides, really. No one.
Set up.
It's the meatball. Trying to force out this borrowed time. Nightmare provides a little bit of extra getaway. Yeah, Tombstone is always something you have to worry about. Mortimer's Kisses from so far away. And on the other side, you have a hero that can just go in and out of the pit at free will with the Bat Rider. And the Sonic Wave basically covers the entire pit. It's a pretty scary proposition. Looks like Yamson's going to go straight for the Bloodthorn now that the Orchid is done.
Yeah, it's the build here. And then after that, he's going to go Abyssal. And then by piling everything onto the AM, maybe he's killable. That is ultimately going to be the challenge that Wildcard have to overcome if they want to win this game. They have to eventually be able to kill Satanic.
Oh, the tree was broken. Speed. Very nice speed as 9 class uses the BKB, but the lasso is reserved for him. And this is while the second rush was underway for P-Vision. Now they're in a 4 versus 5. They have to commit for it. Speed's going to be able to spot it out. Jensen into the pit he goes, but Satanic gets the Aegis. They get the Roche as well. Grip right now onto the Undying. Looks like DM is just dead. And Ducalis and company going to try to get away as a Sonic Wave from RCY does clip no one. Lincoln says proc is a big mana boy from Satanic, though. Now turning his sights onto Faye. That looks to be a dead Marcy. And now RCY completely out of mana, slow to a crawl. Satanic double kill as DM, I believe that was the innate procking, back in action again. Yamson left all alone. Last remaining member of Wildcard. Gets off the Blink Dagger, but now slowed. And Satanic catches up. And the bash. Enough to bring the rest of Wildcard to their knees.
That
so
looked
P-Vision get
promising.
basically everything here.
It looked promising for Wildcard, but a flawless fight from Satanic. Just every single decision there, perfect. And they tried to go and chase down no one there with the Sonic Wave and get on top of him, but Satanic immediately blinks to his assistant and just covers it. Look at those damage numbers. Check him PC. Straight down mid now, 21,000 gold lead for P-Vision, and of course, Satanic wants this to end. He is picking up and placing the banner. Well, he's not placing it yet. He's still backpacking his Abyssal.
Speed. Very, very difficult to get out of this one. He's just dead. And yeah, the Roche banner going to make it even more difficult. Nightmare was there. He actually tried to take it off of Speed, and he just, oh my goodness. That is rough. Now they're just falling like dominoes as P-Vision should be able to secure this set of barracks, if not more. They cannot, I mean, the tier 2 still remains at top, so bot lane should be their choice. Gonna try to find RCY, gets off the Sonic Wave, but the Tornado clips him. They have the lockdown, Abyssal Blade, and no mana to speak of. RCY mana voided. Many cancellations from Satanic. That's what 17-year-old kids do, Cinderin.
He's got to keep his APM high for the post-game screen. Of course,
2 lanes of barracks for P-Vision now. Trying to go for throne.
Do you think Satanic has 3 of himself in fantasy?
Is that even possible?
No,
Is the
you
real
can only have
question.
1. But
Maybe
if
he
there-
contacted somebody at Valve.
But if he did, and there was an APM stat, he would be auto-canceling all game.
Yeah, true. Oh, he's actually going to get lassoed.
That
Do
is
they have the follow-up?
ambitious,
A
to say
tornado
the
is
least.
beautiful. Mortimer's to follow. Fade pops the BKB. And again, this is still a second life for Satanic. So first one is down. DM puts down the tombstone. This 9 class jumps out of it. Yamson now going through the tombstone. His borrow time is down. Satanic with the alacrity. Truly something to fear. First tier 4 down. As P-Vision looking like they want to finish this right here, right now. The Nightmare to slow things down, but they have many creeps to take that off. Last tier 4 will drop. They're going to find speed on the bot lane. The Tornado's going to be way off. But Satanic with the instant bash mana void. Another kill to his name. 12-0 on this anti-mage. As the Ancient now exposed. Now you got some siege units hitting it as well. One last buyback from Wildcard. This is a 4 versus 5 in attempted defense. P-Vision. Are they actually going to back away, or is this a fake back?
Oh, he did TP now on AM, so this is a full-on back. Completed Scotty.
Yeah. Silver lining for Wildcard is the fact that they could not get the Megas since the tier 2 is still remaining there. Not much of a silver lining.
The real silver lining is that this is a 3-game series, and in the next game you can make adjustments to try to make this more palatable. Honestly, this is just a godlike AM game, and it's a great last pick. They played it solidly on the side of P-Vision, and they kept the map under control with all their dominators, preventing Wildcard from really making as many moves as they would like with their lineup. And to me, arguably the biggest surprise was the Marcy losing the lane this hard. I think Marcy being level 4 when AM is level 6 really, it caused a lot of trouble. But a lot of that comes from the great rotation that 9 class did early on to the Lotus pool at minute 3, if you remember. He got 2 kills up there.
That's true. That's
really
true.
Was
very unorthodox.
It was very impactful on the entire outcome of the game, that singular move, because the top lane just became unplayable.
RCY, Abyssal Bladed, and dead. Just like that, 100 seconds on the deck. Yamson caught in the crosshairs of P-Vision. Borrow time does activate, but it's only a matter of time now. Fade trying to fight his way out of it, but the Cataclysm comes as GG's come out, and P-Vision take game 1 relatively easily.
Yep, that was I was going to say it was a beatdown, but I don't think that's fair to
No,
Wildcard.
first 10 minutes or so was Wildcard favored, actually.
Yeah, the first 10 were Wildcard favored. The subsequent 10 were pretty even, but the problem is even is not good enough in this game with the lineups the 2 teams are proposing. You have to snowball it harder as Wildcard, and they were unable to.
The Wildcard down 1 game in this best of 3, Nat.
That's right, Sunspan. This man is just so knowledgeable on everything that he's saying there. Yeah, first game going the side of P-Vision. We definitely got to sing some praises for Wildcard, though, because we said it leading into this. It's not going to be the blowout a lot of people are expecting for. There is going to be fight back. There is going to be something from Wildcard, and there was this time around.
I mean, there definitely was. Speed was popping off on his Batrider in the early game. Things are looking pretty decent. RCY had good control over the mid lane as well, but last pick anti-mage, your draft wasn't... There were so many holes on that last pick. We were calling Meepo, didn't think about the anti-mage, but it just showed that there was definitely a weakness in letting Satanic have a perfect hero, because they had a lot of overlap on all their other heroes. Very single target focused, very little team fight, and at some point this anti-mage is going to get the farm, and there's nothing you can do to win the game after that.
Yeah, also just the way that Satanic plays, not just this anti-mage, but in general, and then you see it on this anti-mage where he gets a free last pick, what feels like fly. He gets to pick whatever he wants, and this anti-mage is going in when you wouldn't expect an anti-mage to normally want to go in.
Yeah, I think Satanic had basically a free game. His lane went much better than expected. I think he hit all his timing super early. He got the Dominator, he got Battle Fury at a good timing. he was able to kind of do whatever he wants. There was so much map pressure from the side of P-Vision, maybe because of the 4 Dominators, which I'm sure we're going to get to soon.
Yeah.
But I felt like this is such a frustrating game from Wildcard's perspective. They just couldn't get anything done. There's always some creeps being pushed in their side. There's some Monkey King running around being annoying. Meanwhile, Satanic is just farming, and you know you're playing against this AM, you're in trouble.
Yeah, you mentioned the 4 Helm Dominators. I think we should just go ahead and talk about it now, because we've seen it before for Tundra where they picked up 3, 1 on each core rail. But to now see a Monkey King, a position 4, also picking it up for yourself, it's so oppressive with the map pressure.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the part of like, oh, it's just oppressive and a good item to get it, or like they're just hoping to use it to end. Like they just think, oh, we're gonna hit our timing, let's just go down mid with like 4 creeps or something. I don't know. I mean, it's hard, right? We talked about Nepo and so on being good. Yeah, it's because these supports can't deal with these creeps. Like they're everywhere. They're constantly pushing towers. You have no way to clear these waves. It sucks. It's hard.
I think it just hard counters Bane too.
Yeah.
Like Bane always wants to just sleep someone and set up for a kill. Everyone but Anti-Mage had an ability to take the sleep off, so you have to lead with grip or something, which is a little more awkward. So yeah, I mean, obviously the item is good, but I think it's twice as good when you're playing versus Bane.
I was also interested by that interaction where we saw Bane sleep one of the hero creeps, right? One of the Helmdom creeps.
Yeah.
And Anti-Mage puts on his counterspell and hits it. Even though you're not targeting AM, it's like targeted to go to him, so it reflected back onto the Bane. And I was like, wow, that's really annoying, because now it feels like I can't even be comfortable putting a sleep down as a Bane around my offlaner to help him against the carry.
I mean, no pun intended. It is a nightmare of a game for me. Like, it just sounds miserable. I think you need to be extremely well thought out of where you're going to set up anything this game. But he also didn't have help. I think Batrider not going Blink Dagger was very grief this game. He had a fantastic game in the early game, but he decides to buy this Glimmer when there's no initiation on his team. So you would want some initiation so the Bane can be in position to set up spells, but nobody gave that to him. So it's already a hard game and made even harder by the item choices.
Yeah,
I was just gonna add on to that, like Marcy also wanted Diffusal Blade for some reason too. Like all this, like we'll call it wasted net worth, is you're gonna get punished by P-Vision if you go for it. So I think the game was even, it was looking good. You can't make mistakes and itemize in a way that doesn't propel you forward, and I think they had a lot of wasted gold, unfortunately, in this one.
I also want to add on to that point.
Yes, right.
When we watched the video of the highlight reels as well, I think every time we saw a team fight, Wildcard were starting on Undying, which I think was awful, because you either need to be able to position yourselves in a way to catch the right heroes for your fight, or you have to buy items to do so. And when they're killing an Undying, especially on that Roche fight as well, it's like you kill the Undying, he literally just instantly respawned with his innate. So it didn't matter, and then you like pan top and Abaddon's there fighting an Undying again. It's like, why did we use grip on this? Why is this what we're going on? You know, on the bot fight, we're going on an Undying just so that Snapfire can ult on top of the rest of the team. It felt like they just didn't really have very good prioritization of hero kills in their fights.
Okay, so rough itemization, you know, a lot of resources used on a target that could have been spent somewhere a little bit better. But before all of this really kicked off and all the fighting fear, First Blood, right around the Lotus Pool, the numbers brought on the side of P-Vision towards their safe lane to contest that.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight here the fact that this is what you do when you are playing Monkey King support, right? Like, you're not going to lane bots. 3 minutes, by the way. You don't see this coming most of the time, but this is 9 classes playstyle. Like, this lane could have went potentially a lot worse for Satanic, but you have to remember, Satanic always gets a free game because 9 class is always helping him out, and DM is the one getting sacked. So he's allowed to play these anti-mage type heroes because 9 class will always enable it.
Okay, I'm still a little bit curious then how you counter that, right? Do you have to do something in the draft then, Fear, to make your offlane a little bit stronger? Do you need to bring more numbers? Like, it's 3 minutes. How else could you add to this?
Yeah, I think something went wrong in the draft where you allow Satanic to have a very comfortable gotcha pick, right? I think you have to have a well-rounded lineup that makes it so whatever Satanic does play, it can't 1v9 the game. Not every hero can do that in every circumstance, so I feel like they just kind of dropped the ball a little bit in how they were putting Satanic in a position where he couldn't pick a hard carry. He could pick anything he wants this game. Unfortunately, he was put in a position where he got anti-mage and couldn't touch it.
Look, I gotta fact check you guys, okay? You're giving me a lot of information about Wildcard, what they could have done differently, the fact that they were ahead, lots of little momentum, but yeah, gotta fact check. You gotta bring in a fourth voice here because I gotta hear from Pudge just exactly how he saw it go down.
I would love to share that with you, actually. I have some early clips watching the good things that Wildcard did in their laning stage and how that got them a gold advantage and how that transitioned. Most of it came down to their safe lane, where they got to zone DM heavily using Batrider. I had to show this context about why Speed voice-lined DM here. He got both a last hit against a hero that does 20 more damage than him and a deny, so that was pretty sick. He was very excited about this. This got his momentum up, I think, because then he basically got to zone both of these melee offlaners. And this is the moment 9 class went through the gate. Speed probably thought like, haha, I get a free little Lotus. This is wonderful for me and my team. Unfortunately, they lost the double kill. But what he gets to turn this into is basically zoning these two heroes. 9 class left the lane a lot because he couldn't do that much there, and he did get some things done, certainly, but DM just had a harder go of it as a result. He gets run down in this case just by the support by himself and takes a huge amount of damage, has to tombstone defensively. Speed ends up killing this for 125 gold, so very, very good for his game. And then DM finally comes back to the lane again. He gets a shield, he gets right click, DM gets killed by him solo as a support. So this is a really abnormal circumstance to be in for Pause 5, basically, because normally you don't get to bully these guys like this. This gives Abba like the craziest lane. He can last hit and deny every single creep. He's super, super happy, and Speed has more levels and gold than normal because he's got getting those kills. So as a whole, he's really happy. They get the Helm of the Dominator 8 minutes 20 seconds, and they basically use this to pressure the offlane tower. That's when you know a lane has gone bad. Nice TP by DM to avoid his death here, but they end up taking this tower super early. That's more gold advantage for his squad that they're really happy with. And then they start crossing the other side of the map. They're going to take these stacks that their opponents had made for one of their teammates instead. They don't have a good way to clear it, so they just move over and clear it themselves. Very nice cascading advantages. But then the Helm of the Dominator start coming in. This is Satanic on the other side of the map who's busy farming, bringing 6 skeletons. He's been planning for this push. And how do you stop all this stuff? There's a tombstone down, there's Forged Spirits, there's globs. They've got like 3 couriers in the fight as well. You got to watch out for those. They might deliver some items. So this is basically where Paravision starts really putting all of their effort towards their opponents and doing a nice job kind of breaking this advantage that they have. They group their heroes and they have these extra creep. This was super instrumental though. This courier snipe, Yamsun's courier snipe, that was a relic. That's supposed to be his Radiance. He was off to that great start earlier. His Radiance ends up getting delayed until like 20 minutes because of that courier snipe. Hugely impactful moment for the game as P-Vision basically just swarm all of their neutrals on the midway. So despite being behind from that bad lane, the way that they utilized these Helm of the Dominator creeps, the way that they brought all their heroes together to push towers really gave them a nice advantage. And the last clip that I have is look at this this very sad display of the Radiance coming much later than this. I think my clip ended early, but 2036, he gets his Radiance shortly after this. This should have been 2 minutes earlier. That could have really helped in some of those earlier fights.
I do appreciate the breakdown as always, Pudge. And I feel like, yeah, all right, you guys were maybe saying some correct things here on the panel just about how slow everything ended up being for Wildcard. But the biggest takeaway to me is, well, I shouldn't say the biggest, but one of the key ones that does make me question it is still, how do we deal with this Helm of the Dominator, right? You're kind of going really well. You might be able to shift a little bit more focus onto that safe lane, but at the end of the day, there is still this item that can be bought by what now feels like 4 different heroes or 4 different players on the side of P-Vision.
Well, I'll talk around the green room from OD Pixel himself. Is you should just
call him out straight to the camera.
You should just pick Weaver and get the XP talent because it works when you put the swarm on the Helm of the Dominator creeps, and no one's removing a beetle from the Helm of the Dominator creeps.
What about the second one? Do you remember the second one that he said also count as the
Razor Static Link?
That's right.
You can also Static Link from the Helm. I believe he said there was one more, but I don't remember it.
This, please.
Okay, look, I will. I'll pull you guys out of your misery. Maybe I'll give you some more time to think about it. Because P-Vision, they are 1 game away from making it to TI playoffs. They're going to be securing that top 8 if they can get themselves a win. There is one team, however, today that got that reality for themselves. It is, of course, Enigma Galaxy. And Pyrian himself got to catch up with one of the players in the moment of celebration.
Yes, thank you. I am here with GH from Enigma Galaxy. Congratulations, first of all, on making it to the last day of TI. After so many years in the wilderness, it must be great to be back.
It feels amazing to be back. I don't know, like, words cannot really describe what I'm feeling right now. We're just really excited. I'm extremely grateful to be able to have this opportunity to play. It has been a while So we're just really excited to play again.
Wonderful. It's great to have you back at the International. Now you've made last 8. My question to you is, are those games as stressful to play in as they are for Nigma fans to watch? Because a lot of us are on the edge of our seats hoping you guys do it. And you did it. Are you guys nervous in the game, or is it just like, oh, come on, guys, we can do this?
Nerves really come and go a lot of times, especially when the game is about to start. There's a bit of nerves, but later on in the middle of the game, it kind of dwindles down, but then comes back again, and then there's team fights and a lot of the objectives, and then there's smoke, so it keeps going up and down.
I've heard a lot as well about the people are speculating about what Nigma comms are like. What are the comms like in game? Are you guys all talking, or is there like one leader? Is it quite calm and collected? How is it?
Well, the comms, we've been working on it a lot. I believe we've reached a place where we're happy with our comms overall. We keep wanting to try to improve, of course. But I would say it's relatively calm, objective-oriented. We try to focus on having a chill mood, not too excited, not too down. So I would say overall it's good.
Fantastic. And what are your guys' plans for the days off? Obviously, we've got a few days off here. Is it just scrims, or are you going to enjoy today at least?
That's a tough question because we really just ended the game a couple of minutes ago, so I need to go back and reconvene with the team so I know what they will decide to do. We have a really good support staff, so I'm just excited what they have coming for us.
Fantastic. And just finally, obviously, your fans have been supporting you guys for years. Do you have any words for them going into the last 8 of TI?
Well, give a huge shout out to all the fans. I know it was a bit inconsistent throughout the entire journey, but I'm happy you guys are with us. I'd like to give a huge shout out to all our supporters, especially our families, our partners, our brothers, our siblings. I just hope my brother would be here to be with us, but maybe next time, hopefully. So I'm really happy about that.
GH, thank you so much. You guys were fantastic to watch. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament. Back to the panel.
It was definitely a very hard-fought journey, a hard-fought best of 3 for themselves as well. That game 3, though, it was great for themselves, and I liked it. You know, Fly, he was very honest, very candid about the nerves are still there. These guys have been playing for ages, they're veterans, and it's still just before a game. It can still be there, and it might not take them to the middle of the game until it dissipates.
Yeah, I mean, that's just part of competition life. It doesn't matter how many games you've played, you're still going to feel something before a match. You know, it's a lot of anticipation, a lot of thinking about it, and then some nerves come in, but might just propel you to play better. And honestly, listening to GH, it's hard not to cheer for this guy, right? He just seems like such an incredible human being, and he seems like such a good person to have on a team. And it's no surprise, you know, it managed to get them from a tough position into the International.
Yeah, just his message to the fans as well was like very, I don't know if emotional is the right word, but there is just something that it stirs inside you. Like you said, you're very happy to cheer for this team, for GH himself as well. And, you know, teams players, what am I trying to say? People back at home that are cheering for P-Vision and the players on that team. Well, you guys are one step closer to seeing your team making it to the TI playoffs. They're one game away, right? This game 2, whatever you're a fan of, you just want to see some good Dota. That's what we're hoping for, a little bit more of a game from Wildcard. That early game was good from them, but being able to bring it when it comes to team fight through.
Yeah, if they can... It's hard. There's a lot of things that need to happen, and I think the nice thing is that after the game 1, they have a read on what this team can potentially do to you. There's just so many different factors. Like, I think one of the things that Pudge pointed out that was so massive was this Radiance getting sniped. Like, these guys have timings they need to hit to be able to fight P-Vision, and if they miss them, they are just going to get run over, especially when they're doing things like 4 helms that just take your towers and control the map space. Yeah, itemization problems. They just had a lot of problems, honestly. I hope they make it simpler for themselves, maybe. Like, if their plan is just very straightforward, then they don't have to worry about all these different factors controlling things.
I think they should ban Monkey King, personally.
Really?
Okay.
I thought that was fine, of all things.
No, I think it causes a problem in the draft, just because you don't know where it's going, right? Like, you oftentimes aren't going to pick some offlaners, and maybe this is why they got in the position they got in, because they didn't want to pick an offlaner that's potentially bad versus Monkey King carry. And then 9 class, he seems to be playing Alk and Monkey King right now. Those seem to be his 2 heroes, and I think after watching most of these games, the Monkey King looks better than the Alchemist. It has a lot of impact. He's doing a lot on the map. And
Maybe
for
the
those
most
two reasons-
positive thing you've said about 9 Class.
I mean, he's been having like a up and down tournament, right? But his Monkey King, I think he's back on track, and I think Ostini sees this too, and is probably going to give him Monkey King whenever it's available.
Yeah, but the one thing that does seem nice though is he sacked his offlaner so hard.
He does that every game.
Yeah, but like,
No matter what he plays. Is his Alchemist winning the lane for DM?
Sure, but maybe then the idea is, okay, let them have the Monkey King, let them sack the offlane, and then just pick a more involved carry. Like the Abaddon going Helm kind of stayed in his lane and tried to go get that Radiance, and then that ended up getting sniped, and then the heroes didn't really do much. Maybe pick something that can
Yeah, I mean, you
play
could
faster.
try that approach, or you could just ban it. Those are your choices, but you need to think about it more, either way.
Yeah.
I think 9 Class is I like to use this term, but he's a bit of a game warping type of player.
Yeah.
Where he does things that are not normal. Like you're gonna queue, you're gonna play 50 pubs.
Yeah.
You probably won't face a single player who's gonna do something like him. And Monkey King, which is banned in this case, is definitely a much more chaotic hero compared to Alchemist, who's just gonna go farm some stacks. You know, he might just throw a stun somewhere, but it's not the same as Monkey jumping around, causing this chaos. And it was his hero that was kind of his claim to fame, almost. So I also agree. I think this is a good ban. That hero is a problem. And now I think the interesting thing is that we kind of know how P-Vision wants to play. They definitely had some conversation about it together, like, hey, Dominator is OP, Tundra did 3, let's do 4, you know? Let's kick it up a notch. Use
Who's
this
the first going to be to 5, you know?
Yeah, they could bust out 5. Ducalis, you're next. Maybe just play Chen. But you can see how these summons cause so much annoyance in the game for wildcard. So I don't want him to pick Bane. I don't want Fade to play... okay, he's going to play Dawnbreaker, which is fine. I was going to say I don't want Fade to play a hero like Marcy. I want him to stick to something that's a little more comfort. Dawn is already good. It's good against Enigma because he can cancel Hole with her ulti, and it also helps alleviate some pressure off the map because she can deal with a wave and ulti in. So even though Dawn has not been too successful, the idea of Dawn against what P-Vision is doing is fine.
It's that good building block for themselves. We didn't really touch on the Enigma too much. You know, you talked about how Dawn was good against it, but the gyro ban comes out and it feels like it's just inevitable. DM loves this hero. It's been banned out against P-Vision for what feels like as long as DM has been on the roster.
Yeah, it's a really strong hero for him, and it enables a lot of the heroes that 9 Class likes to play too. And that's pretty much the goal of this P-Vision team is... I mean, I don't envy DM, but I respect him a lot in the sense that he has a really hard role on this team to play. He basically doesn't have a pos 4 that is going to win him a lane ever, so he has to find heroes that can play by themselves very efficiently. And Enigma is one of those heroes that historically does that very well, and this is why it works so well for P-Vision. And the added bonus is you can actually probably win your lane in some of the cases too with these melee pos 4s with Enigma.
Seen some more bands come out. TB, Pugna. Is there really too much to read into that?
TB is just like Yamson's, I think, comfort carry for this tournament, or one of them. It's one he's looked the best on, in my opinion. Pugna, just super strong support. I think it also makes the game plan simple, right? If you have a Pugna, you're just gonna be able to take objectives very easily. Just bolsters your lineup already with Dawn's healing on top of Pugna. Seems like it's just a strong support. It's kind of hard to say exactly if it's banned for a purpose outside of it just being a good support.
Yeah. Sometimes it's all you really need.
Yeah.
As a reason.
I'd like to see possibly a Chen come out from Wildcard. I think it's one of Speed's best heroes. It's also pretty good against Enigma because you can steal Eidolons in lane. I think it'll set up for good heroes against Enigma, such as Alchemist, or there's probably one more I'm missing. But something that deals with Eidolons. I think Chen would be a good addition. But they go with Tusk for now, which is a good lane partner of Dawnbreaker. Historically, it's always been a good lane together with the tag team and Dawnbreaker's first spell, so it's okay. Nothing too crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if Ducalis just ends up picking Snapfire again. He's been looking fantastic on it. And then the 9 class hero is really the fun one, you know, what does he have this time? Is it going to be the Alchemist himself, which then that means Yamsen's not going to be able to play it?
Slark.
Is it the Slark? Yeah, it could be the Slark. It's like kind of a guessing game, you know, what does he feel this time? I feel like logic doesn't always apply to this pick.
No,
Probably
definitely
what
doesn't.
he feels in the moment.
What else has he been playing apart from the Sloth?
Zeus.
The
Oh
Magnus.
yeah, Zeus and Mag. Yes, I forgot about. How could I have forgotten about the Mag that Phil loves so much?
I do. I love support Mag this patch.
Well, you're not gonna see it. You said you're gonna see support Zeus.
It could be
So
Zeus plus
sad.
5 because he can jump away from Tusk, so it's actually pretty
Oh.
good against Tusk in a way. We'll see, you know, we never know with this guy.
That's half the fun of the conversation about this team.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of the fun, though. I
Yeah.
think he's a unique player, and it makes watching P-Vision a lot of fun. I can see the Slark. Okay, Marcy. That could actually be multiple roles. It could be a pause 4, because he has played it in the past. It can still be a carry. So again, with this Astini flex thing, where he keeps heroes pretty open until he has to decide where they go. Just like last draft, we weren't even sure where this monkey's gonna be. We assumed it's pause 4, but you have to keep it in the back of your head, like, maybe it can go carry or mid.
I'm a little afraid that Satanic gets like a free morph game. So I want to, because like I think morph is one of the better heroes that lanes against Dawn Tusk. It's pretty free. And then, yeah, if that's not addressed, that could be a problem. So this is already pretty good, having silences and disables. And with the morph, you could also just lane Marcy as a 5 too if you want. I think their whole idea of this Marcy plus Zeus is the fact that you can get away from Tusk in the laning stage and you won't just die. Because we've seen how strong Tusk can be paired with either Marcy or Dawnbreaker. If you just sit there and tank that damage, you will feed.
Are we looking at another support for Wildcard right here then? Who's in the pool? There's like Shadow Demon still available.
I think he needs to address Enigma, especially now that they've decided to give Yamsen last pick.
Yeah.
There's not that many good carries against Enigma, so if the pause 5 doesn't deal with him here, then Yamsen's going to be very pressured to pick a hero that deals with Enigma, so it has to be something. Okay, Warlock is a fine choice. You always have the cancel for the Black Hole. You have 2 cancels now with Dawnbreaker and Warlock, so Enigma's probably just going to be going auras this game. It's good with the Fatal Bonds against Eidolons. I think this is a solid choice, gives him more team fight. I like the Warlock, probably even more than Chen, just for the team fight aspect. And Void Spirit might just be a comfort thing. It combos well with Dawnbreaker, so you have this Spirit that goes in and Dawnbreaker follow up. But they do get a counter matchup on no one now, so we'll see what he goes with.
What are a couple of counter matchups to Void Spirit?
Shaker's in the pool.
Yeah?
I think Shaker pretty good.
Shaker should be good, yeah. I think it fits well with the heroes. Shaker, Zeus, a lot of threat on the map. Anyone can just insta-die. I don't know if he's played it already in this tournament.
I don't know.
But I imagine he can play it.
Yeah, I mean, I trust no one to know this matchup better than I do.
I know it's kind of rough into Void Ags, but Puck is...
Ember.
Okay, never mind. We don't even need to talk about it.
That's like the old school counter to Void Spirit. Still good, I imagine. And yeah, they don't have any good disable for this Ember, so he can be an absolute menace to the supports, or just anywhere on the map if he wants to.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about with the Puck as well. I was like, they don't really have hard lockdown. The reason I liked Puck slightly was because if Tusk does rotate on mid, you can get out of it early, whereas maybe they have a little bit more pressure on like a Spirit before pre-6. That's it though. Who cares laning stage?
Maybe some teams.
True. I mean, you saw last game. Laning stage didn't matter.
I think they should ban Faceless Void on the side of Wildcard, because I think Void will lane pretty well into Dawn and Tusk.
It does, yeah.
It's hard to kill him. They have follow-up damage with Zeus, Midnight Pulse. And it's a Dominator hero, because right now I am only seeing 2 potential Dominator heroes. So unless Ember is going something crazy here...
Why couldn't 9 class buy Dom on Zeus? I don't see why not.
I think it'll be Ducalis Zeus.
I was gonna say, are we even sure that it's gonna be a 9 class Zeus?
Pretty certain.
I think it's gonna be 9 class Marcy with Enigma.
Yeah, so then you think Marcy's going to be carried.
Oh,
Satanic's
yeah,
going to
you're
be playing
right.
Marcy.
He could. I mean,
I
honestly,
agree he can, but looking at this draft.
I mean, they could. This could be Zeus 5, Marcy 4,
Yeah.
or this could be Zeus 4 and Marcy 1. We don't really know.
I think they're just gonna pick the best carry for the game now because Marcy wants a win condition from mid lane as a carry, and I don't think Ember Spirit really is one. Like he can carry games, but not in the same way like a Tinker would. So I think you'll just pick a carry here with Zeus. I think Void if it's left in the pool. If not, I would need to think a little bit what else is good against Dawnbreaker that's left.
Still think Morph could be good.
Oh yeah, there's Morphling, right? Morph is great against Tusk and Dawnbreaker, so I can see Morph, I can see Faceless Void. I think he's a good win condition already.
Taking their time thinking about this last ban. Maybe they're tossing up between the two of them.
Might as well. You have this is your last ban and pick. You can use all your time if you want to.
What's the TA? It's neither of the heroes that you guys.
That's a strange one because I always found Dawn to be one of the better heroes against TA in lane, but it is Satanic TA. I was gonna say it's one of his better heroes, but that pool of heroes is like 10. He has like 10
it's
signature
a pretty big-
heroes.
Yeah.
So they just decided that's the one.
That's a specific one. What about it for Dawn in the lane against TA that makes her favorable?
Just you just have so many instances of damage, and you don't have a stun, so you just get on top of the TA, and you can typically deal with that. And they go with the Faceless Void.
Dominator, baby.
Yep,
That's
pretty good
the
item.
third one I see this game. Marcy, Enigma, and Faceless Void coming up.
Oh, such a good Wraith King game.
Well, no, because they have Black Hole and Chronosphere, right? This is this is now a problem for Dawnbreaker, right? She has to ult something. Now you're relying on Warlock to have to cancel every Black Hole, and Dawn to ult every single Chronosphere. It's becoming a game of who's going to use their spell first.
No one ends up using them.
Yeah.
Just a pure stalemate.
He has to channel his inner Ame, but no, he's gonna go for the carry matchup. Or sorry, not the carry matchup, the lane matchup.
Yeah.
As opposed to the carry matchup.
Well, that's how you know Wraith King is unpickable. If this wasn't a game for it.
You really tried. You put it out there, Fear.
Put it out there.
It's not going to happen. It's the Alk. We see all of our 10 heroes now across the board, and is there a slight favorite when it comes to the draft?
Both these drafts are... Well, I like this draft much better for wildcard than the last game. It is much more rounded. They could definitely win. I like RCY on Void Spirit. This is really where he pops off. However, you are playing versus this P-Vision draft where it could be very difficult to get out of the laning stage, I want to say. I feel like their lanes are incredibly strong, and that could snowball really hard, but wildcard does have some tools, and I do like the Outclass pick.
I'm going with wildcard all the way. This is
wow.
way better. They have multiple forms of initiation, 3 heroes compared to the 0 last game. 9 class is playing Marcy. I don't think he's played at this tournament yet. I know he plays it, whatever. Wildcard has their signature RCY Void Spirit. This guy's going to pop off. He's going to 1v5 this game straight up. We're going to game 3.
Okay, I'm liking a lot of initiations, a lot of comfort, something that's going to pop off.
Signature voice, signature Enigma. What do you mean?
Of course.
EM's the master of this hero. Plus, picking confidence. He knows how to play into every single matchup. I've never seen a man better at a hero. What do you mean? Aw.
All right, well, then I feel like I don't need any more clarity there. Ray's definitely favoring P-Vision right now, and they are one game away here from qualifying for TI. Wildcard on the other side, they need to have all the comfort they possibly can. Off to a good start. We'll see just exactly what sort of start and game we're going to get here with Sunspan and Synderen.
Thank you very much. Indeed, this is a very interesting draft from both teams. We got P-Vision versus Wildcard in game number 2, elimination game for Wildcard, elimination series overall. Do you have a favorite, Synderen?
Yeah, I think most of what they said I do agree with. I think Wildcard have a better shot in this just overall in terms of strategy. They also did have the total last pick here of the Alchemist, which I think was a very excellent choice. You know, you're going to be laning against Enigma. You have one of the carries that can survive a Chrono or can survive a Black Hole. All of those things or bearing all those things in mind, though, I feel like P-Vision might just be a little bit too much of a mouthful for Wildcard. And like they were talking about in the panel, I'm surprised this Faceless Void did not get banned. I think that was a relatively straightforward ban in that slot for Wildcard. They opted to ban the TA instead. In particular, when you're already presenting the Zeus, that makes Void so much better. Something you and I have criticized when we've been casting games this tournament is Voids playing without damage in the Chrono.
Yeah.
That is not really a problem here. Even a support Zeus offers a lot of extra damage. Ember can do some assistance with slight chains. We've got Midnight Pulse.
The double bubble, the classic EG strat from back in the day.
If something is going to come back to bite P-Vision in this game, it's that their lineup is greedy. So if they run out of steam too early, even more so than in the first game, Wildcard could just get off to an early advantage and this time just roll it all the way to a win. I can see where Fly's confidence is coming from, to be fair, because I think if the lineups are both played to their utmost potential, I think this is a dire advantage. But we need to see a stellar game here from Wildcard because P-Vision are definitely firing on all cylinders today in that game one.
There's definitely some NA pride there as well, though.
Yep.
Keep that in mind. The Wildcard have to win this game to stay alive in this road to TI. But yeah, it's been a while since I've cast Zeus. Talk to me about it. Obviously, damage in the Chrono you've already discussed, but what else does this hero provide?
Oh, interesting. Just they lane swapped. Huh, okay.
Yeah, Yamson is in the bot lane.
Yeah, I'll get to that in a sec. Zeus mainly offers damage. I mean, he doesn't have any slow. Well, it's a symbolic slow in the Heavenly Jump.
It's not symbolic, it's very powerful.
Okay, he has a very powerful slow.
The Mario jump.
And then he has a lot of damage, and he is one of the best D-warders in the game, of course, because Lightning Bolt can find observers and sentries placed on the ground. There's a reason this hero hasn't been particularly popular this tournament. Not because I think it's bad, it's just very one-dimensional, so you need to either understand the hero at a high level to draft it correctly, or it needs the perfect game, which doesn't happen all that often, in particular as a core. So it is a little bit limiting, but P-Vision have been enjoying this hero. They've played it before. Obviously on 9 class we've seen it, and this might be the second time that Hollis plays it too. And now it's time to talk about lane swap. If somebody survives here.
Yep, Fade and Bignum working on 9 class right now with that tag team. Oh, they block each other. Unfortunately, cannot find the last hit needed.
All right.
This is a crazy combo, though. Of course, we've talked about this one in the past. The Dawnbreaker, Starbreaker with the tag team of Tusk. I mean, last time you were raving about this, they ended up initiating level 1.
Yeah.
This time the level 2 for Wildcard. Very strong.
The level 2 timing of this lane is incredible. It's one of the strongest level ups you can get in Dota is when these heroes combine hit level 2 in the lane. The problem, or rather the reason they lane swap here is this combo doesn't kill Void in lane. And I think a very big reason of why Wildcard want to run these two heroes together is to get off to a hot start and try to dominate. So by lane swapping, what they do accomplish is it feels weird to remove or move Alchemist away from Enigma, because generally that's a good lane matchup for Alch, but so is Void. So he can just farm down here in the off lane, and then instead what you get in return is you get a killable target for the combo of Tusk Dawn against Enigma.
Yeah.
They have a little bit to fend for themselves with Malefice as well as the rebound, but you got to be very careful as the Enigma in this lane. And you can see Dawn already off to a massive head start, 18 for 3 against the 9 and 3.
Oh yeah.
Also kills Eidolons very well with the Starbreaker. A lot of good things.
This feels like a. We're gonna see
just
the 3-minute Lotus go. The likes of 9 class. Now, Dawnbreaker has had a horrific win rate. This does feel like the best start that we have seen.
Yeah. Many of the
what
games.
What do you think the reason is that she has been kind of meh?
I mean, many of the games that we've seen, she has not won her lane. And I think it's such a big part of the hero identity is getting off to a hot start and trying to snowball. I also think in some of the games that have been played this tournament, Dawn has not been picked with good pairings. It's been picked as like an anti-hero more so than like a combo with its own team.
Right.
What makes Dawnbreaker good, in my opinion, is that the ultimate game is one where you have 2 or 3 teammates that have catch, and you have an enemy that's key to lock down. And lo and behold, in this game, right, you're stopping Black Hole, you can counter-initiate Chrono, and you can be set up by Void Spirit and Tusk and technically Alchemist. So it's
the
good.
Eidolon's starting to do a lot of work to Fade. The Blood Grenade's going to slow him down as Fade gets disposed back into even more Eidolon. So that is first blood for P-Vision. As no one going to help some from Ducalis, trying to take out RCY. It's going to be close. RCY just barely survives as Speed will get the better of Ducalis and no one. So a double kill for the position 5 Warlock.
Yes, the classic 4-minute double kill Warlock in mid that we've come to expect.
Yeah, great ganking support hero.
That is the most random outcome. But what a great start for Speed here. Obviously great for his Grimoire as well, lest we forget Warlock gets...
Yeah, he's had 2 great starts to both games.
Yep, a massive benefit for him. This will be a very early golem, even if they don't get their wisdom.
Yeah,
More
dispose
pressure here.
from 9 class back into a Malefice as Ducalis makes his way over as well. So a Thunderbolt getting Bignum quite low as now we have another TP from Speed. All over the place. Very mobile Warlock.
Yep.
And this, of course, will leave a 1v1 situation in the bot lane.
They're both
Satanic's
not far.
Void versus Yamson's Alchemist.
Yeah, this is about of a nothing burger of a lane as you can get. They're gonna hit creeps.
They're both pretty happy about that, I'm sure. Yeah. So RCY, known for his Void Spirit. Oh, he's going to get gone on. Rebound connects. Not level 6 yet, and this is just a 1 versus 3. He is going to be taken out by no one. A good rotation from P-Vision. We've talked about the Void Spirit as a hero feeling, if they don't pop off, they feel extremely underwhelming.
Yeah.
And this is obviously a signature pick for RCY. We'll see what he can put together as DM. Left alone because of that gank. Will be the recipient of all this damage from Fade and company. Speed gets another kill. So he's on a killing spree at this point.
One of the heroes that has to be in the lower quarter of frequency of killing sprees minute 6, surely. Warlock.
You know, I'm not a Warlock player, Cinderin. Why does Black Grimoire even have a cooldown? I didn't even know it did.
I don't think you need to be a Warlock player for that. I think that's a Valve question, not so much the player.
Okay, yeah, but you're an analyst here.
Yeah. Why does it have a cooldown?
He could be level 6 right now. How cool would that be?
Yeah, maybe that's why it has a cooldown.
That's kind of sick, though. I mean, if you're going to get 3 kills on Warlock by 6 minutes, you deserve to have your ult.
Well,
debatable, I guess. A 7-minute wisdom is about to come to be.
If he uses the Grimoire for this wisdom, will he be 6? He gets 800 experience.
10 more seconds.
It will not be enough for 6. Because then they can't contest the wisdom. If Speed could just pop a level 6 here,
they
would
try
cover
for
it.
9 class going to spot Speed, the killing spree. And 9 class going to be able to get the dispose, but Speed is back, and Fade will come to make sure that they get the shrine. They take out 9 class as well. Yeah, still ends up being a trade as their Speed's ult actually does not stun at all. Good dodge from no one. First misstep from Speed in this game.
Well, if he doesn't cast it, he dies. Because no one doesn't get forced out. There's not enough damage. And he is on a killing spree, so it's pretty valuable to kill the Warlocks. I don't really mind that Golem so much. Obviously would have liked to connect it and do some more damage, but you were never killing Ember there, but he definitely could have killed you. Got to take the trade you can get. Yeah, this is definitely looking good for the side of Wildcard. As we saw in the stats, this is their second Dawn game, and they won their other one, so they are not the reason this hero's win rate is at about 35%. Not their fault.
Bignum shows up in the mid lane. Astral Step coming from RCY, but Bignum taking the brunt of the damage here. 9 class first to fall, though. Aether Remnant proc to Speed. No longer has his ult. Bignum eventually falls to no one, so it's a support for support. Has the damage rune now, which is a very big deal.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, look at the levels, though. Enigma is really trailing here. A full level behind the enemy. I guess I should say offlaner Alchemist, but maybe that's an unfair comparison. And now Dawn ulti has been unlocked. Oh!
No one very greedy for these last hits, barely survives. As the damage rune activated, we'll have to trickle back to base.
Close call.
RCY, you can see they've actually put quite a bit of effort in stopping RCY so far in this mid lane.
Yeah, and as you already established, this hero is pretty prone to either snowballing or falling flat. It's a very polarizing hero in my opinion. So they are trying to bring him into the game, but already with this slowdown, can't say I'm too confident in Void Spirit having that pop-off game. He's going to go for the Vessel, obviously good against Faceless Void, and just an all-round feels good item on the hero. You're universal, you want to get those all attributes and have the extra bit of damage since your spell combo isn't generally fully enough. But against Flame Guard, you're just never killing.
Yeah.
It's just not possible. You can see no one is just bullying him.
Let's see if any TPs come. RCY has the escape mechanism, of course, in the form of the Astral Step. So, yeah, column number 2, actually. So, is 9 class going for? Yes, of course. Why did we even question such a thing? So, 3 helms, down from 4. It's an improvement.
I would make the argument that if you're playing Marcy and not buying this item regardless of role, I think it's a mistake.
Yeah, that's true. As we can see, the first Solar Guardian of the game, Speed pops his ult as well. Faded coming to get 2 kills. Very nicely done from Wildcard. And they're going to get a third, it looks like, as Ducalis slowed down. Aether Remnant punch.
That is some pace right there.
Triple kill for Fade. The offlaner for Wildcard, but played in the safe lane.
He's keeping up with his free farming Elk on net worth. This is a really good look.
Oh yeah.
For Wildcard, and what can I say? Maybe Fly just knew. He saw the draft. He was like, "This is a Wildcard that's going to smash them." So far, so good. 4K lead in a 10.
4K lead, yeah.
And it begs the question. I was entertaining this that maybe P-Vision got a little bit too greedy here, and
a little too cute. They've been known to do that from time to time.
It is indeed a greedy lineup, and you are so far away from 6 on Zeus. He just cracked 5 now on Ducalis, just trailing by a massive amount against the enemy team. Gotta weather the storm here if you're the side of P-Vision. You gotta just farm up. You need time. You need a lot of it.
Yeah, well, games these days have been going 60 minutes, so...
Yeah, you'd think Enigma Void just can't lose, right?
In the 60-minute game, yeah, I would agree. Can Wildcard up the pace? So far, so good. Satanic brings his Troll Summoner with all those rally creeps, and DM has his own Troll Summoner.
Oh, Blade Mail, he's in there.
Yeah, he does quite a bit of damage, takes out 1 Troll. Still quite a bit of damage done to the tier 1 regardless, as Speed getting chased by 9 class. Satanic yet to use Chronosphere this game. Speed's going to be an easy pickoff to start this fight. Big Starbreak from Fade, only on the 1 actually, is 9 class getting to the north. Looks like he's going to be fine. Satanic still looking for that Chronosphere. His DM also has the Black Hole at his disposal. Will use it for Fade. Gets canceled at the last moment by the Aether Remnant. The Solar Guardian canceled though. And that's going to be the death of both Fade and DM. So trading offlaners. Now RCY in a 4 versus 1, although Big Nub coming to try it. Save him with the potential snowball, but the Chronosphere at the last moment from Satanic. And this will lead to a 3rd kill for P-Vision. Actually 4th if you count Speed at the beginning of the fight. Of course, all this time, Yamson has been farming away. Will be getting his Radiance, and actually has enough now.
Yeah, begs the question if that was worth a TP. He could have joined that with an Acid Spray during that dive. A really powerful spell when the enemy team starts getting a little bit too deep, but
yeah.
Seems that the play call is I am going to stay away and make sure I hit my timings. It's a really high risk thing. If you TP up there and die, you lose insane amounts of momentum on the Alk.
TP rotation though, on the way as Fade. Time dilation applied to him. Bignum with the snowball picks him up. Right on top of Ducalis with the punch as well. That's gonna be the death of the support of P-Vision. Good rotation from Wildcard. Unfortunately for them, not able to get more than just the position 5 Zeus.
Still good enough. They're really putting a lot of emphasis on defending their towers. I really like to see this. It's the Helm of the Dominator plus Enigma push that if you can prevent this from being successful, you retain so much space for Alk. Speaking of...
Oh, this would be a huge kill. Concoction comes from Yamson.
He'll be fine.
Hype that up a little bit too much. Sorry about that. Won't do that again.
Let's see about that. Something else I wanted to say. You gotta admire Wildcard's confidence to let Enigma through. This is something that's interesting in some tournaments where teams will often at least to some extent, copy bands of other teams. Like, let's say you're in a tournament with 16 teams, and you're playing someone in round 4, and you haven't played them yet. You're going to look through the history of what other teams did.
Yeah.
And if every team is banning Enigma against a team, you're like, okay, we should probably just ban Enigma. It's no secret that DM is good at Enigma. All the teams know this, but, you know, it could be that it's fallen off a little bit or that they show less interest in running it. But
yeah,
this hero has been banned a lot against DM. This is their elimination game.
Good fake outs, multiple fake outs with that Golem. He's gonna pop it. It does clip no one in the end. Beautifully done from Speed. That was really, really sick, as now the Tier 1 will fall in favor of Wildcard. 9 class not going to get blocked in by Big Num. And we'll be able to get away as a result.
That is absolutely yet another piece of footage for Speed's new YouTube video there.
That's a real piece of footage.
The triple Golem fake out into clipping. The title of the video, Why You Should Not Use Your Spells.
I thought you were going to say something with edging.
Oh, yeah, well... You're probably better at titles and YouTube thumbnails than I am.
Satanic. Still content to farm away. I mean, that's the one downside, of course, of having the Faceless Void is the fact that it takes so long to get online. But, I mean, this Helm of the Dom does bring them back into something more presentable early on. And like you talked about early game, the fact that they have stuff that, I mean, just a casual chrono with just a couple zaps from the Zeus. Actually quite useful.
Yeah.
Ducalis, he is going to be found and brought down.
Gotta say, so far, not really feeling the Zeus pick's impact. They rated it pretty highly. They picked it early in the draft. Ducalis has not really found his footing. And this is a dangerous Zeus game. Literally anyone gets on top of you, just dead. Like what are you supposed to do when Alk gets a blink, which he has? He just jumps and kills you. Void Spirit can assassinate you 100-0. Tusk plus Dawn. The only hero you can survive is Warlock, and he doesn't care about you. So it's a tough time for Ducalis out here as a 5 Zeus. Very low on that net worth.
First Thunder God's Wrath of the game. Ducalis just wanted to announce that he is finally level 6, in fact level 8. As this is an 8k lead for Wildcard right now.
It's with Alchemist, but it's still a very monumental lead here, honestly. Like, given the overall outlook of the game, this was the stage of this elimination game for Wildcard where things needed to go right, and they have all gone so right. They finally do lose their mid tower now, and they lost their top tower as well, but they stalled it out for a very long time. And I think it's good enough.
Very, very ambitious, perhaps? Had the snowball the whole time.
Fate has Ags.
Yeah, that's pretty fast. So Blade Mail, Ags.
Stupid rich. He's 3,000 ahead of Enigma. 200 GPM ahead. Pretty much.
I mean, he was the safe laner, you know.
Yeah.
Should be comparing him to the Void.
Yeah, well, if you want to compare the carries, then Alchemist against Void is also 3,000. So I don't know.
Yeah, true. Well, you should be comparing the Alk to the Enigma.
Oh yeah, that looks even better for P-Vision. Then they're only 6k behind on that roll.
That's right. That's the whole lead.
But then the carries are even, I suppose.
Exactly.
Okay.
The pick me up, and that is a Solar Guardian into the death of 9 class. Golem comes out as well, as no one will drop to the deck. Is that Golem on creeps? Am I blind, Syndrin?
Maybe we can get a replay of that. That's definitely the thing worth talking about here. I think.
Were you watching?
I think he was anticipating.
Yeah, no, I think so too.
He was anticipating the Remnant, right? So he cast it premeditatively, but ultimately, I think no one might have not even. Oh, he had enough mana, right?
He just knew. After that last play in the mid lane,
yeah,
he saw ahead this time. Still dies, of course. Doesn't matter.
He started getting ganked. He started hearing voices.
Speed is too good. He's just in his head.
It's your boy Speed here. Up crew, Dawn trying to defend. Here comes the Dominator creep. The Ogre's looking for a bruising.
Keep the bold.
I think the Ogre Bruiser will find its match in Dawnbreaker. She is the better bruiser. And so is Tusk.
I don't know. He does percentage-based damage.
We're going to see the replay here. So here's that Golem.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, just anticipate. But he got pulled by an Aether Remnant. I don't really mind that Golem because he's expecting if you don't Remnant there, you're gonna die, and he thinks the Remnant's gonna come out from Ember Spirit, but he did get pulled simultaneously by the Void.
It worked out regardless.
Yeah.
As Fade, I believe, just bought his shard.
Sure did. So now what's stopping Starbreaker? Chrono and Black Hole. Nothing else.
That's still a lot.
Well,
it's two things.
It's two things, but it's two things that are really, really expensive, right? It's like your key abilities. If you're using that to stop a Starbreaker,
yeah,
that's... I think Fade is completely fine with that. He's going to arrive with his ult running for the heal. He's going to pop Blade Mail, and he's going to press his Starbreaker. If you need to stop that Starbreaker with a Chrono, you're going to lose the fight.
Yeah, for sure.
He's in an extremely powerful position here.
Gets Malefice. Midnight Pulse is placed as well with a congregation on the deep from DM. But unfortunately, his creep does get sacrificed to Fade.
Or Staff.
Interesting. Huh.
Shards, either Remnants, Starbreaker. But I can't say this inspires a lot of confidence in me. As we do see the Alchemist time on Dagger again. Was a very early one. He now also has the BKB. This is a 10,000 lead.
Yeah, it's quite a bit.
How are P-Vision... Okay, we're at a point now in this game where what it takes for P-Vision to come back is effectively wildcard overstepping. They can keep playing the map and keep growing their lead for the next 20 minutes if they want, because I don't think P-Vision with their itemization are likely to look for trouble, or even if they do, be successful. Like this 4-Staff Enigma is not telling me, all right, it's go time.
21-minute Wisdom is what Wildcard wants, and if they can get a pick off, that might clean up a Tormentor as well after the fact.
Ducalis, man.
They find a lowly Ducalis, dead to rights via Yamson, and now with the steal of the Wisdom Shrine, they should be going for the Tormentor, one would think.
Both Wisdom, they just took it.
Things looking up for Wildcard, giving NA some hope.
Who was it that got the shard?
Oh, did they take it already?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I also said that, so now it's 3 and 2.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, it was Speed who got it. So the upgraded Upheaval, spawning some imps. I would say in this game you were probably, I don't know, they were both kind of weak because Tusk only has level 1 Ice Shards, but I would probably rather have seen that for them, to be honest. But not all that important. Just got to keep the flow of this game going.
It's interesting that DM is prioritizing getting Shard next. A lot of times you see these Enigmas, they get like the one, they get like a Vlad's, and then they start going for big items, right? At least historically.
Yeah, it's just...
This is all small items.
It's difficult to commit to a Black Hole build, right? Against Golem and Solar Guardian.
Now, speaking of which, DM destroyed by Fade and Bignum.
I feel like P-Vision are actually just lost in this game. I think they don't know what to do, and now you're just playing on feel. Like, I think it's very hard to have guidance when the overall comms right now should be we can't fight them, we have to farm.
Yeah.
Whenever a game is in that state for 15 minutes, and the enemy team has global abilities, you're gonna bleed out some kills. It's impossible to never get caught. And now it's going to be even worse. There's going to be a dagger now coming out for Bignum after this Roshan bounty.
Oh yeah.
So he can look for plays for the Dawn way more effectively. Dawn can connect on Elk, on Tusk, on Void Spirit.
Alright, so Yamson will be rewarded with the first Aegis of the game. Wildcard in a very good spot to push this to a game 3, but of course P-Vision, I mean the high ground going against an eventual late game, depending on how late it goes, Enigma and Void is a scary proposition. Really, all of their heroes are kind of scary late game.
Yeah.
The wildcard in...
Wildcard's late game, not bad either, though. If it comes down to these big late game team fights, you're happy to have a Warlock. You're happy to have a Dawn ulti. Probably 2 of them as well.
I feel like the games that we've watched, the biggest mistake these teams make is going high ground too fast, potentially. It feels like the high ground is just such a hard thing to accomplish, even with a pretty sizable lead at this like 20 to 30 minute mark. Back in the old days, you'd go for all the tier 2s first, and then your Aegis is gone. Then you go for the second Rosh, and that's the high ground.
Do you agree that let's say this becomes somehow a 60-minute game.
Okay.
I don't think it's a clear-cut P-Vision win in spite of having Void Warlock. I actually don't. I'm not confident that they can just wait it out.
It's never clear cut, but I mean,
some games kind of are.
I'm cut from the cloth, Cinderin, that says Void and Enigma are the two best late game heroes in the entire game. They're on the same team.
That's why it's really interesting, because generally speaking, you see these two together, it goes mega late, you favor that team.
Yes.
It's just this game, the counter picks are so crystal clear and so obvious how to pull off for wildcard. You have 2 Dawn ultis, because she's going Refresher next. You're going to have Golem. So how on earth are you ever going to land a black hole unless you catch both Warlock and Dawn? And then the Chrono has the same issue, right? The counterplays are pretty clear. Dakalis trying to farm.
Indeed.
He's farming his death stat. If you have him in fantasy, I think this is not good.
Yep, death number 6 for him. I think he's on the villain arc anyway, so
yeah,
maybe I think that's what he's going for at least.
I don't think villains are attempting to feed. It's not really a trait. Like, I am a villain, therefore I will...
I don't know. It sounds like you've never played a pub game before.
Oh, you mean like that? Oh, yeah, okay. I see it. I see it. He's a villain to his own team. If that's his villain arc, TI is probably not the best place to start being bad.
No, but in all seriousness, we have to hold that thought, actually. DM with the Midnight Pulse. Going to get Astral Step by RCY, but right on the footsteps of his base is going to be fine. But Yamson has a big concoction coming for the Enigma. The Solar Guardian to follow. Down goes DM quite easily. Now the soft reset from Wildcard. Satanic shows up for this fight.
Yeah, but there's no fight.
Still 2 minutes on that Aegis, and now an AC on the way for Yamsun.
Just a clean hit and run. Gotta be back to take care of this, but of course Dawnbreaker, theoretically one of the best heroes in Dota against Helm of the Dominator, because she can, if you're playing against the skeletons, you wipe them out instantly. If you're being split pushed and the Dominator's causing pressure on your map, you can just be there and still participate in team fights with your ult.
Yep.
So
yet her win rate is garbage.
Yep.
Just not playing it right. You gotta safe lane it like Fade here today.
I will say, out of all the games I have seen Dawnbreaker in this tournament, I think this is the game that is the absolute best pick, and it was first picked. It's kind of crazy, right? He picked it as a counter to Enigma, and then afterwards, I think P-Vision made it even better, and they themselves kept making it good as well. I'll see you later.
Gallus insta-gib.
Yeah. He is just not getting any footing. I'm surprised he has... Well, I guess it's Zeus will be farming more than Tusk, right? That's the only reason he has more net worth is the CS.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Speed here.
P-Vision.
Lead
No
us flatlining,
strangers
huh?
to the voice lines, of course. They've created a lot of enemies in this scene, I feel like, with some of their play and talk. That's what we love watching in Dota.
Everybody loves a little drama.
Absolutely. No one. As his 9-second BKB is going to opt for the Aghanim Scepter next. As Bigdom also going for an Aghanim Scepter. Obviously quite a ways away, but that would be a pretty early kick for Tusk. We talked about high ground just being an issue, not with their team necessarily, but just kind of harder it feels like in this meta for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But kick is something that can certainly provide a boost to isolate somebody out of their base. And RCY is going to be spotted by no one. Rebound's going to connect. Do they have the damage? Yes! No one with the kill, and that's a big one.
Yeah, unexpected find there for sure. RCY was killing a Dominator creep. Sick bait.
Yeah, gotta leave it to Fade, you know?
Yeah.
That's what he was built for.
I think Fade did have his ulti ready, but this was an unclear moment, because if you ult too early, you expose yourself to Chrono and Black Hole. You want to use it as a counterplay to that. Finally, the AC now arrives for Yamsun.
How did that take so long to arrive?
His courier must have died.
I guess so.
That's a big power spike here, of course. The good news for P-Vision fans out there is that Satanic is putting on an absolute farming masterclass. It's so impressive that he has 360 CS this game.
He's only 3K behind an Alk. That is insane.
Given the map control that Wildcard have had and the threats on the map, it doesn't get better than this. It's just borderline flawless.
This has become RTS game, man. Creep versus creep, and then they just go their separate ways.
If anybody from the development team of Stormgate are watching, this is some inspiration.
Oh, Satanic, he's spotted, punched in the air. Concoction as well with the Solar Guardian with a rebound save. Satanic, he's going to get bashed up by Yamson, though. Huge kill for Wildcard. They find a second in the form of 9 class.
God, I love cursing players.
Satanic's having such a good game.
Basically flawless, dies 5 seconds after. Like,
you have power, young man.
Is there something you want?
Yeah, I want to win the lottery.
Okay. Well, that might be outside my reach.
Okay.
We haven't tried yet.
That's true.
I can do smaller things like make you die in a video game.
It's
really nice superpower.
Very
Speed.
impressive. Chaotic offering place, no one.
He's
in the
pretty
vicinity
tanky.
as well. His speed will end up going down, but Awako, Solar Guardian coming in though. Fade, how is that up again? Hammer now, they can take out Ducalis and no one. Double kill for Fade as Speed stays alive.
I love that patience. That was really nice. They very clearly communicated that he was going to keep baiting. He still had the Solar Crest as well as the Essence Ring ready.
It was the refresher from
Baits them
Fade,
in.
so it was finished already.
Just buys all of that time and they find the right opportunity. They were just waiting for the side of P-Vision to use enough cooldowns before they went for that. Now they're also going to get the Tormentor.
This will go to the Tusk, last remaining one on the team. Looks like he changed his mind on the Ags, by the way. Looks like a Yules instead.
We're going to see the replay here. He's not even really that close to dying. 14 sticks, Solar, as well as the Essence Ring. There was a bit more to give there. They need another 500 damage to get through this.
And with that, an 18K lead for Wildcard. The last hope and dream of NA region, Cinderin.
Yeah, well, the prognosis of this game definitely is taking us to a Game 3.
Look at this item build for DM. This is a sad sight for Enigma fans.
If we do get there, it's... P-Vision notoriously have had moments where... I'm not going to say they're going to tilt, but I think they are a very emotional team.
Of course.
So,
of course they are.
If you go into the series with the expectation that, I mean, we were saying this is probably the most, on paper, one-sided of the elimination games today. You smash game 1, you lose game 2, it's important that Astini keeps things together as coach there after that.
He's also an emotional coach.
Yeah. Well,
maybe a little too much emotion on this team, but we'll see. They can bounce back. Game's not over.
Of course not.
Ducalis has Aghanim Scepter, so Nimbus at the ready.
Possibility. If it goes late, like I was saying, I still think Wildcard have good solutions against Enigma Void, but with every passing minute, it becomes more and more possible for them to pull it off. Like, you keep flat. If you flatline this net worth lead at like 15,000 for another 15 minutes, then I think the game approaches a 50-50 state. So you still want to exploit the snowballing of your heroes right now if you are the side of Wildcard.
DM finally has a bigger item in the form of a BKB.
It is really hard to use.
Basically just have to wait for Golem, it feels like.
What else do you buy, though? It's just... I'm trying to think of what... If there's some sort of really cool build he could have gone. I'm just not seeing it. Like, if you were crushing the game, maybe you could have gone Crimson and then pushed.
I'm sure Speed's made a video on that. Maybe we'll check that out in between games. Right. Actually, you can alt tab right now. Google that. Oh, congregations from 9 class. Gonna spot out Yamson in the pit as Roche not happy about this. No one very close. Only 1,200 away from what I consider to be the literal best Ags in the entire game.
That's your number 1?
Yes.
It is. It is high. It is definitely up there.
I feel very strongly about it. I do not play this hero at all.
that makes you very...
That makes me unbiased.
Very qualified
that's
to
the
rank
point
it.
of me saying that, okay?
So basically your ranking is how annoyed am I when people who can play the hero have it?
No, it's from my experience casting games and seeing how big of a power spike that is. As Yamson in the pit.
Where's the Dawn Axe on that list?
It's not top 10. It's good.
Really?
I mean, come on. There's 100, how 30?
Dawn Axe.
It's top 20 probably.
Okay, fair.
Yamson looks like they're going to get a free Roche.
It's
for
your
the
list.
side.
You don't have to be right. You just need to be opinionated. It's
You
all
think
good.
it's a top 10 then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's very high. I think
Make a list for you at some
I
point.
think the pros would rate it top 5.
I mean, the pros are dumb though.
That's, you know, touche.
Thunder God's Wrath for scouting.
Yeah. They'll confirm that Roche is dead after the Roshan is dead announcement.
Yeah, I think just checking if they had smoked.
Yeah.
Very common move. You would know that if you paid attention in your casts.
Teach me.
Gonna show up in the top lane to take care of some of these Eidolons.
Or all of them. I might just let these walk off. No?
Oh, concoction from Yamson. The Abyssal Blade. GN is super dead.
Nice BKB, son.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a
Not
hard
gonna
game.
help you when you get jumped.
Very hard game.
Once again, it comes back to Wildcard's willingness to give away this Enigma and structure an entire strategy around countering that hero. They have just completely mitigated DM's impact. This is the worst Enigma game we've seen from him in a very long time.
Yeah. Actually, the Ag Scepter from no one. And an Nimbus place. This will be
Snowball.
an eventual
Keep him in
kill.
Nimbus so he can't win.
Surely. Satanic gets credit for that one. So Satanic, as we can see, Mjolnir, MKB, BKB, IF Skadi, and then his namesake in Satanic next.
Satani.
Satani.
How did that become Italian?
He is very, very strong.
Yep.
I mean, is there anyone he can't, like, he can kill everybody in his corner if there's no assistance, I would assume, at this point.
Like, if he Chronos a hero who he can kill 100 to 0?
Yeah, without any assistance from his teammates.
Warlock and Tusk.
Well, you're saying he can only kill 2 heroes, right?
He can only kill the supports alone.
Okay.
Yeah. He can't kill... Void Spirit has 25 armor and 3k health. Dawn has 3,500 health and 30 armor. And Alk has 30 armor and 3k health. So yeah, I don't think he solos anyone except supports.
Okay.
But he's also not going to solo. There's going to be a Nimbus, there's going to be a Thunder God's Wrath, unless he's dead, and it's going to be neither.
It's the Heavenly Jump off to slow Yamson, which isn't going to be enough to get away, it seems. RCY joins the party. Another death to call us his name.
Is it high ground time? You have the wave, you have siege creeps, you have all spells ready.
Well,
Aegis.
Chemical Rage is going to be running out. He does have Berserk Potion, of course, as a little pick-me-up.
That's nice against Ember.
And they're going to poke at the high ground.
Banner.
Roach Banner placed. Speed with his Alpha Wolf at the ready as well. Tower's already dead. As Yamson is spotted now. Satanic jumps in, gets silenced instantly with the Wallers. Solar guarding as well, but that pick-me-up is there. The Astral Step on top of him. Poiser is getting soloed. A black hole on several heroes from DM. Is there follow-up though? Satanic gets his Chronosphere off and is beating everybody to death. Already 3 down, but the Aegis is one of them. Satanic time walks close to the fountain. As Yamson, back in normal form, still hitting these buildings. The speed with the Golem continuing to apply some pressure as they get the Abyssal Blade onto Satanic. He's still going to be fine though. He's already half HP. Has a time walk off as well. Gets rebounded by 9 class. And now the time dilation coming to work. Fade does finish off the melee barracks, but this is looking like the death of the rest of Wildcard. As Fade will drop to the deck, so Void Spirit the only one to survive until Ducalis finds him on the other side. A full team wipe at the cost of a melee barracks.
Oh my, you need to see this replay. It is so damn close. Satanic clutches that. He was on 5% HP, I think, from the second Dawn ulti, and you gotta question, I mean, it's so easy to say this stuff in hindsight, right? Wildcard, they thought they could burst the Faceless Void. Satanic puts himself out there as bait. He tanks through absolutely everything. Largely courtesy, of course, of his 25 talent. Look at this replay. So pay attention to the Void's HP now as he enters this fight. They're going to use 2 Dawn ultis, but one of them will get interrupted So they start poking here. Punch, Donald's. This pick-me-up is massive. And this ult, the black hole on 2% HP on the Void.
Yeah.
They then get the 3-man black hole, the 2-man chrono, everybody's locked down. Even after that, it still wasn't a clear-cut victory.
And now they are going high ground instead. P-Vision get the tier 3. They might be able to get all these buildings as Wildcard does not want to expend a buyback. Meanwhile, Big Num against Zucalis. But more importantly, that mid lane is completely down now.
So is Big Num.
So equalizing the game in terms of the barracks. In fact, they get the range as well. Big Num does get taken out in the end by no one. And what a shift. And exactly what I discussed in the high ground, it feels like where a lot of these teams falter.
P-Vision's patience paid off, and Wildcard did the worst possible thing that could happen there, and they were so close to succeeding. If they kill Void there, the game is over.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think he had buyback gold. So that was an all-in from Satanic, trusting that his teammates would cover for him with the pick-me-up and the black hole. 5% more damage there, and we're going to game 3. And now instead, the entire lead is gone in 1 minute. Crazy, crazy stuff. They were 20k up. You're going to see this graph here. Oof. That is a pretty significant change. Yeah, now, you know, everything we were praising Wildcard for and the strength of their lineup, I still think this game is absolutely winnable for them because of the solutions they have to Enigma. But with the Rax advantage going the way of P-Vision and the scaling they're now acquiring, probably something like a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 favorite at this point. Now, this Void also with the butterfly even more.
Look at his inventory, man. This is filth incarnate. 6 slotted, going for Shard next, and go for the Ags, I suppose. What is this? What is this? What did I miss?
What?
What did I miss here? Did they block these creeps somehow? What happened?
There was a banner down there forever, right?
It's just an army of creeps. This is like the old YouTube videos where Chen would just, and Urshik would just block the creeps constantly.
So I'm assuming the banner from the push was just sitting there, and the creeps couldn't push out?
I don't know. As we're gonna have a fight though. Yamson has concoction invisible blade onto Noah, the punch into the air, but Ninecut's now gonna force the Alchemist away. And no one with the BKB gonna pursue further once his BKB's down. Big Nim's already down and out, but a nice Aether Remnant onto no one. He gets dropped by RCY. Big Nim buys back in the game as Alchemist is just getting kited so hard as Satanic comes in with the Chronosphere with a little help from Zeus. The Chaotic Offering is not enough as Big Nim tries to save him with the Snowball, but it's a little too late. And now Satanic can have his way with the rest of them as Big Nim gets dieback now as DM with BKB is going to be fully safe against Fade, who has to pop his refresher. The Eon Disc procs as well. And now on the run is Fade on this Dawnbreaker. The hammer to the high ground, but the Searing Chance uses a Solar Guardian to get away successfully. But another great fight for P-Vision.
And that was with
That's a buyback though from no one.
That was with the shortest black hole of DM's career. I don't know if he canceled it himself or whatever that was, but they still managed to win that fight. I think Refresher was on cooldown earlier in the engagement, so couldn't really get the immediate follow through. And yeah, once you isolate and kill the Alchemist, the fight just blows wide open. And no one buyback, of course, should be a consideration going forward in this game.
Yeah.
If Wildcard could somehow kill him again, might open the door. But speed will not get out of this.
Spotted. Looking for a high five is no one. Speed will not reciprocate.
DM rolled up.
And Satanic, high ground number 2. Ooh, that is okay. Divine Rapier for Fade. It has come to this. He has been carrying the game for Wildcard so far.
I don't mind it. This is a ton of damage on Dawnbreaker.
Absolutely. This is going to be 2 lanes of Rax though, easily for P-Vision. Roche is up, so we'll see if they consider that.
The thing you have to be really careful with now for Fade is to not use Starbreaker when your Aeon Disc is procced. Because what you're presenting by buying Rapier here is a way to kill Void. It's them saying we cannot win a fight without getting through Satanic first.
Right.
They just keep sending him in front and covering him, and we have to be able to pierce. This offers a solution to that with Starbreaker, but if you do it and Aeon Disc gets procced during the combo, it's all for naught. Actually, he took the Celestial Hammer talent on 25 instead of the Starbreaker cooldown. That could come back to bite him. He has, he has all of the Solar Guardian focused talents and none of the crit and attack ones. So no Luminosity attacks required, no crit strike, and no Starbreaker. Yeah, he needs levels.
He's going for the late game.
Love that.
Smoke from both sides. This fight going to dictate a lot. Of course, P-Vision have the barracks advantage, so they can kind of just sit around to a degree and wait for those creeps to push in. Feels like if P-Vision get this Roche, that might just be it.
How'd he kill Void twice, right? They've been struggling so hard to do it one time.
Satanic will be able to get the D ward as Roche, very confused in his old age, will exit the pit temporarily.
They need to kill him pretty fast, 20 seconds before he moves.
That's true.
So if they can stall him at all, this will not happen.
And Nimbus to start things out. Have the Remnant there as well. There's the Belch for all to hear. Big Num and Yamson going to try to backstab. There's the vision though from the Zeus. Yamson has to pop his little concoction as well. Nimbus is placed. Satanix is going to Chronosphere. The actual Roshan is going to be able to snatch the Aegis, I guess. Wildcard ends up getting him. Now Fate inside the pit. Eon is procs. Has a Divine Rapier. He cannot die here, but can you get through Satanic twice? The second ult comes out from Satanic. Does he have the damage to rip through this Dawnbreaker? He does! The Divine Rapier on the deck. Satanic picks it up. GG is called as P-Vision will move on to the International.
Damn. That was a turnaround and a half. That was a 40,000 gold swing in 10 minutes.
Yeah. That was quite the game.
Wildcard had everything in their hand, and one high ground push fails, and it all comes crashing down about as fast as you could imagine. You can see the joy and the relief, I think, also in P-Vision's faces. They were not interested in playing a third game. And in the wildcard camp, that one's, it's got to sting, right?
Yeah.
You enter TI, or road to TI rather, as one of the underdogs. You start tasting this could actually be possible. You get to the elimination round. You're an inch away from winning a second game and having that be a one. And in the end, just not quite there.
Not quite, as P-Vision will move on.
It's such a tough loss for Wildcard, for the hope of NA and all the fans out there. This game could have been theirs. We could have been seeing a game number 3. It does eventuate to being a P-Vision win here, but Wildcard, I feel like even though they're not moving on flag, it's so easy to sit here and sing the praises of everything that was the first 35, 38 minutes of this fantastic game from them.
I think they really proved that they were here as a competitor. They were definitely, probably should have won this game, which I'm sure they're going to be angry about at themselves and the mistakes they've done. But they put up a great show, they put up a great fight, and I hope we see these guys again. I think RCY showed that he's a fantastic new talent from North America.
Yeah.
And it's a pleasure to watch him play Dota.
I was so impressed here by what happened in the mid lane. That's not only by RCY himself, but also the support's really offering him a lot in the rotations towards mid. So you said it, 2.5 years ago, RCY, one of the best talents to be coming out of NA and proving it really on this on the stage today.
Yeah, it may have been a 2-0, but there was a lot of fight within that team. That's what you like to see. And yeah, they should have won this game. It was very close, and you might be able to argue even game 1 was in their control as well. They just need to work on the key fundamentals, really, and this team could be very good. Like, this could have been a potential 2-0 on the side of Wildcard if they just played slightly better, and that's pretty scary, and it's nice to see. And I think teams coming out of North America, we oftentimes don't have a lot of variety, but finally, we have another team from NA coming out that is making some waves here. Usually it was just Shopify every single time here, so good to see Wildcard doing good things, and RCY, yeah, he looks amazing, and hopefully he just continues to practice.
Yeah, you say you focus on some key fundamentals. When you look at the series, what exact ones would you have said?
Well, they're definitely going to look at high ground pushing after this one.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I didn't really knock that out, did I?
And it's just basically, you have a lot of good tape now to look at from playing one of the best teams in the world, and that's going to be a confidence boost for them going back into their region for sure. They're going to definitely feel like their goal now is to beat these P-Visions of the world, and that's going to make them much more stronger. But I hope they do stick it out together and just fix these small issues, because they looked pretty darn good.
Yeah, I was really impressed as well by Fade's Dawnbreaker. Like in the early game, looking at how high his net worth was and how much impact he was having. It's just joy to watch that. I am also really impressed with P-Vision. Like, obviously, it is sad to see Walker go, and I think they showed, you know, what they're made of in this tournament to us. But oh my god, to be that far behind, it was so fun to just watch the mini-map and see how they were managing to split their heroes around to try and get as much out of the map as possible to keep up net worth. Because Satanic's Void was like right up there with an Alchemist for most of the game, in a game that they're getting destroyed in. I was like, watching the way this man was putting like his Mjolnir active on his Helm of Dawn creep and then sending that down lanes, for example, whilst then farming the outer edge of the map and so on and so on. I know this is highlight, you know what?
We're getting there.
But for me, Satanic was my MVP, man. The way this guy got farmed, whee!
Easily the MVP. I think this guy carried them 2 games. He straight up carried his team.
Yeah, I mean, in the first game, it really was just this patiently waiting for that Anti-Mage to get online. And in this game number 2, it felt the same about the Faceless Void. The same thing can be said props for Wildcard. They did end up slowing that down a little bit. They did end up finding him when he was trying to make that space and farm up and keep the net worth there for himself. But yeah, that high ground push, I don't like, even when we watch the replay fly, I'm still kind of questioning like just exactly how P-Vision could hold that and continue on and actually pull back this game.
I mean, there's a problem when you start winning games. Your mind tends to relax a little bit, and you lose a little bit of focus. And you cannot lose your focus for a single second in this game. Like, we've seen so many teams throw on the high ground. You're playing against Chronosphere and Black Hole, and sure, you have tools to deal with them with Dawnbreaker and Warlock, but if you just walk up together and just get spells on everyone, you're gonna all lose, and that 40k gold swing just goes the other way, and it's a disaster.
Yeah, we are going to look a little bit more at the earlier part of this, right? Because again, it's going to be the last time we're seeing Wildcard here on their road to the International, and so I do think it's fair that we go back, take it a little bit, and really break down this game, because the first column was where you wanted to look at Fly and the use of it.
This was a bit more critical towards Wildcard, but I think Speed had a fantastic game. He's been part of already 4 kills. And he got a very early level 6 this game, and his first golem usage, I would have liked him to use it to actually get a tower, but he sort of does it defensively, which does help him live, but then he suicides his golem into the tower, which is a bit unfortunate. But Speed was off to a great start, and you usually don't get early level 6 anymore like this, so props to Speed, probably a little better usage, but still.
This is a random flame clip.
We thought the game was going to go the other way, so it didn't feel as
like gold with
bad.
like 50 damage to that tower.
Worth something, right? There was also the lane swap. That's actually something we didn't talk about because of this eventual comeback, right? The ending of this game just really kind of took everyone else over, that we forgot about how good this early game was. The fact that you're able to get an early 6, the fact that they did do this lane swapping to ensure that the Dawn was staying up against the Enigma and making DM really struggle on a comfort hero.
Yeah, DM, he did struggle, but like, that's the nice thing about him, is that even though he is basically spending the entirety of his mid-game being snowballed by a Tusk into a Donal and just dying over and over again, he's doing the same thing that Satanic is, where he's playing like on the edges of the map and trying to farm and sending Eidolons out to lanes, and like you keep seeing how Wildcard have to send heroes back to like deal with these lanes being pushed in all the time by the Helms, by the Eidolons. He did get his net worth up and he did get his items, and we see by the end of the game between the Chronosphere and the Black Hole, they had too many threats for them to deal with.
The next part in this game that we would like to look at is yourself fear. This one is something, you know, to highlight P-Vision, that they were never really truly out of it, right?
Definitely not, and it's just good movement here if Void took the gate this way, and just highlighting the fact of this Helm Dom and how much utility it has. Satanic bought it, normally faces Void as a hero that is pretty useless, but he provided the creep so 9 class could get in there, get that kill, and they made the rotations here. And this is where the game was going really well for P-Vision, and a lot of it does have to do with just having great rotations by Satanic here.
Yes, sir. I get like taken away that we are still talking about this game, and you're gonna just sit here and watch it there. It's an interesting one. You know that on the other side, the Arc is still farming it up. A lot of us know the in-betweens of what happens from this. They really don't want to sack this top tower though here. They're not willing to give it up because after that, maybe not even a minute later, they're fighting there again. It felt like I was watching another replay.
They were just kind of bleeding up there, to be honest with you, because Alchemist was farming and they brought 5 heroes each time. So these are the things good teams are going to do to you. Get very active, especially as a carry player, making the decisions when to move on the map. And Satanic did a great job this game of doing so.
And the final linchpin, I will say, of what happened in this game that really swung it into P-Vision's favor is, of course, this high ground hold from them, the high ground push that came from the side of Wildcard. Ray, you gotta explain to me again, alright? The class is talking about, we see one replay, but what exactly is happening for Faceless Void to live?
I would need to watch this in like 5% speed to truly understand, but I will give most of the props to this pick-me-up facet on Marcy. Got him so far back into the base, made Wildcard have to extend so far out and saved his life. I think he also then just like throws him as well. Satanic lives on like 1% HP, mostly due to this Marcy, and it lets him get his BKB off of Satanic and get back into the fight. I mean, it could have been devastating if he had. He did not have buyback.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of an early dawn ulti here, which caused the issues, right? Because then Enigma gets a 4-man black hole. The Void gets to jump the Warlock because the Warlock wants to interrupt the black hole, but you know he gets chronosphered. So just a series of disasters. Good pick me up by 9 class for sure. He did what he had to do, but then it was just that lack of, I don't even know, discipline, I would say, from the side of Wildcard, and that's how you lose games, unfortunately.
Yeah, you kind of realize the fight's turning against you. You want to throw everything towards it. P-Vision very patient. The patience played off. They get a 2-0 here. They are now secured top 8 at TI. We're gonna head on down to Pyrian with one of those victorious players.
Yes, indeed, thank you. I am here with no one from P-Vision. Congratulations on that win, first of all. Just talk me through that high ground hold in Game 2, because it looked like that was the turning point in the game for you.
Yeah, it was too shaky, I would say, because we survived on 100 HP, I would say. I don't know, they jumped us at the high ground, we tried to save him with Marcy, and in the end it did work out for us, yeah.
So, I mean, I felt like Wildcard were actually kind of maybe took you by surprise a little bit in that game. Do you think that there have been a few teams this TI that have surprised the other teams in how well they've played?
I think on this side there's like 14 teams that they can compete, and like it proves right, because Tundra is in lower bracket right now, 2-3, Liquid as well 2-3, Spirit 2-3, and like you cannot expect this, but it happened. Like all the China Dota as well is like rising up and like beating everybody, so this TI is like really competitive.
It is very competitive. And of course, you've got 3 first-timers here. You've got Satanic, 9 class, Andrew Carlos, their first TI. You've been to a fair few TIs. How are you helping them to adapt to the situation?
I mean, I don't think I need even like to try to. I mean, I don't think I need to help, because we have a coach, we have a team environment that like creates, and everybody like know what to do and how to deal with some things.
Okay, and also, which teams have impressed you the most? You were just saying there were all these teams could compete. Which team has stood out to you as like, wow, these guys are actually playing some really good games?
I mean, of course, Extreme, because we played the Convert before they started the reverse stage, and I already said like, oh my god, these guys are good. Because like, you felt that like all year they're like, and the first Convert that we played against them on TI was like, they showed a really good Dota. And they proved it with the first 0.
Fair enough. Last of all, what are your plans for the off days? We've got a few days off now. You're going to take a break, or are you just going to scrim hard?
I think 1 day break and then scrim hard to watch replays, like all through all the heroes, because I think there's like lots of new things that can be invented right now in Dota because of Dominator, I would say, in this patch. So yeah, we will like, first of all, like chill a bit, take a deep breath, because even against Wildcard it was like hard game, I would say. Second one, they surprised us with draft, especially the Alchemist last week, because we pick like Faceless with Enigma, and they just like wanted to tempo us with down and Alch, and it was working great for them, and they saw the lane, so we need to chill first.
Well, thank you for taking the time to talk to me, Noah. Congratulations on making the final 8. look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament. Back to you guys.
I appreciate Pierre getting all that information there, and a very well-deserved break for P-Vision before they do continue on in a couple of days at Barclays Arena. And for them, they're like, we actually want to experiment more with what Helm Dome can do. I thought we were already at the limits flying here with 4 of them.
There's 5 coming. I see these guys. I think they're a very creative team, and it's just fun to see what they're going to bring out. It's cool to have these couple of days to find something new, take this time to really review the game, and yeah, Dota's all about inventing, coming up with new ideas, and this is a team that does it, so I'm very excited to see what they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, you got to keep pushing yourself, you got to keep proving yourself in Wildcard while they don't get the win here. They are eliminated, they definitely proved themselves, and I know someone who would love to sing their praises just a little bit more, and that's Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, I wanted to look over what Wildcard did that was so effective in their match, because both games, they won the laning stage against one of the best teams in the entire world, which is incredible. Here's one of the ways they did it. Dewarding was fantastic for them. They got both Observer Wards at the start of the game, which is virtually never happens. It's incredible that Bignum was able to snipe both of them. Good placements here, checking some obvious spots, and he manages to get the second ward, which is just a great start. It's going to make your mid have slightly better time. This rotation by speed was obviously very effective. Shadow Ward on a melee hero fighting melee heroes is obviously very good because you're both healing and dealing damage in an AoE. And because he managed to link both of them with the Fatal Bonds, when Ducalis ultimately dies, it's one little imp that no one did not expect here, and as a result, he ends up ceasing to exist. So a really nice double kill there by speed. Very atypical rotation from the Warlock that normally doesn't pan out very well. Then he played top for a while. He didn't show for quite a long period of time before getting this kill, so they then killed DM. And the other side of the map, which is fantastic, around the 10-minute mark, they had this amazing first fight where their laning advantage was decent, but this combo was incredibly powerful. Cleaning up both heroes super easily, got them a really nice advantage now up to 2k there. Later on, Ducalis put a very deep ward over here in the jungle. Very normal to do this because you're trying to spot where your opponents are making their movements from. But when he approached the creep wave, he ended up being visible because they must have killed something bad happened there. The trees all died. And as a result, they got a little information that there was a ward. They did also manage to get a little kill out of this using tag team and Dawn spin, which is very strong. So later on, Bignum moves over. He's looking for the D ward, he can't find it, and he gets it with the second sentry. So at this point, the vision that P-Vision are dealing with is just really low compared to normal. And as a result, it actually just forces them to have to do things like Zeus ultis just to get vision on the map. So they're not able to use that offensively. They're just trying to avoid and stem some of the bleeding, which does kind of continue happening regardless. They get this really cool solo or double kill on the mid lane on no one that allows them to take the tier 1 tower. And this all kind of just compounds for fight after fight where Wildcard gets to make really good decisions, and their opponents can't really see it coming because they're smoking from weird angles. B-Vision doesn't have very much vision to play around, and it all gave them this really nice network lead. So this was not the advantage I expected to see Wildcard get, but they played so well against one of the best teams in the world. They had a great showing. It's a shame that they're going home at this point.
It is when you break it all down like that for us, Pud, which we do appreciate. Thanks, Pud. It's really hard for, you're someone who played in NA for so long, you still do every now and then on your pubs, but when we say goodbye to Wildcard now, knowing just how well they played that game, an unfortunate loss, any other words out there for the NA hopefuls, players?
Yeah, just keep it up, keep playing, fix your mistakes, and that's all it takes, just consistency, and stop changing rosters.
Okay, consistency, stop changing rosters. We heard it there from Fear himself. We're only halfway through our day right now. There are still 2 more teams to qualify to make our final top 8 at TI. And we want to get things rolling, but before we move forward, let's have a look back to before the road to the international playoffs, where Pyrian sat down with Insania.
Hello, I'm here with the oldest player at the tournament, Insania. I'm also the oldest person working the tournament, so 2 old men having a chat. Coming here as the old man of Dota now, how does that change your mentality at all coming into the tournament?
Not really. I've been looking at myself move up the list over the years. You go on Wikipedia, you look at the oldest people, and you're I'm 6, 7 people off. Now as the years go by, people are slowly dropping off. I'm still going strong, and now I finally made it to the top. So.
Oh yeah, coming here as a reigning champion.
Yeah, exactly.
So how has your guys' season been? Obviously coming here as champions, how has that changed your season, and how would you rate your season overall?
I think we had maybe a little bit of laziness because of winning TI last year. I think this year for us was, in many ways, quite relaxed. Up until the point where we were like, okay, like we really need to get this stuff together because it's not happening. Right. I think it was around the times of we played PGL Wallachia. And I remember before one of these events, I had a wedding in Hawaii coming up in June, and I told Nish like, hey, I really need to make this wedding. My cousin's getting married. It's in Hawaii. I really want to go, and we need to get everything together. And Nish just looked at me and went like, don't worry about it. I'll get you there. And in order to be able to go to the wedding, we needed to be directly invited to TI.
Okay.
So then Nisha kicked it into high gear, and I think as soon as he did that, the rest of the team picked up steam, and that kind of fixed our slow start to the season.
So do you think that maybe having a commitment in your diary for a wedding or something like that is a bigger motivator than...
I think Nisha's a good friend, and if you need something from him, he will put in the work and he'll like make sure to push the team forward. So yeah, I think for him also it's kind of nice to have something to like work towards.
Yeah. What about your expectations for this TI coming here as champions?
Expectations is a